Hello, everyone, and welcome to the $1,000 Lucid Evo tournament. This year is all about grassroots Halo esports. And Garrett, how cool is it that an MVP, a guy at the tippity top of the mountain, going back down to create something that the entire community enjoy? Tell us a little bit more about what makes Evo different than the HCS.
Yeah, so Lucid's been cooking, right? That's the biggest thing that you need to know out the gate. Lucid, he's like, let me see what I can do to make these the way I want them. So the big thing that you're going to see right out of start, right, before you even interact with the map, is what's going to be in your hands. The BR75 ranked edition, 2-shot beat down, 4 shots across the map, 3 to a single fire. We know how it is, right? And we've had 2 years of that, the BR making its way back. One thing that might surprise you about that BR in your hands, it's a lot actually harder to use than you probably thought. I'm going to be interested to see how some of these top players perform with that in their hands. The other part is that the sandbox is completely revamped on all of these maps. You're not going to necessarily see the same weapons in the same positions on any of these maps. Sometimes there'll be a different power up. Sometimes there'll be different power weapons like the skewer, or maybe on Bazaar we have the plasma. It's not called a plasma caster. I always forget what it's called. You know what I'm talking about, Mikowski? The big weapon, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he doesn't play enough social, guys. He doesn't play enough social. You don't know what weapon that's called? It's like a grenade launcher that's not a grenade launcher. It's got like a big plasma. Dude, someone in chat's got it. I don't know.
The Ravager?
No. That's a good.
All you gave me was
cinder shot.
Okay, man. If you would have just told me that it was like a covenant weapon and it shot the equivalent of like, I don't know, man. We're okay.
I think I gave it a perfect description. Someone in chat got it. I think you're just dumb.
Maybe I'm the dumb one.
Yeah.
But that's really cool because these are weapons, Garrett, that from a competitive standpoint we had thought were completely off the table, and Lucid's taken the table and he's just flipped it over.
Yeah, and that's what I really like, right? Is like you're gonna see a whole new dynamic effort on the sandbox, but that's not only the changes, right? So we also have jumps being added to all the maps. Sometimes certain sight lines are changed. There's gonna be different interactive elements on the map. So like, for example, if we're playing Forbidden, there'll be some jumps that you might have seen on Twitter where I know someone in matchmaking definitely was like, I saw Lucid do this, let me go jump off the map real fast. Because he say it was his own thing, he just like did it and people are like mind blown, right? And it's like, no, like we forged these things. But that's being added. There's some new jumps on like live fire, and then the other part that I'm really excited about is we're actually seeing the return of a couple maps like Catalyst and Bazaar into the rotation. I'm very, very excited about the Catalyst edition in particular. Bazaar, hey, look, I might warm up to it. We'll have to see. And that's the big thing, right? It's like we gotta warm up to the settings. Get our couple hands and get like a feel for the game before we give too big of like a yes or no to things, right?
I'm right there with you on Catalyst, man. That is Halo to a T. It's not a small map. It's medium sized, but it's symmetrical, right? It's perfect for CTF, and it's got that Forerunner aesthetic. It almost seems like it was plucked straight out of a Halo campaign, but designed specifically for intense competitive multiplayer. So big fan of seeing Catalyst back, and just a big fan of what Lucid's done with this, man. I mean, again, what a treat to have one of the best competitors in the world take a step back and provide other competitors with new opportunities to compete and shine. I mean, think about it. Halo Infinite has been around for 4+ years, and in a matter of just a couple days, Lucid has completely reimagined the landscape of competitive Halo. I cannot wait to get into the action.
And what's going to be really cool about this tournament, right, is all these things, all these changes are being realized. But we also have a different format to this tournament as well. We're going to be using Swiss. The reason why, right? So I'm a big fan of Swiss, but it's not necessarily like Swiss is for sure the best. But think about what the goal of this tournament is, right? And the idea is to get you playing on these settings as many games as possible. And that's what Swiss provides. So for anyone that's not aware, how Swiss works is all these teams are going to get matched up on a round-to-round basis. The first round is just if you have a 0-0 record, you're playing against someone that's 0-0. But after the first round, you'll have a record to your name. So all the 1-0 teams are going to go play 1-0 teams. All the 0-1 teams will play 0-1 teams, and continues on and on for 5 rounds. So if you're 0-4 at the end of 4 rounds, well, you're going to be playing against another team that's also 0-4. So you should have your most competitive game yet, right? And that's the idea, right? As the tournament goes on, you're going to have more competitive matches. You're going to be able to feel, you know, like that competitive vibe, and that's what I like about a tournament, right? The one thing I hate about tournaments, because I'm not the greatest player in the world, is that you know, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, Mikowski, with your Halo career, is that you just enter a tournament, you just get DFR, double first rounded, you play 2 matches. If it's a BO3, that's 4 games, right? We're not a huge fan of that. We want you to get as much Halo as possible. So you have this Swiss format to do that. After those 5 rounds, we're going to split into a top 4 playoff bracket. That's single elimination. And then those top 4 teams will compete. First place will get $600, second will get $400, and third place will have a consolation third place match. They're gonna go home with 4 GameSir G7 Pros, courtesy of GameSir. So yo, shout out. I mean, that's great for a pricing for like a Friday tournament with different settings. All this, that's awesome.
Dude, it's incredible. We're getting some bonus Halo. This is like overtime 3-on-3 hockey, and we're excited for it. So Garrett, going back to the Swiss format, so at what point are you knocked out of the tournament? You mentioned you could theoretically lose 4 series, which is twice the amount you would in a regular tournament. How far can you go before you finally get the yank?
But that's it, right? Until the end of round play. So you got 5 rounds. Wow. So at minimum, you can play 5. I mean, at maximum, you can play 5 games. That being said, once you lose a couple rounds, you aren't necessarily forced to stay in the tournament. You can always drop out if that's your choice, right? Because it doesn't have any implications after a while. So if you've lost, 3 games in a row, there's no shame in being like, hey, I just want to like kind of DQ out for the rest of the tournament. But I would implore you to play, because I think the benefit of Swiss, right, and the reason we play is to play matches, right? So like, yeah, I'd say play all 5 if you can. It's 5 rounds to get yourself to that end, and you'll get to play plenty of these settings if you do that. The other part, right, because we talked about the pricing, Mac. Well, I actually got big news from Lucid before we started. He actually had someone come to his chat. They donated $1,000 to give us our pricing, not for just the next LAN, but I mean, not for the next LAN, I'm sorry, for the next tournament, for the next 2 tournaments, because Lucid's gonna match that. So he's going to put up $500 again for the next tournament and the tournament after that. So we're guaranteed. We're locked in for another 2 thanks to that donation in chat. I think Lucid said, Lucid, if you can hear me, can you put the name of that person in our group chat? Because I definitely want to give them a big shout out. If we can, because I think that's huge, guys. Like the fact that people are like wanting to see this more, and like I think it's important for this not to be a one and done, right? Like we need to like really feel this out, change from tournament to tournament, see like what settings there possibly could be for the future of Halo Infinite.
I completely agree. There's not enough praise in the world to put onto Lucid, and I don't know who else. He can't be a one-man show in this, right? Obviously, he's got to support him on the broadcast side, but is he working with other forgers, designers, map level architects? I mean, if Lucid's taking this all on by himself, that is unbelievable. And for me, this is the hiatus here, but it's not to say that we don't have plenty of Halo, right? So I appreciate Lucid's forward thinking to change the game, change the rules of the game quite literally. Because this is the year to experiment. This is the year to try new formats like Swiss. This is the year to try new maps and routes and sandbox combinations. And maybe some of this makes its way into the official HCS standings in 2027. I would love to see that. In particular, with the Swiss format, especially maybe not for the champ bracket or the top 12 teams or pool play, but I think especially for open bracket, like you said, Garrett, I got a lot of bad memories in the 2000s of flying halfway across the country or all the way across the country and only playing 2 series. Happened every single tournament I went to. And so if the Swiss format were a thing, timing prohibited, right? Like I'm sure it might be a scheduling issue. I'm sure that could come into play. But I think every amateur competitor that shows up on Friday would love to know that they're guaranteed 4 series.
Yeah, the only problem with Swiss, right, and this is the unfortunate side part of it, is that every team has to be able to play around. So you need to have enough setups for everyone to sit down at once and play usually, right? Because you can't have like 2 matches that happen after a match. So that's sense. One thing though, like with, I think like DreamHacks are tapped at 32 teams. So theoretically, if you get 32 setups, right, like you can run a Swiss format, which I truly believe in my heart is like the best format. I did get word from Lucid. He said the chatter was the ADHD Santa. Shout out. I like the tag. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm really excited to see like the next tournaments in this series and what changes that we can make to the format as time goes on. Like one thing, you know, if we have 2 more guaranteed, I'm gonna get Lucid here because I'm gonna be like I like the BR. I can understand why people want to go to BR personally. Like even with playing it, I was like, I still like in my heart of heart know that like I personally prefer the Bandit, but I don't mind playing on BRs. I want to see a Bandit thrust start. Just once, right? Like let's get crazy with this. Let's do some Bandit thrust starts. Let's go back, like satisfy the H5 kid in me for one tournament. You see that's my end goal. But you know, maybe I gotta go dig in my pockets. You know, to get to the I'll get to the prize pool. I can change, you know, tiny little things. We'll see. But that's the big thing about this tournament, though, is that it's a living tournament, right? So if you have feedback after you played in this series, go to Lucid's chat during the week when he's doing these 8s, when he's forging these maps. Go make your feedback be known. That's the big part of this, right? Is so often it feels like in Halo, like choices are made without direct input. Like you don't get a chance to try these settings, to try new things out, and to see like what your opinion actually is. A lot of things that we say are just theoretical. We think this, but we actually haven't tried it or implemented it and seen if that's really the way to go. And that's what I really love about this tournament series, is that we're gonna have those options available to us.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you know, being a part of the LVT Halo broadcast, we get a chance to talk to all the different pros, and talking about thinking, I'd say 50%, maybe even more, thought that we should go back to BR starts. So in a year like 2026, where it's all grassroots, baby, let's try it out. And I wouldn't be opposed to completely changing the format next tournament and do a little Bandit thrust start just to appease the Halo 5 kid in you. I got a question to chat from Halo Thunder, who says, Mikowski, what team do you think is going to win the tourney? So Garrett, I'm going to actually toss it to you and have you run us through some of the teams, and then maybe we can start to make some predictions.
I think Decepticons is obviously one of the favorites out here. That's going to be Descendant, Trippy, Precision, and Talik on that team. That's going to be a very, very dangerous squad to keep your eye out on. But that's not the only competition that we have here, right? Team Breaking Shot, named aptly after their team leader here, is going to be Breaking Shot, Piggy, Yaxon, and Ezzo. And that's one where those are 4 players that I think are really, really strong in this tournament. What's really interesting to me is like, those are the 4 players that like their careers took off as the game continued on, right? As the Bandit meta got more and more established. I want to see them go back to the BRs, see like what have they learned with this long push through the Bandit meta, and can they apply it back to that BR meta where they weren't necessarily the biggest names in the scene. Another team that I have on my radar is going to be Legion Gaming. That's going to be Uzi and Zuzi, the twins that finally broke into that pro status in the final 2 tournaments of the year. They're going to be joined with Common and Little Gators on that squad. Look, this is a team that's been grinding it out, trying to get better and better and better. And now this is their time to prove it once again that they can compete. I would love to see some big upsets and potentially have them in our grand finals.
And it looks like we'll have them in our opening round of today's Lucid Evo $1,000 tournament. We'll be hopping on board here with Legion Gaming, Uzi Zuzi twins, alongside Little Gators and Common, who made hay last weekend in the DreamHack Open qualifier. I'm also really excited, like you mentioned. I can't wait to watch that Yaxon and Piggy squad. Those are 2 guys that I think a lot of people quickly forgot that we saw a 3rd place surge at the Halo World Championship. And Piggy wasn't on a team for quite a while. He had free agent tweets out as recent as a week ago, I want to say. So really happy to see that Yaxon has paired back up with his duo and teammate from that World Championship run, as it looks like we've got all 8 players set into the lobby. Readies from the side of LVT. And we'll just wait for the readies from the two teams as well. As we take a look at some of the teams competing here today, we've broken down a few of the favorites, but Garrett, let me ask you, do you have any dark horse favorites as well?
Dark horse, I think the dark horse to me actually comes down to the regions that we have competing. There's two very good teams from Latin America that are competing here today. I gotta go find their names, but I was looking over at
Noobs, right?
Yeah, I think Noobs is one of them, right? So that's gonna be Leor, Strikey, Magico, and then Atso, I believe. I think it's Atso. I'm not sure who the fourth is on that one, but that's a really, really strong team. And there's another team that has Pink Sakura on it that I think could be a very dangerous one. That's Quantica, which has Drift and Pink Sakura teaming up together on that team. So those are two that I'd be very curious about. I think they might be on that bubble contention, and if they can find an upset, potentially break into that top four.
All right, well, here we go. Taking a look at your series layout for the first opening round of today's tournament, and we're kicking it off with maybe not necessarily an old favorite, but an old map at that. This was the Season 1 exclusive, if you will, in Bazaar. Now, I know that some of the feedback that a lot of competitors and members of the community had were sort of the pigeonholed routes that you had to take through Bazaar, but what has Lucid done to open up the map, Garrett? You know, or are we going to find out together live as we kick off game one?
I think we're going to figure out what's gonna go. I honestly have no bold predictions as to what's gonna happen here, right? It's like I feel like everything is so up in the open, so I kind of want to see what just happens off the gate. One thing to note, we're on Bazaar, so with that being said, there's a couple routes that have been opened up, but notably you're gonna look to your bottom right. You see that doorway that they're coming through? It's been opened up for competition. We'll have to see how that routing changes things in the tournament today.
Oh, okay, there we go. We mentioned how a lot of the feedback around this map was that you got pigeonholed into taking a predictable route, but now with that one tiny door opening, the window is there for a much more intriguing match as Common pushes in with the overshield. He's already got a double. He's already on the run, and with 3 down for Team George, he's in the clear to get this one potentially back home, and I think he will after that kill comes through. Should be a quick 1-0 lead here for Legion.
And with that, you see Uzi getting lots of damage in, not quite able to get the double, but that should be enough for Common to bring this one back home. You see those opening kills going their way. Common gonna punch in this first flag. They're gonna go up 1-0, and you're already seeing that dominant position with the BRA. You get that high ground, you're able to look down onto players. You're gonna get so much damage. Right now, Uzi is thriving in Team George's base.
Susie running amok on the map just as Common did earlier. Gets the double, gets the third kill as well, but he trades out ultimately. But he does push up that line of scrimmage far enough into the base where we've already got another run.
You see that damage, getting great nade damage in. That should give it just enough room to get that flag out and away. Little Gators up and throwing that flag out. Big thing to note, right? The overshield's going to be coming up in a few seconds here. If NASCAT and the crew can maybe stall this out long enough, grab that overshield, that might be their potential to get this flag back home.
Both flags out, and the overshield is up in 5 seconds. It's going to be a dueling standstill between who can score first, get the reset, and who can grab this overshield. And before I can even finish my thought, the flag resets, and Legion quickly goes up 2-0. I think the overshield has been grabbed as well, but for now, Doozy going to utilize that grapple to get quickly into the back of the base and get another pull going. They are absolutely dominating in the first couple minutes.
Look at that nice 4-shot though. That might be enough to keep this one at bay. A couple players there. Common does have overshield, but it's not necessarily free to get the. Okay, let me take that. It's free when you hit shots like that. That's a nice little 4-shot there. NASCAT has a lot of work ahead of him to get there, and not going to be able to get that kill. Zuzi and Uzi teaming up with the cross map shots. They're going to be able to stop him and get that third flag back home. Legion going up 1-0 in the series fairly quick.
There it is. I love Common's awareness there after pulling that third and final score. Had a little bit of overshield left and knew that he could bull rush through the middle of the map, eat a couple of shots, and still get home back to safety. As we look back at a couple of the highlights, and Common was shooting straight as ever.
I see that. I mean, that's such a nasty 4-shot, but this is the key to, I think, being successful at the VR. You see that little cross map being lined up there with Uzi and Zuzi, just having those long range fights to help each other. That BR is so strong in those positions, right? When you get that longer distance between the two. That's one thing that I think is going to benefit a lot of the pro teams here, is that their teamwork is going to be next level, right? And I think that gets compounded when you use the BR because of how strong the team shot is with the BR versus the Bandit. And one simple reason for that, think about it this way, right? The Bandit takes 5 shots to kill, and although it's just the same time to kill, the BR is 4 shots. And if you have a teammate shooting at the same time, you only have to shoot twice a piece. The Bandit, you'd need, even if you had, both players shooting at the same time, you'd always need that 3rd shot to come through. Not the case with the BR. You can absolutely shred someone on the team shot.
That's a really good point. And if you're just tuning in, this is the Lucid LVT Evo Open #1. That's because we've already secured a couple more tournaments on the docket. $1,000 on the line and 4 GameSir controllers as well. So because of the Swiss format, the way this works is that we've randomly put all of these teams into their lobbies to start things off. Everybody's 0-0. But as we go throughout the day, everyone who's 0-1 will play another team that's 0-1. Everybody that's 1-0 play another team that's 1-0. So the competition is only going to heat up as we get further and further along the way. As we kick things off here with Charisma, he's already grabbed the camo, instantly procs it after taking down Uzi, and it's a nice start, keeping it close, 2-1.
And a couple things that are going to be different on this map, right? So when we get to the util side, you're going to see some nade jumps. You see that vent down at bottom mid, that's been opened up. There's a thrust at the very bottom of the map. I'm curious whether we're going to see anyone actually get down there and go for it. You're going to have repulses that are going to be available on this map. And when we get into the utility, I really want you guys to take a look at it. That's my favorite additions that have been made to the map. There's going to be some nades that are right within that utility door that not only, are you getting nade access there, but it acts as a skill jump to get up into that 2nd floor. That way you're not stuck on the bottom and having to go through open sight lines to get back to safety or to change your routing ideas, right? And I think giving that power and skill jumps is really cool. And look, George able to stay alive through the bottom vents.
Wow, there we go. It's not taking long to see some of the inspiration and vision of Lucid as he has completely redesigned competitive Halo within the Forge game mode, as George, the team's namesake, goes down, but it's still close, 8-8. This is a much better looking match in the first couple of minutes than it was before. Team George are up for the fight, it looks like, and there you go. You can see on the left, and the nades, that's the first I've ever seen that. The nade,
they're cool, man.
Platform is perpendicular on the wall. That's the first I've seen that as well.
It's really neat because that it acts as a skill jump itself. I was surprised no one ever thought about doing it that way, because you can jump on those nade platforms and get it up. I did misspeak a little bit earlier. Bottom mid, I believe there's plasma grenades at the very bottom of the map. Those are there because those repulses on the outside of the map, it gives you the ability to do those insta-explodes, right? So that's the benefit of going down through the vents. And then you have thrust back into the season 1 starting position, which I don't mind, because the thrust it's been heavily nerfed from what we saw in year 1. I don't mind it having it up more often on the map and having it available to both sides now, just because it's not as powerful as it was before. And I think even with the BRs, it becomes even less powerful than it was with the Bandit.
Previously 8-8, but after a 12-3 run for Legion Gaming, it is now a double-digit lead, just like that. We thought we were in for a little bit closer fight here, but Legion are starting to flex their muscles once again as Common drops on the front side of the fridge, goes down. Lanzy doing a great job playing his life, but eventually falls to Little Gator.
Common fell there, but I do think there's a case where if Common has a Bandit in his hands, I think he's much more confident on that reach out, because he knows that he just needs to hit one shot there to get that kill. But with the VR, the nature of it, like, one shot isn't necessarily guaranteed to do it when a player's weak, like, unless they're no shields, right? That's the only time you know for sure. Because the BR shoots 3 projectile bullets, if you hit one, the second one doesn't necessarily land, you're not guaranteed to get that kill. It makes it a lot more risky to take those aggressive 1v2 fights, even if you're up in shields.
Oh, Zuzi perfectly uses cover. You can see him eliminate his point of view from the opponent on the right, took that 1v1 with the opponent on his left and took it cleanly. Now has a little bit more camo left to work with, the high ground as well, but he decides instead to regroup with his teammates P1, and now they're swarming the courtyard.
Zuzi's like trying to find where these players have set up camp at, but so far on the bottom end of the map hasn't been able to find that. His teammates do though, and with those couple kills, Legion Gaming are rapidly approaching this end game, and with this collapse in, I just don't see really a path for them to come back. It's gonna get especially deadly if they're able to keep this stagger spawned up on Team George. I mean, look how aggressive little Gator's being into that front base. He's trying to get that pressure in before those spawns come in, but I don't think his timing was necessarily perfect there. You see that little lapse in time is actually starting to hurt Legion Gaming, as they didn't win out those trades outright.
Well, after just a few games, a couple to be exact, just 2 here throughout the day, I am really liking watching the battle rifle back in action. Something about that triplet sound, that audible, almost like triple bass if you listen to metal music, kind of reminds me of that a little bit. So big fan of seeing the battle rifle once again. This comment pushes back into the generator, 2v1, easily takes down 1. Zuzi turns it into 2 for the double kill, now turning to his left for the triple. The player escapes with enough shields to stay alive long enough to earn the trade, but that trade will not do much for him as they're down 46-21. Final moments here as Legion look to go up 2-0.
Sprinting into these fights, that'll be 5 in a row now for Common, and Common, he was a player that was very strong, I think, with that BR in his hands. I'm excited to see as this tournament continues on, as we see more competitive matches, how that might come into play. But so far, Legion Gaming just working their way through this match, pretty breezy for them. But that's to be expected with a team like Legion Gaming in round 1. It's the Swiss format, right? So as rounds continue on, as teams get those records more established, you're going to see more and more competitive games.
Yeah, absolutely. And this really just embodies the difference between professional Halo players and even amateurs who are maybe right there on the cusp, right? They can keep it close, maybe towards the halfway mark of the match, but eventually the cream rises to the top as Legion turn an easy 1-2-0 lead in this series. We'll head to Livefire up next, and Livefire, to kind of preview some of the changes that I've seen readily available on Twitter, is the removal of the S7 in favor of the Shock. Garrett, thoughts on that?
It's really interesting to me, right? Because it's and I think Lucid runs through his thoughts pretty well when you go watch him on stream, when he talks about some of the reasons that he's made changes to the maps. But the reality is, as like Shock Rifle is very, very good, but it's good in a different way than the S7 is, right? Like the S7 is so powerful on certain maps because of that one shot, like not even the one shot kill, but the one shot breaking shields, right? And on Livefire, long open sight lines with BRs, right? If you have a sniper that's not even necessarily hitting heads, but tapping bodies, and you have a well-oriented team, like it could be a very snowbally and very like overwhelming. If you force the Shock Rifle on the map and say, hey, like you need to hit the headshot or else it's not guaranteed, I think you're gonna have to see a higher level of play on the end, on the micro level from players. The other thing to know is there's a lot of sandbox to go around. One thing you're gonna see is that Mangler on a pad over there to the left. That's gonna be on a 2-minute timer. I'm gonna be curious to see how teams perform with that in their hands. Treating the Mangler as a power weapon, I think, is very, very interesting, and we'll see how it plays out. The other thing to note, at the back of green, I believe, is gonna be the I'm gonna say this weapon. I doubt you've seen it. Nice shot, Gators. If I say the Avenger, do you know what I'm talking about?
I do not.
You don't know what the Avenger is?
And what is that?
Bro, fake Marvel fan.
School me,
right, boys?
School me right now.
It's the SMG, 60 bullets in the chamber. That's it. No, I don't believe there's a second mag to it. So it's just the 60 bullets that you get. And dude, that thing can shred, but it's only good for like 1-2 kills at most. So it's a very interesting mechanic. The other thing you'll see on the map, I believe there's still a QT that can be picked up as well. So there's a lot of like little things on the map to be picked up. There's a sidekick that's replaced the noob combo on the underneath the tower as well, so that you have parity with the new with the sidekick over on sandbag side. And then I believe the noob combo got moved to bottom mid, if I'm correct. But yeah, we'll have to see the maps, right? It's like I'm doing this from memory right now. One thing you could do is if you go to Lucid's YouTube channel, he does have a video where he like walked through all the changes that he made on the map, which is very helpful if you're competing in the tournament today.
Got a chance to see that shock rifle off the start, and Little Gators put it to work. Nice no scope, and then seemed like right afterwards we had a player lag out for Team George. So we'll take a quick sec and continue to riff and raff on the changes that Lucid has made to competitive Halo. And my God, I love the fact that he's embracing the Halo sandbox. It's always been one of the strong suits of Halo. It's got one of the best sandboxes in all of FPS shooters. And traditionally in competitive Halo, the sandbox is a little bit more limited, right? You try to limit as much cheese as you can, but I love the idea that we're giving the Mangler another chance. We've got the SMG back from what feels like the Halo 2, Halo 3 ODST era as well, as we are back in the mix on live fire. Comment already has the oddball. Actually tinks the grenade like it was a sticky. It lands at the feet of his opponent, and he earns the easy nade shot. Wow.
Yeah, it's like a soccer player dribbling it. Ooh, whoa! Right off the bat, it's the 3-shot. Little Gators, yeah, Little Gators might be in the post chat saying, "Oh, we can't have this back." Just got demolished from that Mangler off spawn. That was fun, dude. That's the one thing about the Mangler, man. That thing punches when you're able to hit that perfect kill. Yo, is this like an all-Canadian? Dude, this is like an all-Canadian BR, by the way. Shout out to the Olympics happening right now. I know Zuzi's not like a Canadian, but dude, that BR looks like it has like the Canadian maple leaf on it. I was like, holy, that's sick. I got the Olympics on my mind.
What a great day. It's Friday. The weekend is nigh upon. You've got the Olympics to watch. You've got competitive Halo to watch here on LVT as Legion get out to another strong start here with 25 seconds to their name as George. Limited in life resources. 2 of his teammates are down. Is he trying a new skill jump there?
He's trying to do, yeah, there's a skill jump right there. He tried it for the first time. So that's one where it might take a second to get used to. It's not necessarily like a super hard jump, but does require a little bit finesse. And that's the thing, like, not everyone's gonna have like a ton of experience with the map yet, and those are jumps that are just gonna become easier as time goes on. But I will say, for the pro players in the bracket, like, those are jumps that are gonna be, I think, pretty second nature to them, because they understand like the mechanics on a fundamental level, just like how Common understands how to get overkills. Am I right? He might turn this one into a kill-tacular. He has his target. Come on, is it gonna time out? No! Oh, the Mikowski!
Oh, he called bank, but like a rebound off the rim, LeBron goes up and just dunks it off the rebound. It looked like that turned into an assist ultimately for Common, but it was atrocity in our hearts.
Enemy has the ball.
We might be witnessing an atrocity, am I right? 70-2. Legion Gaming getting in good work here, and you see, oh, yo, Nascat against the Mangler was able to come out on top in the gunfight there. The help comes in time. He only has 1 bullet left in that Mangler to use. It's good enough for a 1 shot. Ooh.
Wait, oh my, bro, Uzi Zuzi, straight out of Dragon Ball Z, fused together, and I assume that that member of Team George, I think it was George himself, thought he was fighting a 1v1, and then the twins split and took him down. That was actually kind of sick.
The twin split is crazy.
The twin split.
We see shock rifle going over to Team George. I'll try to point out some more of these jumps and changes as we pass by.
Carbine?
You did see the carbine on the right side. The reason for that, right, is that way you don't have to commit so heavily into that big door push, especially with BRs on the map, right? It's like, it can feel very punishing to have to go to that far wall. So pushing it onto that right wall, I think is a good change. And also, like, that carbine on those long distance fights are going to be really, really powerful, right? So it feels good to pick it up in that spot and be able to use it right away.
Yeah, love it, man. By my count, after just 1 round, there's 3, maybe even 4 weapons that we have never seen before on live fire. In here today, all courtesy of Lucid and Common. No courtesy in his mind. He has been ripping faces all throughout the series. I don't know. I don't think he's missed a shot.
Right on cue. See that box there? That's so you can jump on the front side of screens, but that round will be over here and now. 1 more to go. You see the Avenger into the hands of Little Gators there. We didn't get to see it too much in the gameplay yet, but we did see plenty of this from Common. Just perfect kills, overkills, whatever Common wanted, he got that game.
Yeah, you know Common's feeling himself, because 99.9% of the time you cast or curse him when you start talking about how phenomenally he's playing, and he just said, oh, watch me do more of that. as he is sitting pretty at 14, 4, and 5. A little bit of oddball time to his name as well as Uzi pushes into A, and the aggressiveness is too strong for Nascast.
I see the Mangler up into the hands of Common. He wants to go hunting here. Look, only one chamber, right? So you get 8 bullets in this. It's not a ton. Oh, did you get that? No. I swear the spikes are so deceptive on like whether you get the hit or not. The one thing also to note about a Mangler or any of those edge weapons is that the beatdown damage is a little bit higher than any other 2D gun.
Well, no questioning that one. That's stuck unicorn to the forehead of George, and Common is multitasking at a high level here, earning slays and more time for his team as we're seeing more of the same from Legion Gaming. The strong start from the very beginning has continued all the way into Game 3. They're eyeing a series sweep.
That double kill for Uzi. He's going to find that Mangler on the ground. The other thing to note, over on the key door, you can jump from both sides of the door now as well. You added a button. I'm trying to see, maybe you can see it past the oddball's head. But one thing to note, right, so it's going to make it a little bit more accessible to hit that jump. It's still a very, like tough skill jump that you're going to need to know how to do, but I love the addition of skill jumps, and we did see Uzi 3 perfect shots with the Mangler in the feed. Yeah, I expect to see a lot of stars in the high-level lobbies with that Mangler, right? I mean, that thing is so powerful, and make the most of it when you're able to pick it up off its spawn.
Just as a Halo nerd, I just love the idea of theory crafting, and while the Mangler was certainly a little OP when we first saw it in Season 1, maybe it never deserved to leave the arena. It just needed to be tweaked a little bit. It only needed 1 round in the magazine, no chance to reload. You're limited to what, 8-9 shots, and seems to be fairly balanced from what we've seen so far. Both teams have been making headways with it as Legion Gaming continue on their reign of terror. 45 and rolling to nothing for Team George. Wow.
Uzi picked up the Mangler, and this is the thing that I don't think gets talked a lot about the Mangler, and probably the second, it's like the secondary reason to pick it up. The one-shot beatdowns were so powerful back in the day, but the reality of the Mangler is that that thing chips damage from very far away, right? It's because it's 2 shots to break a shield, so you're essentially doing half shield damage with 1 shot, right? Double beatdown Mangler getting used effectively in those close quarter positions, right? So I think the way you just saw it used for that primary, that's the primary way, that double kill, close beatdown range, that's how you're really going to use the Mangler. But it's also a very effective team shotting weapon because of how much damage it does if you hit a shot. And these players are very adept at hitting some of these long range shots with the Mangler. So I'm very excited to see, is there any more balancing that needs to be done with it? How do players feel after this tournament? Because I think you're going to see a large dose of the Mangler on this map in particular.
Yeah, and I just love the thought process of traditionally when a player loses their ammo, they're dropping the weapon, right? They're picking something else up, or they've just completely put that in the back pocket. They forget about it. But with the Mangler, because of that sharp-edged knife at the front of the weapon, get a little bit of that extra melee damage, and you might see some players opt for it in close proximity, despite not having any ammo. Not much time left here as Legion Gaming just a few seconds away from securing the series sweep. Moving on to 1-0 in the Swiss bracket.
And Azcat giving the challenge there. No other options as this one is over. Uzi with a 22 and 10 stat line to end. Common matching it basically with a 21 and 10 stat line. Those two seem to be understanding the game, and I think we're going to see the Common overkill once again here. Mikowski, this is clean.
Just perfect awareness. He even had to have had some comms, right? The players on the camo alerted Common to that, and then it looked like his teammate up at the top snipe tower alerted him to the overkill, and there's the potential killtrocity that was just a nanosecond off.
We're 1 series in. I think Lucid's listening, so Lucid, when you're ready, let us know in the chat or whatever. I think we're gonna talk to him for at least just a second. I want to get his first initial thoughts. We're 1 series in, right? So let's check in with Lucid when we get a chance and kind of see what he thought of this first one, if it's playing out the way that he thought it was. Man, we did see some highlight plays in the Mangler here.
That was sick.
The Uzi double was sick here.
Hello, gentlemen.
Dang.
Oh, we got him.
How's it going?
Here. Woo. Yeah, I gotta say a quick 3-0, but I feel like we got to see, I think, the vision of what you wanted on a lot of these maps. I think I want to start with Live Fire in particular, because I felt like that was the most that we saw the sandbox utilized. What'd you think about it? Even though it was a quick, 2-0, like just your initial thoughts after seeing it in play with some high level players for the first time.
I mean, it's good to, I was talking about it with my own chat, but it's pretty good to kind of see just the expression back in a bit more. That's obviously the goal with a lot of it. And it's still trying to find that balance, which, I mean, with the Mangler so far, it didn't seem like I was seeing like kill after kill after kill constantly in the kill feed or just generally on the stream. So it didn't seem like it was super chaining into like super oppression like we kind of felt in the first year of the game. Obviously leading to its like GA. But obviously, I do still wish the Mangler melee, because the one-shot melees is still a little ridiculous. But if there's, I still feel like there's the right balancing act that could be created with making sure it still is a true power weapon, which I kind of felt that way watching it at least.
It'd be so interesting if you could, if Forge allowed you to put like restrictions on a weapon where, like, imagine a Mangler, but you can't beat down with it. It's like, it's just like
crazy.
It'd be like a damaged chunk machine. But it's like, but you cannot. It's like you have to press Y to beat down. Would be such an interesting like design space for a weapon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was actually talking with it. Unicheck showed up, kind of talking about maybe there's some way with scripting in Forge, and talking with Timmy Forges, who I've been working with him on a lot of this stuff as well. We might have to look into that too, because again, this is all, from the ground up. So this is going to be probably some of the scrappiest some things will be, in terms of like, we're going to try and keep reaching a bit further with, some balancing and certain weapons and certain locations and timings and whatnot. But I mean, still put a lot of work into it initially to try to keep it competitive to start out with.
Lucid, great catching up with you, my man. I know the last time we had a long sit down was on the podcast, and it felt like the bulk of that conversation revolved around the sandbox and different GAs and your thoughts and opinions on it. Was that part of the inspiration to take this on yourself? Was that you already had a pretty good idea based on the conversation we had last year of what you wanted competitive Halo to look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is just, I'm going to die in the hill, and I feel like I would have a lot of unsung support of, obviously there's not the droves and droves of people watching and playing Halo right now, but I think the vast majority of people think of Halo, they think of everything. Like, they think of the sandbox, they think of the energy sword, they think of the BR, at least from a competitive standpoint too, and then like, you're scavenging, you're picking up. And, in most casual playlists, people are using ARs and pistols or whatever in a lot of different Halo titles. And then they're picking up the BR, they're picking up the DMR, they're picking up all these different things. And I always appreciate having a utility weapon to start out with, but I still feel like the general feel of what makes Halo is still to find those upgrades. You have those neutral, even starts to duke it out to get those upgrades, even if it's a little bit smaller, or it is that S7 or rocket launcher or cinder shot or Mangler, whatever it is. And still trying to keep that balance as well on top of it. Certain weapons are way more valuable than others on the map, so I still think that makes Halo, and I'm working on it. And I feel like I'm seeing some good things so far, and definitely got to see more with some properly balanced teams.
That's to come later in the tournament, right? As these top teams will get their teeth into each other. I'm very excited about that. One thing to note, we have the scores starting to come through, some 3-0s starting to trickle in, so we're gonna wait till those ones all finish out. One thing I wanted to ask you, Lucid, about that last round is anything that you saw that you were like, okay, like maybe something that you didn't see that's on the maps that you want people to think about how they can implement it into their gameplay, things that like just some of the players might not be aware of yet that's on these maps.
Absolutely. I mean, it comes down to mostly just the skill jumps that have been added around the maps. And some people maybe watch the video. I would say probably plenty haven't. Or even if they have, it's just like, you're in the middle of the game, you're in the middle of the fight, you hear your comms, you see certain weapons up. So then your brain just kind of tracks back to what you casually have been doing in Halo Infinite for so long, to just go for those things the way you know how to. So just keep your eyes open, keep your eyes out, and there's a lot more available around the map to get up to certain heights and do some crazy outplays. Just keep looking for it.
I saw George. I think he tried to hit the jump from bottom mid to top mid, and I was like, you should have tried it again, right? Because it's like, it's like,
yeah, absolutely. That's the one thing too. Is like if you miss the jump, keep trying. Like some are definitely harder than others, but for the most part, I try to still make them pretty accessible, especially that like bottom mid jump and even the key door. The live fire in general is like it's really not that hard, but you do have to practice it. So in between some matches, if you guys have some downtime, any of you all listening or playing. Check out the maps, just look them up and hop around and get them sorted so you can actually use them in gameplay.
I gotta ask about...
actually...
Oh, no, you go ahead, McCaskey. Mine's a little off tangent, so I want to make sure you get yours in first.
Well, no, on that note, yeah, that's one of what I enjoyed from that first series, Lucid, was like, I go back to when I get, old biased, I go back to the classic Halos and when I was competing, and part of what I loved about Halo at that time is that you were... motivated to just go into a custom game and run around the map with your teammates. And with all of the changes and additions that you've made, this is something you definitely have a lot of fun on, is just loading up a game with nobody shooting at you. I want to ask, because you've made so much progress in a couple weeks, and you mentioned Timmy Forges. Not surprised that you teamed up with one of the best forgers in the game, but what kind of team have you put together to do this? I mean, this is a much larger undertaking than I think people give it credit for.
Oh, I mean, the vast majority of it is literally just me. And then I've talked with Timmy Forges, like I mentioned. Like, he's helped me with some of the technical things and giving me some insight to help me just learn Forge as well, pretty much from the beginning. He's been showing up to a lot of the streams. So, and then I've been manually doing a lot of the sandbox layouts and all that.
You've been the one in Forge changing, doing all of this?
Yes.
Wow.
And then I also have, on all the maps right now, I have Timmy Forges as a collaborator, so then he is able to also tweak. It's like but right now, I think most of the maps have a pretty good pass-through. We actually also, as a side note, have added like little blockers around a lot of edges on like doorways and things where, frustratingly, grenades would bounce backwards at you in the game. We've tried to add in a lot of common areas around the map, so that does not happen. Like, instead, they should bounce forward like you think they are. And maybe even they bounce a little bit too far, but I'd rather that happen than them bounce back at you, and it literally does not feel like a grenade should ever bounce back at your feet on a lot of these maps. So that's something that's really subtle, but I know I've always been really frustrated with, and I know a lot of other, especially competitive players, have been frustrated. Like, I'm literally looking straight down at my feet, and a grenade's bouncing backwards when I'm trying to nade while I'm one shot running around a corner trying to save my life. And something even like that, to me, definitely has helped a lot, and I've been doing a lot of pass-throughs, and there's definitely more to do for a lot of different little tweaks like that.
It's very impressive. I think one of the most legendary professional Halo player forgers was Scoobmeister, and really Scoobmeister alone with that aimbots map, which he almost by necessity had to make so he could get some good practice over in Australia. But you've definitely entered the ranks as one of the top forgers from that professional side of the community. Let me ask, is your plan to ever compete in one of these? Do you see more of yourself in an ambassador role, trying to grow the game and get more people involved in Halo, especially from the casual side?
Yeah, I mean, that is mostly the goal, especially right now, is to just try to get some more quick, radical changes to just have, these tournaments that at least puts a little bit more of a spotlight on it. And if things just kind of are kicking and going along and things are looking really good and we're keeping things consistent, then maybe I'd hop in just to play it for fun, basically, just to try it out myself. But for the most part, I really just want to make sure it's up and running and people are enjoying it, or kind of taking in, even without people telling me their feedback, kind of seeing how it plays out and just kind of judging how the games are going, basically, so I can maybe even go back in the future after these tournaments and make some additional changes.
Yeah, I'd say the changes I think have been really fun to witness. I gotta ask about the Aquarius, because I think it was fun to see someone go bottom middle and survive. I thought that was cool to see.
Yeah.
But the one that I really love about the map, and I was wondering how you came to the idea of it, because I was like, I'd never seen it tried before, but it's putting those grenade pads on the wall. Like, I was like, where did the inspiration of that come from? Because I think that might be like the design space I want to see implemented more and more often. It's so cool to be like, okay, like, yeah, you can have nades here, and the nades can act as a skill jump to get you where you need to go. I think it's super sick.
Absolutely. And that's the one thing too that I forgot to mention as like basically a generalized collaboration is with my chat, because I've been doing all this live on stream a majority of the time. And so I'm kind of like doing a lot of my ideas. I'm doing a majority of it, and then somebody mentions like they'll in my own chat is like, yo, what if we had this in this place? What if we had the grenades on the wall instead? And as soon as someone said that, because I was like, I kind of want nades in gen. That was like the first thing I said. And I was like, but where do I put them? Because then it's like, oh, if you do it here, maybe they can remote detonate or do this or that. And it's like, well, maybe you could put it on the wall. And then as soon as somebody said that, I was like, oh, I actually kind of like that idea. And I was like, oh, and maybe you can jump off of it. Like, that'd be kind of cool, because I always liked the idea of maybe getting up top a little bit faster by some means. And that just felt like a natural, immediate collaboration of the ideas to instantly lead to that. That's kind of just been the beauty of a lot of this too, is like I've definitely had some ideas, like for example with Recharge, the idea of having the alternating power-ups on these separate sides of the map, that came from somebody in my chat. Shout out to Nick, Nick my dude, and he was the one that mentioned that. I was like, you know what, I'm down to do that. It's kind of like what we had with like Empire, for example, in Halo 5, and there's never been a map like that in Infinite, so let's try it, let's do that. And so far I think the maps have played pretty well. We've had some different iterations of it. It was pretty unbalanced at the start, but now it's like I think a little bit better, and we're gonna kind of see how it plays out.
What'd you say his Twitch name was? Because you said it was Nick, right?
Yeah, it was Nick, my dude. That's
wait, no, but like, what's his tag?
His tag? I don't actually know. I'm saying that's his Twitch name.
Wait, what's his Twitch name?
Nick, my dude.
No, but like, no, like I get like Nick's like he's your dude, but like, what's his?
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Garrett, this was going swimmingly well. I'm actually upset. We're gonna have a talk after this.
No,
Lucid, let's get this back online. Let's have a little bit of professionalism. Let's again just celebrate the collaborative community effort this is, and just the idea that you could be watching Lucid stream and suggest something and then see it in the game 5 minutes later. That's really cool. I want to specifically focus on what I think kind of was the catalyst, no pun intended, since you brought that map back, but what really seemed to kick off these Evo settings was that Twitter clip, the forbidden skill jump run with the flag. It's damn near gone viral on Twitter with 150,000 views. How did that come to be? Like, what was the inspiration for that? Was that something that you always wished in a grand finals against FaZe you could do, or did this come about more recently?
No, that type of clip, I didn't even try to like set it up in any particular way, but that was like one of the first. Besides setting the snipers to have reduced ammo on Forbidden, I know the main thing that people always had gripes with, myself included too, and I completely understood, was like, oh, Forbidden is a map that it just doesn't really have enough routes. Like, it feels pretty locked up and like it's pretty linear and blah, 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 which obviously it does. And a lot of the maps in Infinite do, to be fair. So, you know, adding an extra something to it and, you know, adding a bottom mid layer that connects the two sides of the map felt pretty natural. And then like, as soon as I started forging it, I was like, you know, I even got the idea from Catalyst, because I added some jumps on Catalyst where you have to, they're pretty simple jumps, but, you know, maybe you fall to your death if you miss it. So like that adds an extra layer of like pressure to actually hit it properly. And I immediately thought something similar here, and I like the way that, you know, the edges poke out, the platforms poke out bottom mid. It accomplishes a bunch of goals. It kind of has like, it's not necessarily the hardest of skill jumps, but the pressure of making sure you don't fall is like, I think, cool enough that immediately added that in. That was like one of the first things that I did on that map.
I do like the advanced Twitter trolling that you're doing there, where it's like you just put that out there. You didn't give any context or anything, and like the amount of like high level like pro players were like, whoa. They're like, where was this all last year? I was like, I was genuinely laughing to myself, because I was like, there's 100% gonna be someone in matchmaking that's just like gonna do that, is gonna die, and then their teammates are just gonna start ragging on them.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been seeing plenty of that.
I saw it on Twitter. Oh man, I loved it. We're getting close to the end of the rounds here, which I'm very excited to see about the next setup. You know, a lot of 3-0s early on, but you know, early in a tournament, that's what we are going to see. I want to actually go through into round 2 real fast, and while we have you here, Lucid, I want to see what you think people should be on the lookout for on the maps that we're going to be playing. So round 2, it's going to be Streets, Recharge, Solitude, Aquarius, Livefire. But on Streets, what are some of the changes that you made on Streets, and what should we be expecting to see in round 2 here?
Yeah, the largest change on Streets right now is the side alley, where there is now a sentinel beam, which obviously we had the sentinel beam on the map originally in the first year of the game, or 2 years even, and that alley is now open towards purple side of the map. There is now a sentinel beam that spawns on a weapon pad. I believe it's set to a 2-minute timer with one clip to kind of balance it out. But it kind of gives you a separate route to approach cafe, or vice versa to approach sub from those two, locations. That's probably the biggest change. Might need to figure out some balancing with it. It's a little bit busted, so use it keep tabs on that if you're trying to make some routes with ball for this Friday's tournament currently. But Sentinel Beam's back in. There's a few jumps to access top sub now from the front of the front of sub and in the inside of sub. It's kind of hard to explain it just without showing the video, but there's a couple access points to get you from down low to up top that instead of like you have to go to the back of sub to go to that one singular hallway, or you have to have a repulse to get to top sub, there's now a means of like you hit the jump, you can get up top. Stalker has now been moved to a central weapon pad in the middle of market as well, instead of it just being like a quick, easy access grab.
Nice.
In secret in Red Room to kind of treat it like a true power weapon like it is. And there's also a security camera jump to get to the top of Heaven Ledge on the outside of like the dead end that is there as well.
Very cool. Talk to us a little bit about Recharge, Lucid. I loved what you've done with all of these maps that we've seen for 4+ years now. These are the staples from year one, the maps that have never left the rotation, but now they feel brand new. What should we expect out of Recharge?
Yeah, with Recharge, I kind of mentioned it earlier in passing of the current layout is completely changed. There is now camo spawning where Shock used to be, and there's an overshield spawning on the old sword platform in the back of C. They also have a delayed spawn, so you can't just bum rush them off the rip, because we kind of ran into some issues where long haul spawned auto got the overshield whenever they spawned into the game. But they should be on alternating platforms. Camo is very strong right now, I'll just say, in the current landscape. So that's on a 3-minute timer, I believe. And then OS spawns every 2 minutes. And then there is a skewer bottom mid currently as a central power weapon to fight over in place of where camo used to be. And the idea too, with a lot of what I wanted with Recharge, was to create a reason to actually feel the need to push towards blue. Rather than, the pure standoff gameplay that we would always get of, get to gold, get to A, we should lock up and never move. Play style that I feel like really, even though I think Recharge is a pretty good map, that element of it was very dry, I think, and we've had it the entire time. So now there's a reason like, okay, well, if you're a team that's never going to leave your setup, you are leaving the window open to potentially, you're not going to grab the skewer easily, or you're not going to grab the OS easily. You might need to leave the setup consciously, or you need to hold and prepare. Like, these guys are going to push you with something that gives them a chance to actually break. That's been the biggest downside to Recharge, is like it feels really oppressive to actually make that push out of that side of the map. That was like really the biggest turning point in my mind for Recharge. That was really necessary. And besides that, there's new jumps. There's a new jump on the outside of top tower to kind of connect the top window to the top bridge, the top A catwalk, just for some sweet little outplays. There's a new jump up in the Mangler pit to get to mid bridge, and there's also a new jump basically to match the computer screen on the tower inside of Turbine, just to kind of create some symmetry for that. But the top tower jump on the outside of it especially is like one of my favorites.
Well,
there's a jump satisfying when you hit it, by the way. It's like when you get it's like a little bit harder, but it's really nice when you do hit it.
Well, Lucid, you uploaded a fantastic video to YouTube. It's My Plan to Save Halo, which we'll link into the LVT chat right now so you guys can watch that in your free time. But talk to me outside of the X's and O's, outside of the sandbox and the strategy and the actual scripting and forging. What does it mean to you to take on this role from almost like more of like an emotional and like a nostalgic level?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, because my thought process right now too with all of this, and shout out to everyone in my stream and LVT stream currently as well, watching, playing, participating. The idea is to bring back a little bit more of the like community interaction and direction that old Halo used to have, and in my mind really should have more influence than we really have, especially with Halo 5 and Infinite. And shout out to HCS for being such a great program and support, but I do feel like the community really should have a larger hand to play. That's not to say like, oh, I need to be that, but just to show that it can just be one person to make an impact and to make changes, and it can be all of us to kind of give that feedback and create something that is fresh and exciting. It's like, I'll just say this, like if there's something that feels completely wrong and terrible on the map right now, by next weekend, if we had a tournament, which we don't, but if we had a weekend tournament ahead of us, I could change that literally today and it's ready to go next tournament. Whereas like that sort of pipeline of timeline is just so bogged down, where if there's something that's super frustrating in the gameplay loop, that it just doesn't get addressed for months and months and months, or an entire season, for us competitive players especially. So the idea is to bring back the like sort of direction and agency that the actual community has, and to add new, to create, to actually build into it a lot more.
Waiting on the final rounds and matches of round number 1 here. If you're just tuning in, this is LVT Halo. We've got Lucid in the Discord with us, picking his brain and really peeling back the wig, if you will, as to his inspirations and thoughts with this Evo Halo that he's created alongside Timmy Forges. And like you said, other members of the community. And with that thought and the community feedback that you've taken, I saw a great note from Crux in your chat, Lucid. It says, what if you created a custom weapon to get an even better railgun feeling? Would that be possible? And I assume that would delve into the scripting side of Forge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, is like, even with the BR starts currently, it is sort of the nostalgia trip of like, I know a lot of people miss it. There are plenty of elements about the BR that I want to change. There's plenty of elements I would want to change about the Bandit and the Skewer, or any of these things, these elements that we're bringing back into the game that haven't been there or have never been there. So it's going to be more testing. It's going to be more tweaking. We're going to try to figure out what we can actually truly accomplish. And that's really the goal. That is what I would like to do, because I know there are some things, and some people even that maybe aren't even participating are like, oh, they see a Mangler on Live Fire and they're like, there's no way I'm playing this right now. Some people might even think that, some at least competitive players even. And obviously the goal is like to still balance it in a way that's like, it is still tried and true Halo, at least what I think of what tried and true Halo is, of introducing the entire game or keeping the entire game involved, but to still keep it competitive. So especially scripting with custom weapons is what we're going to maybe eventually try to look into and figure out if that's even possible.
Ooh, looks like this game is actually going to go into a game 5. I wonder if we can maybe steal our observer into there real fast. Might have to sneak it. If they get it started, then it's all good.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it's gonna be kind of hard to cut into these guys right now that are already in the middle of the series.
I know, right?
You know all about that, right, Lucid?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not too worried about checking the face of chat when I'm going to game 5. I'll be real with you.
That's where we just like, we'd be like, okay, add him on the friends list. See, like how do you, like, you just jump in and you're like, dude, it's like we've been here the entire time. Oh, look at that, bro. Louis in.
Lucid, you wanna hop in and provide some commentary for this game 5 with us?
Sure. I'll stick around.
Have you casted before? I gotta ask, because it feels like you're doing everything right now in Halo, from competing to forging. Have you ever casted before?
My most direct casting that I've done was at Kansas City back in year 1. That was like the one last time where I was like kind of doing something like that, because we had like the KC LAN, like pre-LAN thing that they were doing, and I did a little bit of that, and people were enjoying it. So I've done some sort of casting, little bits.
Love it, man. Well, even if you haven't casted before, you've played more Halo at a higher level than all of us combined. So your thoughts and insights are going to be very much appreciated as we get set for a game 5 here. Ranked Slayer on Solitude, is it?
Yeah, Solitude.
It is looking like that, yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that.
You saw that, Lucid. I want to make sure real fast, because I know you're going to be on a delay. I did pop up like a live feed for you, so you're not like super delayed.
Yeah, I got you. It might be kind of weird for my own stream to figure out how to kind of get it set up in a way, but trying to figure that out.
We'll try it, but maybe we'll have you like you don't need to do any heavy play-by-play lifting. Let's like maybe put it that way. But we'll be a little bit more casual with it. Because I know like for Lucid stream and for us, it's like it'll be a little bit more difficult for them. So I'm just putting it out there. Like, don't expect like play-by-play Lucid here, guys. We're gonna be a little bit more vibey with it. But go ahead, Mikowski. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good, man. Hey, you can never be too late or too early with thoughts from a an MVP. So whenever you want to tell us what you're thinking, Lucid, steal the mic from me and Garrett. We're just a couple of fumbling buffoons. So we will lend the floor to you, my man, because we can't wait to hear your thoughts in action. We're about to dive into a Game 5 here in not winners round 1, but round 1 of the Swiss format. We're going to get the team names up on the left and right. That way we can keep you guys in the mix with that. And how cool is this, man? Lucid, the ambassador for Evo Halo. He has completely revolutionized the way we play competitive Halo, and now he's about to dive into a live match, a Game 5 no less. So get ready for that.
Should be a good one.
Good one. Whisper will get over to, you see now this, what like when you go to observer mode, like what can we do as casters to encourage you guys to flip over, you know, because I always want to try to get this from the pro players, because, you know, the second you guys go to observer, this is what happens, right? We're waiting on Game 5, and then the chat's like, yo, why haven't you guys started the game yet? And I'm like, okay, yo, let me get over and do that thing real fast. Let me go switch these guys onto their, you know, I'm not saying, like, there are some pros that are a little bit more cavalier with getting over to observe. I'm sure you're familiar with them. Look, Outcast is saying, look, we're ready. They're like,
I know,
get over.
There's just there's no getting away from it, because some people, they're just walking away from their setup to do a quick little jog around the house. Some people are getting like a bite to eat real quick, or a little snack or some water, going to the bathroom. So I don't know if there's much like the observers can really do, honestly. It's kind of just the natural course of how these situations go, which sometimes it's really quick, and a lot of times it is not quick at all. So I understand it.
My thing is, I think you get 1 minute in between games, right? And then every 15 seconds after that minute you've gone over, I think you should give up 1 kill to the opposing team. So if it's a Slayer, it's like, okay, 15 seconds over, that's you're down 1. You gotta get, you know, 49 deaths now, 48 deaths, right? We keep it counting, and then, you know, I don't know how much time that is, but eventually, like, you know, you just give yourself a handicap.
To be honest, I don't know if that would work well over with a lot of players.
No,
you
don't think they'd like that idea?
It's not that I don't like it, but I think, you know, I wonder if there's anything else. Like, I really don't know if there's anything.
I think you'd like have the game
handicap
start by
to create,
itself.
but
I think you have to have like a thing where it's like you get put into a tournament realm, and then it's like you had 3 minutes on the clock or whatever, and it's like at 3 minutes, like hard starts the game, and it's like if you're not there, you're not there. But even then, it's like what people have stuff to do, like things.
Yeah,
happen, right?
that is the slippery slope with it, because sometimes people do just have the craziest things come up or just interject that causes the slowdown dramatically.
I was like, we've been getting a lot of gifted subs. I don't know if you've been getting a lot of gifted subs today, Lucid. I think there's like a lot of excitement.
Oh yeah, it was going crazy earlier. Like we already talked about it with ADHD Santa donating $1,000 to, you know, towards the future tournaments that we can hopefully put together even more so. And it looks like we have all 8 players ready too.
Yeah, all 8 players finally getting in. I want to give a big shout out to the Pev Not. Hopefully I said your name right. Sorry if I didn't. 5 get the subs to the channel. Thank you very much. One thing to note, guys, 3rd place today is gonna get 4 GameSir G7 Pros. That's a big shout out to GameSir for providing those controllers as prizing. I think they really liked the idea of the tournament, and they're like, yo, like, how can we support? So you know, big shout out to them. One thing you guys can do, you know, show some love to those that show love to the scene right now. If you go to GameSir or !GameSir in our chat, you can get 5% off your next order with code LVT at the GameSir website. So if you go to GameSir at checkout, just use code LVT and you will get yourself 5% off your next order.
All right, here we go. Game number 5 in the Lucid LVT Evo Open number 1. $1,000 on the line and a chance to move into the Swiss round 2 bracket with a 1-0 mark on your board as Storm and Cat Smile face off in a do or die game 5.
Very interesting to see how the teams use thrust in this map right now.
Yeah, where is the thrust? Is it in the same spot as before, or is it slightly moved here?
No, there are 3 instances of spawns of thrust on this map right now.
Wow,
that's
really bringing back the H5 in tools here.
Yep, that was the goal. They do have a reduced charge though. There's only 2, not 3 on each one.
Okay,
that's an interesting way to balance it, right? Because you're adding 3, but you're not giving the charges, so it's like not necessarily that many more thrust, but more access to thrust.
Exactly.
Interesting way to think about it. There we go. Bunny waddles able to get with his teammate. They're off to an early lead, and they're going to be splitting Cat Smile here on these spawns. But look how, oh man, this is like kind of really well coordinated at the moment. This overshoot doesn't take like any damage.
Yeah, these guys are moving like they've played this map already quite a bit. So that's just coming in big.
Lucid, talk to us about the inspiration to remove the camel from the map for the OS. Did you feel that it lended itself to a more free-flowing and aggressive, entertaining style of Halo? Ooh,
yeah,
speaking
I mean,
of,
with the skewer right there, the goal here is to definitely give that H5 feel. So OS was on Plaza by the end of its life cycle and definitely played out some of the best, as well as the skewer in place of the railgun currently. So huge overkill from Whisper. These guys are just absolutely tuned in right now. This is a huge swing. I can't believe this is how a game 5 is starting.
Well, it is Solitude. So we do have the familiar run and gun style, right? So the big thing for Cat Smile, and I'm curious about your thoughts on this, Lucid, because as a player, you probably experience this natural swing on maps like this, right? How do you actually find your break and get yourself stabilized when you have such a horrendous start to a game?
Yeah, I mean, it really is just one play at a time. And, I mean, these guys are down 11 right now, so the lead is just barely cut. So, I mean, they just got to find their footing. I don't know if thrusting down bottom mid is necessarily the case, but they find their pick. You really just can't afford that many trades. It's still early on in the game, so they still have some wiggle room. This next OS is going to be huge.
Solitude does lend itself towards a game of runs. You can see 10 kill plus swings, and maybe we're starting to see the onset of that as Cat Smile have gotten right back in the mix. And Lucid, I'm actually going to go off track a little bit because one of the things that I kind of brought from a commentary perspective is labeling Team Slayers with the idea of a possession. And in my eyes, a possession is 4 kills. So if you're 4 kills down, you're 1 possession. You're 1 team wipe away. If you're 5 kills down, a flawless sweep of the map won't be enough, as Nuclear Blaze earns pretty close to an overkill there with the triple kill. But like, how do you break it down as a high-level competitive player? Like, are you thinking along the process of like what we need as far as the comeback and the Ninja comes through? What a play that was.
No, ignore the question. Talk about that. Holy shit.
I was going to say, that is such an incredible play to have happen. They're still down 11, which is truly tragic whenever you get to actually Ninja an OS guy just like that. But I mean, you got to have moments like that to maybe break open. Sometimes it really takes 1 kill. It takes 1 play to let it go. You really can't worry about you being down 4 or being down 5. Like, obviously a perfect play, killing 4 on the enemy team in a Slayer, it means that, you know, that is what you need to kind of get back into it, but it really doesn't always have to be. You just get that 1 singular pick, or if you do get that 4 down, it is now easier to get the next 4 down after that as well. If you're playing, you know, at a higher level, you're able to kind of chain those kills together. And sometimes, again, a lot of times it doesn't even take those 4. It takes maybe 1, maybe 2, and then you're able to snuff out the other 2 later on, and you have a spawn cycle. And so 2 kills can chain into 6. There's no like formula to it necessarily, but as you can see, it's a 7-kill game. So these guys are just whittling away at the lead that Storm had, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, they got it locked up here. I think Nuclear Blaze maybe lagged out.
Oh yeah, they're meleeing each other, so
each other.
Looking like a reset.
7-kill differential as they end the game here, unfortunately. I think it was like at 7 when they put that in. I gotta say though, I felt like we did see the momentum clearly change after the Ninja here. Let's see, it was Whisper. So I was gonna say if it was a player that got Ninja that lagged out, I would have been like, you know, that might be for you know, for the optics of it, but no, that's just.
And that was an Achilles spine as well.
Yeah,
right?
There's a little bit of OS left.
Yeah, there was enough juice in the tank to earn the Ninja Achilles spine. That's not something you see every day, and maybe it's just a random occurrence that we have here, but I'm a little biased towards Lucid and the changes that we've seen here in Evo Halo, and I don't know, maybe it lends itself to some of the reimagination that you've done within Forge, because we've already seen, and the day has just started, by the way, we've only seen a handful of games, and I came into this expecting, okay, when will we see like the difference, right? Like, when will you feel it? When will you see it? And we already felt it in game 1. So props to you, my man, because it didn't take long to notice all of the work that you've put in over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, man. I have a question real quick. Are you guys watching this with no audio as well? Is that how this is going?
So
I don't have any
problem,
audio.
So we can solve this. So if you could take Lucid's sound out of my mix, I'll unmute on the mix so that you can hear it.
Oh, okay.
One second. So, because the reason I had it muted is because you would be able to hear yourself. But
Oh, okay. I got you.
there is a solution to that. Maybe. If
It's all good. At least for the gameplay is primarily what we're looking for.
It looks like we've got some negotiations in the top right of your screen. I think Outcasted wanted a 32-28 reset, but I think, like Garrett said, it's closer to 6 or 7.
Are you allowed to do that? Are you
Well, what
allowed
are
to do
they?
that?
The fun part of being on the mic, Lucid, you can do whatever you want right now. There's a lot of power is welded in your hands. Use it wisely,
Right,
my friend.
right.
Use it wisely.
What are these
incredible.
guys talking about in here? Like, they're just like they're
score.
talking about-
They're looking for a bit of a buffer. I was just gonna say this is a rough thing due to the nature of how that comeback was starting to mount for Cat Smile Gaming, because they did start to break down the lead. Storm was standing on the tree in the middle of the yard, and he's lagging out, crashing, whatever's going on, and they start to get a kill, maybe 2 after that, and that's where it leads to the 32-28. I mean, maybe they could do the 32-29, maybe, but they kind of got the first kill because he crashed. So
True.
It's one of those things where this is where obviously a feeder or observer or whatever can kind of gauge when it truly happened the best to kind of stand in for that crash. But I don't think those guys really get to get away with getting those 2 kills at all.
No. It's always been like, if there's a noticeable crash, you got players standing still, like you don't get to like farm the kills until the guy actually crashes out of the game.
That's like
let's
when you're
be
playing
real
against
here.
your little brother, like on split screen. That might fly there, but not in a tournament with $1,000 on the line. And speaking of $1,000 to compete for, Lucid, how can you get involved? I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. Hey, I want to sign up for the next one. How can you do that?
Yeah. So, I mean, we had the tournament signups. I believe they opened up because, today's Friday. We had them open up a few days prior to the tournament itself. I think right now we're looking to start the next Friday tournament by the end of the month, which was that the 27th.
Yeah,
So,
I think 27th was the day that we had on Mines.
Yeah,
That's correct.
That's kind of what we're thinking. So the next round of signups will probably be closer to that week. So I guess you can write it down as maybe the 23rd or 24th. You can keep an eye out for socials, on streams, whatever. We'll be putting it out there for signups. And then if you want to just support because you just want to watch, donating. I'm probably somebody actually mentioned in my chat, I might create a donate bar to keep track of the progress, just the dollar figure. And I can tell you right now, transparently, like any amount donated during these streams, I will absolutely be putting towards tournaments in the future. Like that is the goal, is to like keep this going for as much of the year as possible whenever we find the right timing, whether it's a Friday or a Saturday in the future, hopefully, and we'll get it going.
All right. What a legend, putting all of that prize money donation into the prize pool. Love to see that. As we are back in the mix, Garrett, looked like you had it right. 7 kill differential between Storm and Cat Smile. But at the very beginning of this game, there was a 12 kill lead for Storm. So Cat Smile have started to chip away.
Yeah, just going back to original start, right? And this is like always the thing. You can never truly get back to the game state. Because a map like Solitude, if you win the opening start outright, like, you can go on a 10, 11 kill run. Like it's nothing.
Yeah.
So always a big deal to get back on the reset, but we do see Cat Smile Gaming having a much more successful restart here. And the one thing Outcasted has is that skewer into his hands.
Yep.
One shot kill if you're able to hit anywhere on the body, but it's a little bit harder to keep that aim in check. And we do see the skewer hit the ground. That's one thing I'm really excited about. It's just seeing more of that skewer action. I think it's the one weapon that hasn't been utilized that much in the HCS at all.
Yeah,
and
not at all.
It's like such a good weapon, I think, for competitive Halo, just because of the nature of it.
It's just such high risk, high reward. You do get that kill, but I was saying earlier to my own chat that I believe like the no scopes are still no aim assist. So it's like hitting those no scopes with it, even though it's a larger projectile, is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, especially in a tense game. So like it definitely has a balance to it.
Yeah, who remembers all of the Boo Boo Tubu overkills from Catalyst with that weapon? I'm ready to see it back. in the mix, as we still have a 7-kill game here, but we're getting closer and closer to the end of the line as Storm seem to have gathered all control here on Solitude, up by 8 now with just 4 kills left.
Yep, there were some windows there for Cat Smile Gaming, especially on that first skewer we saw. I don't know who had it in the dip, but kept putting it away, just kind of exposing themselves a bit more. They weren't really valuing their lives too much, even in that light hall there, and they lose control of the power weapon. They kind of lost control of the rest of the game after that.
Yeah,
well, there you
definitely
have it.
They had a window, right? Like, definitely had a window to come back there, and just didn't quite get the capitalization there.
Exactly. I mean, they had as good of a start as they really could ask for, especially since they don't get those extra kills from the crash out, but they had a great start to kind of cut the lead to, I think it was about 6. And yeah, like I said, they just couldn't put the skewer to work.
Well, what a treat for us. I have thoroughly enjoyed the last 30 minutes or so with Lucid in the Discord with us, sharing all of his thoughts, feelings, and inspirations towards completely revitalizing what we know and love from competitive Halo, and then even jumping on the mic to cast for Game 5. Lucid, before we take a quick break and get ready to start up round number 2, where can we find you on socials, and how can we support this endeavor even more?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, like I said before, we were getting back into it. Even if it's not the dollars, just you guys showing up, watching, hopefully enjoying the POV of these matches we got going on, and hopefully we can expand it and have even more competitive, larger turnouts. But just showing up, showing out, donations help. They really do, and it'll just keep going back towards it. Like I said, I can promise that. It absolutely will.
There we go. We got our next round. Lucid, thank you so much for coming on. I think we'll get ourselves looking through these, try to figure out where our next match is for broadcast. But thanks for coming on for a little bit. I'm sure we'll hear from you a little bit later on. But I think we're gonna take a quick break here while we get ourselves set up and try to find where we're going next in the bracket.
Sounds great. Thank you guys for having me on, and I'll be back around. So if you guys want to have me on back for the analyst position, I'll be back around a little bit.
Dude,
we will be having you back on.
Thank you, Lucid. That was absolutely a treat, man. Thank you so much, and congrats on all the success you've already established with Evo Halo.
Of course. Thank you guys. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
All right, there he goes, the man, the myth, the legend, the MVP turned Forger. He's probably and definitely still really damn good at Halo, but taking a different role in the Halo community to like grow the scene as a whole. To like, I mean, I said earlier, I don't have enough words, or I'm stumbling over myself trying to find the praise I want to put on Tommy for taking on this effort. But how cool to have not only a member of the professional Halo community, but one of the top that we've ever seen, an MVP, like I said. So pretty cool that he's spearheaded this effort, and it's already turned into a lot of fun, huh?
This has been an absolute blast. Folks, once again, I want to give a big shout out to GameSir. They help supply some controllers as pricing. If you want to show some support, if you're thinking about, hey, I want a GameSir myself, if you go to the GameSir website, !GameSir, you get 5% off your next order here and now using code LVT. And I would say just keep watching the stream this week. We're gonna give away a couple controllers tomorrow and on Sunday for the LVT LAN as a little promotion up to it, and then we're gonna be giving away a ton of controllers during the LVT LAN as well, and potentially having another if you wait like a week, I think we're gonna have like a 10% off discount code for the LVT LAN. So if you're really gonna need a controller, like next week we have a huge discount code. If you want it now, like LVT code LVT at GameSir gets you 5% off, and there'll be plenty of chances to get your hands on your own GameSir. I gotta say, it's my favorite controller. I use it every day. It just feels great, and they have an 8K coming out soon, so shout out. Yeah, someone said 07 in chat. We're playing against Piggy X. Oh no. That'll be fun. I think that's what I like about tournaments, though, is like when you get the chance to play against someone that's really,
absolutely,
really good.
Absolutely. All right, well, we have had a smattering of fun in the first round. We are just one round into the Swiss format here. When we return here on LVT Halo, we've got round number 2 coming up next. back to the Lucid LVT Evo Open number 1. $1,000 on the line, and most importantly, fresh eyes on a reimagination of the competitive Halo that we've known and loved for decades now. As we've got an NA versus EU battle here between Storm, who we previously watched win that Game 5, versus Team Turkledor, as we return to Streets King of the Hill. This is one of the game modes I was a little upset to see taken away from Streets. He obviously had that iconic moment season 1 of the Halo World Championship where Optic won it all. As we hop on board here with Dark Idiom, got the overshield. That's replaced the camo. Already off to a great start here. 75% on the board. And finally, Team Turkledor hit in the hill, and they're doubling it up. But Dark Idiom has a little bit more shields to work with. Got to watch out for the Ninja. Plays that close range fight, but ultimately Shabby Dagger takes him down.
I love the thrust on thrust action, right? Having 2 thrusts on the map there, making that a little bit more possible. And we are seeing high flying action. Shabby Dagger looking like he's back at H5 with that thrust, making sure he gets up into that gunfight. But this should be Storm's thing to know. We are back on Streets King of the Hill. Man, this has been out of rotation for so long. One thing to keep an eye out, guys. I believe the zone placement's going to be a little bit different than what you remember. I think Lucid took a long time to be like, okay, like what do these hills need to be looking like to be as competitive as possible? So things going to be a little bit different here and there. And obviously you see the Sentinel beam in the back corner. That whole alleyway behind Dark Idiom right there is completely open for public access now. So you got to keep an eye out on some of these cheeky little angles.
Yep, you know how it is in the big cities. Construction can take years and years, 4 in this case, but we finally opened up the alley, and it's available to fight as Storm have taken an early 1-0 lead in this one. 3 go down for Team Turkledor, and that'll open up more time and opportunity for Storm.
Bunny's trying to play these corners effectively. His team coming in from that purple side. You see them, they're basically all in a straight line right now trying to get that angle. But even then, Team Turkledor able to find those first couple kills, and they will get 3 down. The last 2 will clean up the 4th, and that's a huge break. That felt like a really strong setup from Storm. They even had the Sentinel beam, but it didn't matter. Look at this. They're going to be able to get really aggressive off these spawns. Dude, Shabby Dagger, man. Get a thrust into him, and he is like he is a premium player. I love seeing the thrust action.
Yeah, Shabby Dagger's already got a name that's fun to say, but man, when you put a little oomph on it like you did there, Tools, oh man, even more fun. As we hop on board here with the man himself, hopping into the hill with his teammate because he's already got that covered, and on the board, he's already pushing out through the middle of the map. 1-1 tie as Dagger pushes in towards Heaven. Whisper goes down to 1 HP. 1 or 2 missed shots, but Dagger's still able to clean it up. Now his main focus is just staying alive.
Shabby Dagger, I think, has been performing. So if you were an H5 grinder back in the day, you would know about Shabby Dagger. The EU phenom. The man was gifted on the Halo 5. He didn't quite play as much in Halo Infinite. You know, I'm not sure. I don't get to keep up with the day-to-day basis of what's going on in Halo Infinite and EU, unfortunately. But I thought personally that he was going to at least like break in and do some big tournaments in Halo Infinite and like potentially be on that like cusp of role play. Fortunately, he didn't like quite realize. But man, you can just see the talent like when he's playing the game. I'm a really big fan of Shabby Dagger, and man, I think if we had a couple more years of Halo 5, he would have been a really dangerous player over in Europe.
Speaking of talent, in this case across the pond on Storm, you've got Nuclear Blaze, and geez, trying to hype up Blaze, but they've given up 2 uncontested points to Team Turkledor. They're looking much better on Hills 2 and 3, but Nuclear Blaze, Garrett, don't forget, the only back-to-back free-for-all LAN champion, and he did it just a couple of months ago, and he's been in the mix in a lot of those top 8 finals. So Nuclear Blaze, if anybody knows how to rip the gunny, it's him.
Yeah, he's definitely put a lot of time in on those FFA lobbies. He's always there with the regulators doing his thing. He's got that gunny on him. I'd like to see how this team is gonna like respond to some of this like action that Team Turkledor has put down. I feel like they've come to life in the second half of this game. One thing that's really been impressive to me about Turkledor has been their breaking, right? The way that they've broken in a lot of these holds that Storm has had. Whereas I think if Storm's going to need success here, I think Nuclear Blaze needs to lead to either a stronger defense on some of these plays or finding their way to break into these hills and being able to stop, you know, some of those 4-man pushes that Turkledor has set up.
First look there momentarily at the Sentinel beam. Thought we were going to get to see it in action.
Yeah. That's a VR death right there. Yeah, he looked like me out there, Mikowski. He looked like me for a second.
Garrett, moments before I prefaced that, you need to get your head in the game, or I'm going to put you into the tournament, and we're going to all watch and laugh at your gold 3 gameplay.
Nah, it's fun, like, to see sometimes in the VR. Like, the VR, it feels less sticky. Does that make sense? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. And because of
Yeah.
the burst, like, and you brought this up in the first round, you're not guaranteed to hit all 3 shots. There's a little bit of leading, a la Halo 3, that needs to be perfectly placed in time if you're gonna hit max damage.
Yeah, I just think, like, the Bandit, when you're using it, it feels like the auto aim on it is like stickier to the player. Maybe it's what you're talking about, where, like, because you don't have to hit all 3 bullets, like, you don't need it to, like, that stickiness attribute. Like, maybe it's not actually there, but it feels like it because you just have to hit 1 shot. But it can be tough when the windmills start, you know, like when that wind's going through the window in your house, it's hitting the stick a little bit to the right, to the left. You really can't afford to have shaky shots with the VR. And that's why I think there's some players in the HCS that really benefited from the VR. I think Lucid's one of them, right? Like, like when you look at the way he aims, mechanically, it's just very solid. Like, he's gonna hit the full burst. Another player that comes to mind with that was like Gilkey. I think Gilkey is a phenomenal BR player, dude. Like, his like steady aim is such a big difference.
I think another thing that I'm really appreciating about this format in the Evo settings with the battle rifle starts, I kind of miss that, whether it's LT or right click to zoom in, I kind of miss that in the midst gunfight where both players are zooming out from the damage and the flinch and then zooming back in, trying to get a little bit extra aim assist, try to get an accurate shot on their opponent. We've seen a lot of that here, and you don't really see that with the Bandit. Most players will just opt for hip fire, as Storm shoot from the hip themselves. We're down 2-1 after 2 straight from Turkledor. Now they put 2 on the board in a row to make it 3-2 match point.
Both these teams so far, there's not a lot of jumping out of the hill for overslays. We've seen very efficient hill time. I mean, look, we're 3-2 in a game, and there's 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Usually at this point, you'd be looking at like a sub 90 seconds at this late stage in the game. But instead, there's still so much time, and I think that's maybe how this map is sort of playing out, like how easy it is to get access to these hills. A lot of the fights are actually happening within the hill because of those quick access points, which I think is like a very, I think, fun way to play King of the Hill. Like, that's how I personally like King of the Hill. I don't really enjoy, at least from a spectator side, like the jump out and overslay, right? Like, that's not the play style I like to see for King of the Hill. And so far, and this has been really, really fun. Just the constant action that we're seeing, and that's enough for Storm to take game 1. But man, it really felt like we had so many engagements. I mean, I wonder if there's ever a stat out there, Mikowski, of like gunfights per hill capture. You know, it's like that's like the one thing I'm going to, because it just felt like there was more gunfights happening.
Well, that's what's wild, to your point, Garrett, that we're seemingly witnessing more volume of action, but it does have more of a chestnut checkers feel to it. So the strategy is still intertwined in the combat and just brutality that we love from competitive PvP Halo. I was a little concerned for Team Turkledor after they went down 3-2 because that hill rotated back to the red side of the map, and that was Storm's best hill. They started that one off. That was the opening hill, and they took that one pretty freely. So despite a close score on the board and Turkledor putting 2 in a row together, Storm was the better team in that first map as they'll go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I want to take a look at this damage dealt. You see Whisper dropping 5,600 there. Shabby, I think, had a really strong start, but unfortunately had a little cool down period at the end. And we'll get right into our next game on to Recharge. I think We saw a little bit of recharge from the POV of Dark Idiom earlier. We're going to see it from observer mode this time. We're going to see some of those changes, right? So we got the overshield, the camo. They're going to be up. The camo is going to be on that shock rifle spawn. And the overshield is going to be back on that platform that the sword spawned on in year 1. They're going to have a 30-second timer delay on them, so you can't just get them right off spawn. The other thing to note, skewer is going to be bottom middle, and there are some very unique jumps to be aware of on this map. So just try to keep an eye out. When I see them, I'll try to point them out to you guys out in the audience.
Yeah, well, listening to Lucid share his thoughts behind the reimagination of Recharge was like watching a classic Bob Ross video. I mean, he is just painting and making no mistakes, because what he lamented as far as the changes are concerned seem to have brought a lot of not only fun back to Halo Infinite, but balance as well in an odd way. So like you brought up earlier, they're seeing a lot of action, a lot of gunfights, but this is still a very strategic battlefield where if you take one wrong step, you get burned for it a little bit more than you do with existing HCS settings. So again, I gotta tip my cap to Lucid, man. And who better than a competitor like himself? Who better to know and understand exactly what Halo needed to reach the pinnacle of competition? I know it's early. I don't want to overreact. We've not even gotten 2 full series through the day, but I am not trying to just lean into recency bias, but I don't know, man. This might be more fun and at least refreshing than what we know from traditional competitive Halo. So again, big ups to Lucid, man. What a stud for putting all this together. It's wild.
See, we get ourselves ready for Recharge. I'd like to spend a second here to give a shout out to everyone that's been supporting chat. I know we've had some gifted subs here today. If you have the ability to, guys, you can just subscribe just like Epic Zero RM did with just a standard tier 1. That always helps us out the most. It helps us maintain our I forget what it's called on Twitch. There's like a status that you have to maintain by having a certain amount of tier 1 subs. So
Partner
when you guys
Plus
do
program?
the Partner Plus program. If you guys, those tier 1 subs actually really do help us. But maybe you have an available Prime that you haven't used here today. If you want to use it here, or maybe over if you're hearing this on Lucid's channel, maybe over on Lucid's channel too. Like, hey, I don't mind a primer here and there. The other thing, we are streaming on YouTube right now. Shout out to our YouTube chat's actually been super active today. Only, I think, last time I looked, I think it was 59% of people that watch this on YouTube are actually subscribed to the channel. So hey, look, that's 41% of you guys that aren't subscribed. Hey, think about subscribing. And White's Edge giving 10 gifted subs. So shout out to White's Edge, bro. He's my goat.
What a legend. What an absolute legend. 808. I think that's a music terminology, but he is, man, singing a swan song for years now. White's Edge with 10 gifted subs, 808 total in the channel. And Garrett, you know this from being one of the OGs of LVT. It really is a lot like this year at Halo, which is grassroots. It really is fully community funded. So those gifted subs, you just hanging out in the chat, maybe donating, dropping a prime time, it allows LVT to not only maintain their presence here in the year of 2026, but maybe we grow the show. I know that's what all of us are hoping for here. Despite not having official ranked HCS competition, maybe that opens up more doors and opportunities for things like this.
I think one thing to keep an eye out this year is we just want to try to do different things and see like what sticks, right? Because there's not like this consistent HCS like through line throughout the year. So like a lot of it's going to be up to us in the community on like what competitions look like. And after DreamHack, we have some big things planned, and I'm excited to get that down the road. But there's also things that we can do during the week, like these Lucid tournaments and elsewise. They said so. With that, like, support helps. One thing I'd love is just like more feedback on like what you want to see as a competitive Halo fan. Like, this is a year where we're not going to have consistent competition, so understanding like what the audience actually wants, I think is really, really important for the scene in general. And I think that goes, from top bottom. Doing more content, like what you guys want to see on YouTube. I think there's an opportunity for the entire scene to like really come together be more collaborative, right? Try to do more. And that's why I think I want to give a big shout out to Lucid. Is like Lucid stepped in and was like, let's do a partnership, let's do something, right? And like wanted to realize this. And we went from, I think, having a conversation like 2 weeks ago to having a tournament today, and then like already having 2 more tournaments planned on this timeline. So a huge shout out to Lucid and all the work that he's put in, you know, forging the maps, putting up his own money, working on like getting his stream so involved, like having it, like getting involved on YouTube. Like there's a lot of work that's being done top down. I also want to give a big shout out to the admins that are working here today. We got the DSA group once again with Bittersweet and Frag Out. If you guys don't know admins, like get to know these 2 admins. They've been doing a lot of work. We also have Xylon Tanner helping out with them on the admin side. So, you know, it takes a village, guys, to make all this happen. So I just want to give a big shout out to everyone in the community that's watching, but everyone that like makes this thing a reality. It's a lot of work that has to be done.
Oh yeah, it definitely takes a village, and to just point a spotlight in the direction of those who have been working behind the scenes to make this come to life. Got to shout out Timmy Forges, who has been sort of the what would it be called? The consultant, if you will, for forging with Lucid. Love to see that. And then ADHD Santa dropping $1,000 to make sure that we have more Lucid Evo LVT tournaments throughout the year. So, man, just feels really special to be a part of, because it's pure grassroots, community-driven Halo, and I think at the core of it, that's why we're all here.
It looks like these guys are just figuring out what's going on with their game. So the players just taking a second, trying to make sure they got all their settings right. And we'll get into this game too as soon as we can. Yo, bought a team pass for the LAN. Yo, shout out. Yo, Mouse, email Perez at LVT Ventures if you need something for that.
So Lucid talked about how, you know, if something is wanted out of the Evo Halo settings, it could be seen next week. I'm on a stream right now. He is in Forge working on the spawns, because it looks like the reason we're having a little bit of a delay in getting this game number 2 started is because there's an errant spawn occurring, I believe, over near C, where a member of the Cobra team spawns with Eagle. So I just witnessed Lucid eliminate that spawn. He's left Forge, and if we're able to start off Recharge with a fixed map in the snap of a finger, that is absolutely insane.
God, this even gets it updated. That's crazy. I didn't realize that was what was happening. It's cool. You got live tech support happening in real time.
Dude, this is crazy. This was always kind of like what I imagined for Forge. You know, if there's something wrong, or if there's something you want to tweak or make better, it can be done in real time. And how cool is that? Lucid watching the tournament. He's doing a watch party. He's riding along for all of the action, and puts back on the work gloves and gets right back into Forge and updates the map mid-tournament. That might be as sick as some of the overkills we've seen already today.
That's so funny. Just like I would have been like, oh, like Lucid just wanted us to spawn there, bro. I would have been like, that's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, you guys won the first map. That's actually in the scripting. Yeah, you get backsmacked off the start to make things a little bit more parity. So sorry, suck to suck.
Someone asked, was there any good Halo 5 maps that you think, or are there any Halo 5 maps that you think would do good in Halo Infinite? I'd gladly make maps. You know, I think the great part about Halo Infinite is that we've already actually had a lot of the Halo 5 imports come over. I think the 2 that I wanted the most of Solitude and Origin. Sorry, I was like trying to think of the Halo Infinite names. I've been really great. One map that I personally really loved from Halo 5, but I don't think a lot of people did, was actually a Forge map called Echelon. I would really love to see Echelon in Halo Infinite. I think it would play well, but I don't think there's a lot of people that are like, yo, we need Echelon. I think the big one that people would want is midship, right? Is like actually having like a playable midship again. Sure. But I think there's already one that's available. that Inquisitor, right? I haven't actually been able to play it in like an 8th setting. I wish, like, I guess it has like frame drops on Xbox or something, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's why we that was the South Park episode, and it's gone. We had Midship in Halo Infinite HCS competition for all of 4 hours maybe, and I believe there was a frame rate issue on the Xboxes, which is why we were not able to. I don't know, man. I kind of wish, like, all right, well, we don't get to play in an open bracket, but on PCs, on the main stage and feature stations, why not keep it in the mix? But I'm always going to be a little biased towards Midship. I'm not only one of the best Halo maps of all time, but right up there with the FPS goats.
what other maps are we missing, like, that you think would be good to add back? I guess like Guardian. Oh, man, I always think Guardian's like rose tinted glasses, to be honest.
I don't know. Maybe like a hybrid of Lockout and Guardian, which is kind of what Guardian is already. I love that we have
Lockout
the pit.
can die in fire. I'm not gonna be honest. I'm gonna stand on business. Oh, are we in?
Dude,
Game
no
2, let's
way.
go.
He fixed it in real time. Oh my God. In any other environment, we would be having to scrap this map from the whole tournament. But instead, we're live with the reimagination of the reimagined recharge. And Lucid tinkered away and got the map and the spawns to work in time to get it going. That is, again, that's as sick as any of the shots you're going to see today. Wow.
Yo, camo skewer found. Oh, God, nuclear blaze.
Go for the trip. No, but he's going to get around the corner. Unfortunate, but not unfortunate what we're witnessing with our own eyes. Just absolute excellence across the entire Halo community. From the gameplay to everything going on in and around it, this game is just the one that we love. And this game in particular is close. 10 to 12 right now. We've already seen a lot of action.
Blaze probably being like, yo, guys, I just want Blicko mode. Like, how are we losing the game at the moment? But Skewer changes hands. And oh my, finds his target. it just eviscerates. The thing is, it leaves nothing in its path. And that's going to be the last, I guess, skewer in the skewer that could be used.
I'm starting to feel FOMO from the past, Garrett, because this is making me feel like, man, I wish this is what we saw all throughout Halo Infinite. Just little changes make such a big difference, and this skewer has been the star of the show.
There's gonna be a lot more emphasis on the seaside push. You see that because of that overshield that's spawning up in just a couple seconds. It should be Turkle doors because they broke that setup, but at the same time, right? There's a dynamic play. And the camo's coming up, so you almost need like your team to split into two. And the question is, what are you gonna value? I always love maps that have both because it's like you have to make your choice, right? Like, which one am I gonna go after, and what's gonna be more fruitful this time, the overshield or the camo?
17 to 20 here, and if you're wondering how the hell did we fix a map in a matter of minutes, well, it looks like Timmy's provided some intel in the chat, said that the infection team spawns had lost their labels, so in order to fix recharge or Evo recharge, they deleted the infection team spawns because they were corrupted, and that's how we've got some great gameplay here. All of this would have been for naught had the capabilities of Forge.
I'd say they got infected.
Am I right, you could say that here. 21-22, man. This has been an absolute barn burner.
See the double kill coming. Shabby Dagger able to find that. Dark Idiom's thinking about his rotation to see. Oh, the long range skewer. And that's the thing. Skewer is going to be very effective in that close mid range, right? But man, those long shots aren't guarantees, right? Even though that bullet's fast, it's still a projectile weapon. It's not the easiest to control, so it's not like this guaranteed weapon kill. Like sometimes where the sniper can feel pretty guaranteed if a player's like moving slowly across the map, like, especially like pros. That's not the same for the skewer, and I'm gonna be interested as the tournament goes on, as we see more skewer gameplay. Like, what is the sweet spot for it? Our players going to be getting more adept at hitting some of those long-range shots.
Turkle Door down 1-0 in the series, but looking to notch things up at 1-all as they have now blown away to a 7-kill lead. Previously, it was neck and neck, but starting to find some separation. Now up by 8.
Something to know: we're seeing a lot of jiggle peeking still. Jiggle peeking not going to be as effective because of the BR in the hand, right? Because you need to be able to step out, hit the 3 shots, and step back in. Whereas when you only need to focus on hitting 1 bullet with that bandit, it's going to be a lot easier to pull off a technique like that. So we are seeing a lot of jiggle peeking, but I feel like we're seeing a very muted version of it, where it's not like this just absolute bulldoze your opponent, version of the game.
Arcadium going off the grid to grab that overshield, but now he's off the map on the respawn screen. Shabby dagger across map, a dagger to the heart, potentially of Storm, as that builds on the lead and up by 7. What great timing to play for the trade. Phenomenal Halo we're witnessing here from Turkledor as they look primed to tie up the series.
Is he trapped at the back of C, and with overshield not coming up soon, it's not a lot for Storm to work with to get out of this position. First picks are going to be so important here. You see how much they're committing for that first kill. The trade out didn't come in. That might be the opening that Storm was looking for. They're getting more off it. The trades aren't there. This comeback, it could be starting here and now.
Unbelievable. In the winning moments of this match, will Storm bounce back? Unfortunately for them, though, they lose 3 members previously. That's going to make it much more difficult to bring this back to at least a 4-kill game as we head into the 40s. Turkledor still feeling good, but Storm have definitely found something in the end game.
I think that might be deceptive about having the BR in your hands. You might want to try to cross map a little bit more because of how powerful it is on those long ranges. I think it's going to be important for players not to get caught up in that. I think it's a bit of a siren song to try to get some of those long range fights. Instead, you should still try to play this like Halo's supposed to be played, pushing out your lane, being aggressive on those perimeters. I think the team that's able to figure that out first is going to have more success. And I think we saw Storm get a couple of big kills there on those perimeter fights, right? These close range fights are the ones that are important.
They're doing it. They're bringing it back from down 7 and now down just 3. They've cut it in half. And now Nuclear Blaze has the camo to work with, tries to get around the corner to maintain that power up in his suit. And he'll do just that, earns the assist. It's just a 2-kill game. This is right where we started.
And they have Skewer still. Oh, what shot. Shabby gets his shield.
Oh, no, Ninja! Shabby dagger with the dagger indeed.
3-kill difference. The big thing is they lost Skewer down low. It's gonna go into the hands of Turkledor. Nuclear Blaze. He sees the overshield and Skewer into the hands of one. He can't even take the shot down now. He gets a huge kill for his team.
Oh my God, the dagger might have gotten pulled out of the chest, and if you're still breathing and alive, try to make it back, and they've done just that. 47 all, just 3 kills left for both of these 2 teams. 5 minutes left, but the clock is not going to be a factor. This should end in the next 60 seconds.
Oh, Whisper's getting aggressive on the push. He got the 1. Can he get out? No. Cross map shots at the double. That comes out 49 now for Turkledor. Storm, only 2 players alive, and Nuclear Blaze is caught in isolation. He has players coming up to his C plat. Darkidium's caught. Shabby dagger. Can he get the finish here?
1 shot, 1v1. Arcadium versus Shaggy. Oh, Shabby, but no, the flank comes through, and the comeback falls just a bit short for Storm. The best Slayer of the day on recharge. Wow.
Well, look, that game ended 50-48. Let me tell you a tale. If we went back in time and did a little bit of a shifting of one moment, we would have had a 49 all. And that comes down to Shabby Dagger taking himself to the skies and getting a huge ninja in that game on the Skewer player. A 50-48 finish. If you had to pinpoint one of the most important moments, it's right here. Shaggy Dagger, a 1-shot, able to find the back smack. Now, obviously, we do have some EU players here, so I don't want to give like too much heat to Whisper. You know, I don't doubt that there could have been some connection issues there, but hey, the tape don't lie. That was insane from Shabby Dagger.
Oh, 1 HP versus 100% HP just about. That was about as sick. That was a reversal ninja at that, not just a ninja, as Shabby Dagger finds a way. Had it not been for that ninja, I mean, we're looking at a 49-49 game where it goes either which way.
Yeah, someone's got to go post like Lucid's reaction to the ninja. Like, I gotta see, like, he's probably like salivating at that game because I felt like we saw a little bit of everything, right? The Skewer having big plays, the camo overshield, like having that fight over at C plat. Like, there was this story that was unfolding throughout that game that was being facilitated by the sandbox, by the map design, right? It really came into play there, and we saw, you know, a very close game end in a way that we haven't seen in such a long time. Like, it's such a fresh take on what these like close Slayer games can be.
Man, I just like, if you just look at the whole backstory and just kind of everything that went into even witnessing that game 2 on Recharge, since we had the corrupted spawn and Forge, Lucid, the hero, just goes and just, I'll do it myself. I'll fix it myself. Fixes the spawns, and almost without like any delay, right? Like, and Garrett, we've been casting Halo together for what, almost like 5 years now. This has happened before. This isn't the only time like a map has had some form of an issue in competitive play, and 100% of the time before this, it would just take that out of the map pool, which is always kind of a bummer, you know, especially in this type of environment where we're looking to see a refreshed Recharge. People want to see it more than they would, you know, a traditional Recharge, like Year 1, for example. So, again, just everything that led into this Game 2 even being a thing was just as sick as the ending.
With that, we see Shabby able to get his way into map 3, and I want to see if he's going to have any more dynamic plays. Goes right for that thrust, something he's familiar to have in his back pocket. He might be liable to get another ninja right here. Not able to get that kill, but damage is done. Overshield up on the map, and it's just one player, Bunny Waddles for Storm, but no one from Turkledor was there to grab that overshield. Instead, Bunny's was almost just like flabbergasted that it was still up.
Yeah, I am too, and it's still there. And I do not believe Zove was able to proc it. No, instead, Darkidium, a reversal of fortune, has it in his Molnar armor now. But oh my God, it's as if he got sniped, skewered, and naded all at once. That OS gets melted.
That's you know, that's the benefit of having a big sandbox. Is sometimes you know, the overshield is not going to be as powerful as you might imagine because of the utility that's available to take it out. Bunnies able to sit down here. He's looking over on that cross, but the big thing in my mind is that he's listening, right? He's trying to hear someone's going over the yard, giving that info to his team. They find the one shot, get that kill, but the rest of the team actually broke out towards posters during this entire play, but Storm seemed to at least set up for it. It's a one-on-one on the map for now as Nuclear Blaze is trying to hunt down the last survivor.
Not more of what we've come to expect from this series. It is close, just 30-23 here with Storm in the lead. Series tied 1-1. This is the Diet Game 5 that could determine the rest of the series as Nuclear Blaze going on a bit of a spree here. Now working his way across the trucks, looking to get into Cafe.
A very aggressive play by Nuclear Blaze here, right? Because he pushes up to that blue. That was the spawn that Turkledor was likely to get there, but as he pushes that pressure in, he's going to flip out that spawn over at Liv. Now, that can be good, right? Because you're splitting the players of Turkledor on the map, but it's very important that you win the initial fights, or else you're giving them that built-in flank, and it's a 2-on-1 advantage for Turkledor now. They have a chance to get themselves that 2-cap. It's going to come down to finding Darkidium, and oh, wow, perfect pacing. Whoa. Huge damage to get that kill and reset.
Is Zove on mouse and keyboard? Because that was a quick turn on with the use of the fist to net a trade where it didn't look like that was even possible. 3 down, though, on the side of Team Turkledor. Just 2 in that moment for Storm, as we'll have several players coming back off the respawn screen. And what was just a 7-second game previously, 23-30. It's 30-plus uncontested seconds for Storm, as they've now tripled up on the lead.
Oh, this is really dangerous. A 4 that went down for Turkledor. They are going to get spawn manipulated here. You see how 2 players already spawned their glass. The 3rd will join them. Did the 4th spawn out is my question. No, it looks like they will have all 4 players together, but an overshield that can just pressure them right away, and that overshield's doing a lot of damage. Is there anyone to capitalize?
Man, you're right, Garrett. Just because of the sandbox and all the availability for chaos, that overshield doesn't seem quite as strong as it did in previous traditional Halo Infinite rank settings, as Darkidium and the rest of Storm have secured the first trip cap. They previously had a triple up advantage on the competition. Now they're 5x and then some. If they can hold on to this trip cap, they might make it out of reach a little early.
See GTA is able to transfer hands. I'd like to see them be very aggressive onto the next hill, and you are seeing that. Look how they're already inside B, but Bunnies with the skewer was able to find that first. They're going to give up the hill for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see an aggressive reach out since the skewer is in Bunny's hands. Oh.
Called it. Great comms there, Gary. Yeah, it was exactly what was going through the mind of Bunnies, and then the heart of his opponent as that skewer staked him to the grave.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy one for him. You're seeing that skewer. I mean, the one-shot kill, right, is such a big boon for your team, as they're just going to be able to get very, very aggressive. The other thing to keep in mind, though, right, is because before you'd have that shock rifle on the map, the skewer, there's only 4 bullets, period. So although it can feel like 4 very guaranteed kills, as he hits another, wow, it's not as dominating as a shock rifle can be because of how much ammo that's available to you with the shock.
Right.
Oh my, what a nade. Oh, he's in flow.
Man.
Okay, well, yeah, that's a classic overheat there, right? You just absolutely dominated on 2 players. You're like, well, I gotta just take the chow. I just gave them the freest 4-shot in the world.
Just the old KG, anything is possible. But in that case, he goes down shortly after that. Traditional overheat. But heating up and then some is Storm, who have not given up more than, to my count, 8 seconds since it was just a 7-second differential. It has been all Storm ever since then, and they have not let go of any of Solitude. 220 and rolling. This is all but over.
Yeah, I really didn't like the way that Turkledor played that spawn set. We'll maybe talk about it a little bit after this game, because I think this one's going to end pretty quick as we see a very aggressive Storm with the overshield in hand. They should be able to find these last couple points. We'll see if Turkledor can make some desperate play here. They're going to need a clean wipe, something to get themselves this hill.
Bunny waddling his way to a Game 3 victory in what looks like will be a 2-1 series lead here after netting the double kill. Zove, though, does get into B. That'll stop the scoring for Storm, and you got a pretty uphill climb to make, but it's not over just yet.
Zove is able to get back towards his team's health, even though he didn't need it. It's imperative that they just do not give up a 2-cap, even if it's for a short period of time. You only have 5 seconds of freedom once you're in that 2-cap situation. So it's imperative that they just have close access and that they live as long as possible. Numbers advantages are going to be big here at the end of this game, and it's not impossible to make this comeback, but you definitely need to start being positive in the kill feed. And so far, it has gone that way. We got one push here. Oh no, he's got it back in his hands.
And he's getting back to work with it. Lands one, goes for the double, gets it. Triple right before him, but he'll take the assist. And with 3 falling, make it 4. That will do it. Storm. An absolute storm on the map. Take Game 3. Everything up to this point has been very close, highly contested, but that was a beating.
Huge plays by Waddles. Buddy's just able to get that skewer and constantly hit big shots. And the ramifications of getting a one-shot kill, right, has a cascading effect. So now look how aggressive he can be after he hits the shots, right? After he gets the big kill, you have this ability to be aggressive onto the next play. And that's what I think we saw a lot of, right? Getting that kill, having that extra shield to be like, okay, where can I go next? How do I get involved in these gunfights? And Bunnies was just everywhere. This game, man, that was a huge double kill as well. There was a point, this was what I meant by you just be aggressive, right? You have such a big advantage now. Get involved in all those gunfights. Even if you don't win, all 3, you're giving yourself a big opportunity. Before we saw the break from Turkledor, we saw like a setup where they had him spawning at blue, and yard control was there for Storm, and Turkledor needed a break. Turkledor decided to play through the crosses, right? They like played out into B. Like that was their idea. They're gonna get Nest and B. What I think they should have done in that spot is you don't want to take like heavy cross shots, right? You want to try to keep yourself in one lane. I think that was a really good opportunity for them to maybe push together through the yard, take that more perimeter and closed off route, especially if BR's on the map. Like it's not like a guaranteed thing. Even if you have a team shot going, like if you open yourself up to 3 shots, I think it's a very, very tough position to fight out of.
Man, what a fun day of Halo so far. A complete just facelift on competitive Halo and what we've come to expect from it. So far, man, in my eyes, 10 out of 10 for these Evo settings. And I don't know, man, maybe if there's enough movement from the community side, maybe we can work this into things like DreamHack and some of the LAN tournaments that we've got going on this year. But for now, this is like being a part of the alpha, right? Everybody loves to alpha and beta test for games that you know you're going to play for years and years and years. As Storm, match point, getting one more victory and one more hapless player to run in front of him. Oh, man, Shabby Dagger has been making some highlight reel plays all throughout the series, but there he just couldn't spot the camo.
Man might need to go to the eye doctor, bro. Get that checked out. Might have like a stigmatism or something. I think that's what it is. I think if you have astigmatism, you can't see camo as good.
Had to be, because it was definitely viewable.
What are we
Wait.
What?
Was that a one-hit melee? Was that
No.
Okay.
No. Just the guy was just weak.
Because did you like the Halo 2 kid in me just came right back, right? The jump, right? Gary, you don't remember this. You were, I think, 3 years old at the time. But if you jumped with the flag or the rocket or the oddball in Halo 2 and then landed a melee, it was a one hit. And it's already one hit for Storm as they've gone up 1-0 quickly. They do have a counter cap brewing here, though, as they've dropped all 4 members. So the entirety of resources were needed to get that score. This should notch things back up at 1.
I don't think this has anything to do with the settings or the map being changed, but we are seeing some of the weirdest flag runs here today. But I do like the repulse. You see that little repulse tech throwing it all the way out to the open? That's a very interesting thing that I did not think about at all. Is like that repulse giving you the ability to keep yourself hidden, like, right, and just throw that flag into a premium position. That's really, really interesting.
Well, before Storm could run away with it, Team Turkledor get right back in the mix with a score of their own. Zove, contested win there, top mid, but he goes down shortly after.
That Bunny's trying to get the cross map shots, not able to get that kill right away, but gets around this corner. See a chase coming in from behind. Whisper going to be able to clean that up, and they are well on their way to this flag coming back on home.
Just needs to clear that. Yep, and it looks like they will. Zove does not have the line of sight, does not have the positioning, and instead elects to just advance a little bit forward on the map, trying to make it a neutral 50-yard line after the score from Storm. They don't want to give up the counter cap like they did before, and I don't think they will. They've got their team in the opposing base once again. They're not going to get countered here, Garrett. They're going for the double cap.
Oh, he missed the slide tech there. He could have been flying to the other side. Unfortunately, missed his slide, was forced just to sprint forward with it. We'll see if that has an impact, though. Shabby up high, trying to get that damage. Flag, though. It's going through. Oh, wow. It takes the dangerous route forward, but that's going to work out. A 3-1 cap lead. As we see Camouflage coming back up. Storm, it feels like they've finally got their momentum rolling. And oh, we saw a jump there. That one added by Lucid. He put a little ledge there for you to skip a clamber. And you see how fast you can be when you use it.
Oh, that was smooth. And so too was the third score as Whisper put it in. He had a little bit of a protective grenade toss there by a teammate that opened up the ability to take what looked like a dangerous route as a clear pathway to a 3-1 lead.
We're able to get that kill early, and with that, his teammate just continues to go. That camo still at top mid, just patrolling, and that should be enough to get their 4th flag on board. He tried to hit the the nade onto him. Wait, did someone get in and get the reset? Who from Turkledor just made a big play? I thought that was all but guaranteed.
There's another one of those skill jumps. Oh man, the skill jumps just abound right now. There's plenty of movement and freedom across the map as Zove will fall in the back of the opposing team's base. 2 down for Turkledor, just 1 for Storm. That should give them the front foot advantage to push through, but Turkledor still advancing on the map. I respect the aggressiveness, but after the numbers that dropped, might have elected to just play for positioning instead.
He's able to capture the first player pushing through. We see a flag pull out from Storm, but Turkledor in a very strong position to at least have some sort of counter opportunity. Well, you see the power of that BR on that cross shot, right? I mean, there was just nothing Dark Idiom could do there. He got obliterated on the cross.
Zove goes down. The flag crosses the 50-yard line, pushing into the generator now. As Bunny is pushing up top mid, Nuclear Blaze gets his kill off screen. Still close to a reset. as it's about 25% of the way, and they're actually going to let that go to time and start their next run.
Yeah, they're really well set up. The P-side lane does have an opening, but they even pepper that player that got through for really fast, and yeah, they're gonna get this pull out, but I don't think it's gonna be any success. I think it's just delaying the inevitable. How strong Storm is set up here. Look how just dominant. They basically had an entire square on the map there. They had a player at P2, car 3, back base of both. It's like, what are you supposed to do against that?
That's a checkmate type of Halo play right there for Storm. The best play Turkledor could have made right there was to just toss the flag out and accept that all 4 of you would be going to the grave. And it looks like it's starting to turn into a little bit of a blender scenario now, as 2 of the 4 have gone back to the respawn screen. Darkidium trying to stay alive, 1 HP. Grenade does not chase out his finality, but eventually Battle Rifle does clean him up now. Whisper. Whoa! Big play there from Del Boy. Turns 2, where it didn't look like he was going to get 1.
Now with that, you see this could be their opportunity to start a comeback here, as Camouflage is going to be coming up soon. They can get right up into this base. Almost oppressive the way that you see all 4 of these guys just flying forward.
Really curious to see how Storm want to play this strategically. We're at the halfway mark, 6 minutes, just a bit less than that. Now on the clock, up 4-1, Garrett. This is where sometimes you see teams divert from what got them here, which is just all-out aggressiveness. Up 4-1, you got that comfy cushion 3-score differential, and you start to kind of park the bus a little bit. That does open up more opportunities for Turkledor to take advantage of, and let's see how that strategy plays out.
And Bunnies goes down as well. Let's see Whisper. Although he has camo, he doesn't have a lot of team help to go with it. Just 1 player to his left, and they even go down. He's even more isolated, and they know where this camo's at. It should be easy for Turkledor to find him, but the help is coming in time. And wow, I mean, Whisper really just was able to stretch his advantage as far as he could there. That looked like a dire situation that he really turned into a positive for his team.
Numbers advantage momentarily for Turkledor. +1 in total. Sometimes that's all you need. Delboy needs to stay alive, and he's got the help. Perk, big perk at that with a big fist. Takes down the opponent near top mid. Perk does it again at car 2, and that's going to open up a clear path into Generator. And he said, come on, boys, let's push on through, but you got to watch out for Bunnies. Perfect positioning at the high ground. Knew the push was coming through from underneath. He does get taken down shortly after, though. Do Turkledor have a run brewing with 4.5 left, down by 3? They need to get something cooking here soon. And they certainly have the numbers advantage. 3 are down. They're moments away from scoring, but they got to take down Whisper.
Oh, wow. I mean, they just forced this one through. Right? It's just...
Whisper opened the door.
VR up on that. Whisper definitely opened up a path, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. We see the kills come in, and that will be their second on board. Right? There we go.
Double cap opportunity here as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, Storm's clearly on their back foot. You can see how aggressive this team is being, but things can dramatically change just off one swing, right? One round of slays, one possession can really make the difference.
All right, there we go. Storm just needed something to kind of settle down that relentless momentum that we started to see cooking a little bit for Turkledor, as they do take down 3 moments ago. The lead has been cut in half, 4-2. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. This is still anyone's game.
I see 3 go down. It's just Shabby Dagger that's in the back base. His position's known, and it's going to be really big if he gets this kill, but not quite able. He did get a lot of damage. We'll see if that gets cleaned up elsewhere, but I think there was a good shot to go for the safe route there. He's going to try to force that one out, but you see the downside of it. When he goes down early, the rest of his team starts to follow. Turkledor gets an early return.
3 minutes left. We're in the thick of the end game, as Shabby has breached the opponent's base. They do not know he's there. Yeah, the alertness and awareness of Whispered told me that Shabby was able to get through unannounced. Now he's got the flag on the run, but nice shot there. Picked off from the fridge by Nuclear Blaze. Oh, but he gets ninja shortly after.
This is by
oh my
far.
God, this one's going to continue on the way.
By far the most ninjas we've ever seen in a tournament.
He can toss this up.
It's just the 3rd ninja in this tournament. He's got it.
Tosses it up, and it's going to be a 1-point game with 2:30 left on the clock. Garrett, this is exactly what I was talking about. Storm, stop playing with that aggressive, relentless energy they had before, and Turkledor's looking like that instead.
I be worried about Whisper's position here, though, because he's right into the back of the Turtle Door's base. They're going to get those kills. Now, this is one where I would go to the safe route. He's going to go to the middle. He did get around the corner. Oh, my.
Oh, he goes down. He goes down, but his teammate is there. Can he win this 1v1 to stay alive and keep that flag alive? No, he goes down, but it's an even 2v2 gunfight. Classic Halo happening right now. As Bunny looking to take down the opponent that's resetting the flag. How is he still running? His teammate Whisper had his back. Bunny should have gone down. And, oh, we thought the flag almost got fumbled, but it gets cleared. Tossed up, and Storm goes up 3-1 to take the series.
Can we take a look at the end right here? This is insane.
Off his head
he jumped off his head. I don't know if it's a late jump or like.
It was.
I was like, why are we jumping out of the base like that? I never thought about doing that, but I guess that does work.
Lucid could have never imagined that's how these guys would take his Evo Forge recreation, and we're seeing some new tech in year 5. Love to see it.
I believe that was our last match of the pool round, so we should be able to get our next round started right away, which is always nice. See a few games going to game 4.
Whew. Wow. That was fun. That was fun as Storm, a battle between NA and EU, as NA, with the Olympics going on, seems fitting, come out with the gold medal, proverbially, if you will, in this series. And God, how many ninjas have we seen today? That's like the third or fourth.
Yeah, it's crazy that you can say 3 or 4 ninjas. This is in a tournament, by the way. We're like not even halfway through the tournament either. It's like so many ninjas. And that might be because, you know, there's so much unfamiliarity with the map, right? Like you just like maybe are getting caught in spots that you don't get caught at. I say that, but like we got... I'd say some of the ninjas that we've had definitely were not like that for sure. So we'll see. But man, that was a really entertaining series right there.
Yeah, lots of fun so far. If you guys are just tuning in, this this is what Grassroots Halo is all about. Lucid, the world champ, the MVP, has taken his own vision for competitive Halo and created what we now know as Evo. That is the, I guess, evolutionary settings for Halo Infinite, and boy has it been fun. Make sure you guys follow Lucid's channel on Twitch. He's streaming live right now, doing a watch party. Make sure you follow him on Twitter. Give him some feedback in his chat live in real time, because the feedback that has been delivered live in real time has literally impacted the tournament itself, which I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's cool. We'll take a look at the round here, see all these matches that have been finishing up. This should be where the tournament's going to start getting real spicy, because now we have all these like 2-0 teams that are going to be facing up against each other. So I think this next round is going to be very telling. It looks like we just have one more game that we're waiting on. And we see, ooh, look at 3-2. Oh, no, that was the earlier one. So that's a little bit of round 1 back there. But yeah, so we're just waiting on one match, and then we're going to be ready for round 3. While we wait for that, we're going to go to a quick break. If you haven't, go check out Lucid stream, guys. Go give him some love. If you support there, if you can. I know he's talking about having a donation bar for the next series of tournaments. So if you're wanting to help crowdfund, you know, the tournament, go check out Lucid stream. Make sure you give him some love. And one last shout out to GameSir. !GameSir in chat. You get 5% off your order with code LVT. They're supplying 4 controllers for the 3rd place team here today. We'll be right back with round 3 of the tournament.
Triple kill. Killing spree. Overkill.
One singular pick, or if you do get that 4 down, it is now easier to get the next 4 down after that as well. If you're playing, add-on.
Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Overkill.
as well if you're playing, add-on.
Double kill. Double kill.
pick, or if you do get that 4 down, it is now easier to hit the next 4 down after that as well. If you're playing, you know, at a
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Overkill. Perfect. Double kill.
it is now easy with the next 4 down after that as well. You're playing, you know, at a
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect.
how it works. Actually, it's just like a bug where the spawns were still like screwed up. They're basically playing like an old version, so you'd have to like reset the lobby entirely.
Yeah.
Once that happens, so everything should be fine now. We should be good. There should be no more mishaps with like spawning on recharge.
Yeah, everything
Hopefully
should be a new lobby from here on out, which is good. So no problems there, guys. Welcome back to the stream. I got Lucid with me for this round. Mikowski unfortunately has some obligations, so he had to go. Coming up soon, we'll have a Why Not Be Casting, aka Tony, when he's ready, but we'll get a little bit of caster Lucid until then. So welcome back. We're gonna be watching Legion versus Boom or Doom, which is always, two fun teams. We got I think this is gonna be the true like top level high competitive game that we've been looking for. I still it should be still like a heavily favored Legion gaming squad, but I feel like this is like where we get to see like if this was an HCS rotation, how it would play.
Yep, I think we're finally getting down to it. And I was like looking through the like my files to remember what the game types were, and we got Streets Ball to start it out with. So I'm excited to see kind of how if teams like Auto realize how the alleyway can kind of be abused currently with some of the rotations with Ball, and just how Sentinel Beam plays out, and Stalker being in its place now too, to kind of see.
The King of the Hill that we saw on Streets is really interesting. The one that was on stream for the last series. It felt like the teams were like always being pushed and like ushered into Hill. But I guess it could just be like those two teams were playing like a very efficient game. But I do think like the map was kind of like lending itself to it. It was really fun to like see what the 4-on-4 fights were. Like it felt like Streets was like this very chaotic, heavy gunfight battle going there. Now Oddball, like we've seen it in the HCS. I'm curious like how the changes change it, like the way you're talking about, right? Like what are these things that we're gonna notice?
It's one of those things where unless you've actually played it, it takes a few times, and even in my own playtest with my stream, after people had even mentioned it, like taking the ball to the back Sentinel alleyway right now is pretty strong. If pretty much only for Ball exclusively. Like it's still a strong spot to be in, obviously, because of the way like the hallways are set up, Sentinel Beam's there, blah blah blah. But Ball being able to just kind of be super tucked away there is kind of crazy. So we might need to we're kind of have some ideas to maybe work on that in the future. But for now, we'll see if these players who have never even tried it, never even seen it, never even knew that alley was a thing, if they just kind of auto fall into the meta, if you will, of being able to abuse that. We'll see.
I'm curious, like if there's ever a world where you have like two versions of Streets the map, so that you can have one for Oddball and have one the other, right? Because because I do like having that open path for the King of the Hill. I actually think it worked really well. Like when we saw that B-side rotation, like we saw people like fighting from the Sentinel Beam area, which I thought was really cool. But like with Oddball, it might be a little bit difficult because like you can't really nade in there appropriately to like take down an Oddball carrier, right? Like because it's like kind of like tucked away in a weird way. But we'll see it, right? So it's like that. I'm kind of more excited just to see what happens, and then this is the beauty of the tournament. By the time we get to the next one, I'm sure there'll be things that are different. Just to even say it right now, I was talking about with my own stream, one idea, somebody mentioned it, I think it was yesterday, is like we can almost put like we can create it where like the Sentinel Beam itself, where that like little pocket is, that square, is almost like an out of bounds, where like somebody can actually occupy it, but only for a set amount of time maybe. And like that could be an idea, because like the idea to maybe section it off just for Ball, where like that's not a place to be, is a thing. Like that obviously could be a thing. But since I have added Sentinel Beam to the map, that is where it is currently, and I'd probably rather it stay that way just for the weapon displacement, so that there's a bit of a spread, like a more even spread on the map, rather than it being like where the Soda is, I guess. But we could make it so like you can maybe stand in the hallways, but you're more exposed, because the idea is like we just don't want people camping back there. It's kind of like what I'm thinking. Especially with Ball, but just in general too. Like I don't really want to have a guy just sitting in that corner, or like an entire team of 4 sitting in corners on Sentinel Beam, never moving, because it'd be really hard to kind of make that push happen in a lot of instances. But if they can only safely occupy the hallway, maybe that'd be something. But I'll have to think about that and try that out. Because because you put the barrier there, I think never that spot should be used as like a hiding spot, right? So like even in any other game, so it's like that's like a thing we haven't really done in Halo, is like you can go in these parts. Like I feel like it's really common in Call of Duty, where like Call of Duty, there's like these spots that you go to maneuver through that are like limited time, but like the idea is like you need to hit it fast and get through, and if you do, you get rewarded. Same idea is like you can be here, but you have to like do your business and get out. So it's
exactly
such an interesting spot.
And that's almost always been something exclusively for like verticality in a lot of the maps that we have, for like certain corners or top of the buildings or just structures that you can be on, or even below too in some weird spots. But mostly just comes down to like I would want that hallway or that access point to be there in the sentinel beam, but I don't want you to probably stay there for as long as you possibly can, because it really just I can see it now. I can see it getting, the longer people have their hands on it, getting pretty bad. So we'll see.
Now, I have heard accusations in the chat about you. They said that you that you change things with the settings to allow players to get more ninjas, because we've seen, I think, like 4 ninjas in this.
Yeah, you guys weren't supposed to see any of that on stream directly, but yeah, so I made it so everyone can be ninja more easily.
What is going on? I guess my theory was like, maybe it's like because everyone's like a little bit more unfamiliar with everything, they're like getting put in the spots. But I was like, even then, it's like the ninjas that we're seeing aren't even like those types of ninjas. They're just like crazy plays.
I was gonna say it could have been just the disparity in ping in some scenarios.
Yeah. The one in tower
more than others, but it could have been that a little bit, just leading to some non-kills and then just running in a straight line out of frustration, type of closing out a scenario, but leading to the ninjas. But we'll see.
See, we get to see Forbidden for the first time in this best of 5 as well. Every other map I believe we've seen, I think it's the only one that we haven't seen yet on stream, right? Oh, no, we did see Bazaar to start off the series, and we haven't seen Catalyst yet. So Forbidden, Catalyst, so the 2 that need to be played. I'm really excited for Catalyst, man. I really want that back. It's a shame that Catalyst isn't a good Slayer map, because it's it's a shame that it's all delegated to capture a flag right now. I guess it might have been a good assault map if we had like assault still.
Yeah, I had that same thought too about trying it, but currently with, I mean, the current map game type pool that I even have with these settings is like there's already 17 or 18 game types, and it's like that in and of itself might already be like plenty, and we just try to fine tune around there. And it's not necessarily to like scrim on, because obviously in a true comp scenario having that many game types is like enough, if not even still a little more. But even then, I don't necessarily want 25 different possible game type map combos for the tourneys. I would like to keep it a little bit more streamlined for like the best of the best of what we feel. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna definitely see Forbidden in this upcoming series, game 3 at least, and then Catalyst Flag is gonna be in at the end for the last round of Swiss.
We're waiting for Common here. Common.
He's on his way.
There he is. You just gotta say his name. We're about to do the thing where it's like, okay, everyone go at Common on Twitter. Like, let's go get him to speed up a little bit. But
that's the way anything goes. You just start talking about it, talk a little smack about it, and then it just happens. Shows up. That's how it is with the queues.
That's what we had to start doing. Like, peel behind the LVT screen a little bit. Sometimes we just show the lobby screen, because it's like we don't want to deal with everyone just asking like why the game hasn't started. It's like you can go, you can identify the problem, guy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, you'd also like this too. I just started working on Argyle a little bit, and I have some cool ideas with it.
I do like Argyle. Like, I saw that. I think I was in your stream for a second. I saw you had opened up the. Oh man, what's that room called? I always forget. Like, the one that has the screens in it.
Yeah, just screens.
I think that's a really interesting idea.
Yeah, we got a few more, but I guess we're just gonna jump into this game now. Looking good. Taking a little long to load though.
Yeah, all those new assets. Yeah. Got to render it a little bit more. Here we go. Dude, I didn't even know. Is this a glitch? Or was that his gamer tag? Am I crazy?
Oh. I'm kind of surprised no one even opted to go straight for the stalker. Usually he's just decided to go straight down the cuts. I guess they wanted to try to secure that OS, but it did not work out for him.
It's like really powerful. I like that you put the stalker out into the open as well, because it's like it is a power weapon on this map, right? So it's like, let's treat it like one. Let's not tuck it around in the corner. Throw that thing out in the open. Make players fight for it when it comes up.
Exactly. And Zuzi there, we didn't really get to talk about in the moment, but he opted to go solo off for the sentinel beam, getting his kill, and I think he even thrusted away to survive there for a moment. So a lot of new options.
See Uzi getting that trade down there, and oh, whoa, all these nades. Not good enough for the second one. I thought that nade was going to do a little bit more damage, but little Gator sticking up on top. He's going to be isolated here, though. A couple players pushing over to his left, and he's taking that fight really intelligently. I love that.
Yep, and there we go. As we mentioned, Common in the he's in the Sentinel Beam corner. He seems like he is aware, but he was not opting to rotate. But good break by Red Team. It looks like.
And the downside of bringing it here, though, is that like if you do lose the setup, you're losing it in the spot, right? So it's like you're giving the other team the opportunity to be out there, and there is no easy play spot.
Yeah, that is 100% true. I think whenever I was working with the area on stream, Eli had mentioned it kind of feels like a green zone on like lockout, where like you could find the ball there sometimes, and it's just like a do or die, like you're just digging your feet in the sand. And they finally did opt to bring the ball out, Cobra did, but let him going forward down here.
And that's the dangerous part, because it's like you might not like it being over there, but like in order to take it out, you're also like giving the other team the opportunity to punish you. So
yeah, exactly.
There's definitely like a little bit of design space there that I think will be interesting. I'm interested to see how you handle the problem, and you know, we'll have some time to test it out. That's one thing I've been loving about your stream is like every night it's just like there's 8s going on, so it's like you get to see this real-time feedback happen. It's like,
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I'm excited to see what the players are feeling. I've been a few of the guys from a few of the teams so far have been saying they've been having some fun, enjoying it, and especially enjoying the jumps. And it's 3 down for Eagle. I'm actually surprised. Cobra is holding their own pretty well right now.
This is Uzi able to gets taken down there from Parabola, and right now you see this is kind of a filthy spawn, like all the way over at Red Room. Parabola's got instant eyes, and the ball is on the complete opposite end of the map, and he is just obliterating with the help of his team there. With Overshield and Stalker coming up here soon, this is going to be a big moment for Legion Gaming. I feel like they need to at least get one of these.
They're getting shot in the back. They must have left their PD open. A bit of a blunder. 2 down now for Cobra. 3 down now. Yep.
Wow.
Left their PD open. Common even has OS. They have everything now. They had everything to close out this round, even spawning on the same timer. It seemed like, and they just Common has OS and ball.
I always felt like that was like the levels as I've watched, you know, more and more competitive Halo, and it's like all 8 players in this lobby are really, really good, right? Like they are top 100 players in the game. But it feels like what differentiates like the really good teams like Legion right now that have like finally been breaking into that next level, and a team that's like still trying to figure it out, is how punishing one team can be to the other. Like I feel like we're just seeing Legion Gaming, when they get the opportunity to punish Boomer Doom, like they don't waste an opportunity to do it. And man, it's definitely like, I think it's been the difference. I think that's like the 20 seconds the difference in this round have been the punishments that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still plenty of time left. It's honestly interesting for Zuzi he rotated the ball out. He wanted to actually take the fight. He's playing the ball in a sense, leaving it back there for his team to maybe pick up, but they're not even picking up the ball yet. So this has been honestly a weird transition for him, because I feel like they could have either be ending the round right now or they're close to it.
Yeah, but if you're gonna put all your eggs in the baskets of slaying, as long as you get the slays, right, you'll be okay. He unfortunately goes down, and we do see this flank coming through.
And I can tell Zuzi's having a lot of fun. He's 16-7. No assists though. He's a plane cleanup crew, so.
And that's gonna continue. He is. Oh, dude.
Good trade. Good trade by Lego.
You gotta tip it too, because that's on Lego, who is like on just one-on-one gun skill basis. He is one of the best in the game. Has like consistently been in, I think, almost every grand finals of the FFAs that have been available. He's a crazy one-on-one player, but you definitely tell that you get into those one-on-one gunfights. Woo! Different.
Ziad had the bandit in hand, getting some cleanups. Common sliding out, tries to hit the sprint strafe, not really able to close it out. There's a lot of kills going for Cobra. Nothing's really happening.
The sprint strafing and the people are still pulling it out, right? They're still in their same bag of tricks, but they definitely muted. Like the jiggle peeking, the sprint strafing, it's just not as effective on the BR.
Yeah, and, exactly.
I think it's more interesting for sure, like seeing some of these one-on-one gunfights. Parabola, the only one alive right now for his team. Legion Gaming able to get that ball back, and you can see right now that right side of the map towards Shotgun or I guess Sentinel now, it is just like a gravitational well. It feels like that ball is always kind of heading over there right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is a heavier zone, which, to be fair, I feel like that typically is almost the opposite in normal play, which it's almost kind of nice to see, I guess, a little bit more activity on that side, but it is pretty heavy right now, and I think that just kind of lends itself with the alley being open and all still spawning in its typical location.
Yeah, because that's a spot on the map that's like almost exclusively like transition, right? Like you're going one place to the other. You never keep it.
Yeah.
It feels like we're seeing a completely different version of this map because like the gunfights are just in different spots than you normally see.
100%. That on top of just like the mixture of the Sentinel Beam in play, VR, and things are just a little different. I feel like that's, to me at least, and why I really did want to have the VR back in hand is Suzy going big with the double. The Sentinel Beam still has a little bit left over. I think he can crack some shields, but he's not going to be able to close out a kill, but he's swapping to the BR. He's going to get the cleanup, which is good. Out of ammo. Is out of commission, but at least with the BR in hand, I feel like you will experience, like, playing corners, playing your geometry is still so important, but with the BR, I feel like, at least for me personally, I feel more confident to be out in the open. And even though some people lend the idea that the BR, like, you're just going to get melted, I mean, I think you just get melted in this game no matter what, to some extent. But at least with the BR, there's a little bit of wiggle room, as long as you still have shields, to, you know, make somebody miss that extra bullet or two with your movement, with playing the geometry, and you're not able to, like, just lock down a wall and just stay there as much as you can with a bandit sometimes.
Yeah, the bandit, there's like a certainty to a gunfight where it's like in the BR, it's like I don't know if random's the right word, but like you can't trust that a shot's gonna do full damage, and I think it makes a huge difference, like the way that you play something. Because like the bandit, it's like all you guys are so like familiar with the game at this point, where it's like you just know what you can and can't get away with.
It's like just guaranteed. It's just absolutely guaranteed. Even if you're hitting in the, you just hit them in the chest, hit them in the foot. You just know you're not tracking too hard, but your reticle was on point when you were pulling the trigger. You're getting that chunk of damage no matter what.
That was fun that Zionidas kept pre-firing that, because normally on the map, like, he can't be anywhere else, but he definitely just went into the alley and was like never gonna come back.
Never coming back. Not a chance.
He eventually got the
his
hunt
little
down,
jiggle
though.
peaks, 3 down. I also didn't get to mention it either too, but Ziod, whenever Cobra got to they got to pull the OS at the start of the game, they had the sub set up, and it didn't pop the OS right away, but it didn't really seem to lend to much of a control at all.
Yeah, it's an interesting, like, I like that. Oh, hey, you were supposed to fix that, dude. I remember you said that wasn't gonna happen anymore. That Nate just bounced right back into him. You know, we'll take notes. You know, we'll get a barrier there.
Yeah, we will definitely have to keep track of that. We'll have to keep track of that.
But I do like that. Like, I want more teams to do the idea of like holding the overshield, but it's interesting when it doesn't work. It does feel bad, when it doesn't work. But I feel like it's like 1,000,000% IQ when it does work. You're just like, so
absolutely.
good.
I mean, it just gives you more versatility with it, which we don't really see a lot. That's typically just it being so exposed, which it really does need to be, like any power up. But when you actually find a good opportunity of you're down in a fight, you kind of popped it early, to be fair, but he still did wait to pop it, and sometimes it just doesn't work out that well when that happens. But it's 3 down for Cobra again. We got the 20-point lead.
Definitely more effective with the camo, like because just like the time, right? You have 45 seconds, like you're setting the time, and it's like you're not letting the other people know the time, and you're also like delaying how long that is. I think it's like a little less effective. Like overshield's more like about like getting the drop in the gunfight. Oh, it's just nice.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I was curious whether you'd prefer the old school like Halo 5 method where it's like on pickup and you can't like keep it in your body, but then it's like dynamic times, or you prefer the pocket pickup with static timers.
It's hard to say, because I feel like the pocket time, like the pocketing of the OS and camos, like what I was even saying or we were talking about, it just doesn't happen that often. I should have brought up Parabola as well. It's very interesting to see so many like doubles and triples swing in Cobra's favor, and I mean the game is now tied and they're taking over the lead. It's great to see, but they really got to put these next set of weapons and power-ups to work, but the OS is already melted.
Wow, yeah, that was an extremely fast melt, and the double kills from it though. Ziad not going down anytime soon. The help there, and he has common spotted. Oof. I can't believe he got away
Common's
from
on the
that.
run in the hallways trapped, but he came out and got the kill. That's incredible. Cannot believe he just left him.
I can't believe Common got value there. And the fact that Common's gonna double kill there is crazy because he is
that is
last
insane.
alive, spot known, like getting that timing down to punish. Oh,
Does he hit
We're
the
seeing
jump?
it.
But Lego catches him. He has the high ground.
that's
Love
sick.
seeing that. Love
I liked
seeing
it. That's one where, and there's a lot of stuff where, like, you know, maybe not every change should come in, but like if I'm HCS and I'm like looking at changes, like I would add that jump tomorrow. That was sick. Like I think that's like a gameplay loop that wouldn't ever be possible elsewhere, and like that only brings a benefit. I don't see it ever being cringe, like having that jump there, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was talking about that with my chat too, where there is almost a certain influx of things where having too many jumps can water down the experience a little bit. Some things should be kind of guaranteed, but I think we just don't have enough of what that is. Like even just that small, slight jump to kind of create a difference of being on the low ground and taking over the high ground. We just don't have enough of those opportunities in the game as a whole. So to add just a few of them in some key locations, I feel like really brightens up the game and makes it more versatile as a whole.
We're seeing a lot more movement from the ball in this round. We see it going back to those traditional spots, and Zuzi's actually using that alleyway as a little timing glitch there to try to catch a player on rotation, and did get quite a bit of damage there, but ball was forced to drop down. So it's just BR on BR damage here, and trades going left and right. Man.
Good shots by Zuzi.
It is nerve-wracking in the like one-on-one gunfights at the BR sometimes, because it's just like you can't afford to like miss a bullet within the shot itself. So
No, you
like,
cannot. You really cannot. It really does reward those like who are on target the entire time. Like you have to make sure you are getting like the full burst. Otherwise, you are like someone's maybe hitting the perfect, and you would have hit a 5-shot or a 6-shot.
Yeah, I think I was talking about that a little bit in the last cast, where like there are players that just have really steady shots throughout. Like I think I use you as an example. I think Formal is another good example. Guilty,
Yeah.
like these players that just like the reticle is very steady, and then there's players that have the almost opposite. That I think like the Bandit's really beneficial to them, where they have like very twitchy aims.
Yeah.
And they benefit from like the target swapping. Holy little gators. 28 and 27 this game. Massive double kill from him. His ball's in trouble,
Stamps out
but
the game.
stays alive in time. Wow. 2-0, but like both those rounds really competitive. And, that's an oddball game I don't think I've ever experienced before. Like it was such a different style of oddball.
I mean, especially on streets, and by the end of it, and again, it goes back to the idea that I don't know if these guys on the Twins, I think I've caught a few of them, or caught some of them in my streams while I was building it out, so they might have been keeping notes, but that alleyway was really coming in clutch, especially by the end. He's just chilling in there while Little Gator's getting his double and sub, and I'm sure they were just on repeat doing that to close out that round, because it was neck and neck, and then they just pulled away with 50 points.
See the damage done. Uzi at 8,200 for this game, but I want to take a look at the shots fired if we can for a second, because that's what I thought. You see Zuzi, and I think you can see the players that valued the Sentinel Beam on the map.
Sentinel Beam right there.
Like that thing was always in his hands, and I think that reflects in the scoreline. I mean, it's a really strong weapon, but I don't think at any point it feels like too overpowered, at least like in that game. Mm-hmm. I think it's like I think to me it's interesting to have on the map. We'll see how, I mean, as teams get more and more time on it, as teams get more proficient with weapons, right? I think that's always one part where like not everyone knows the core meta of the weapon, right? Like the second someone knows how much bullets they need, like they're like, okay, if it's at 105, that's enough for a single kill. Like that's when it's like you can get some pretty craziness with weapons.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one thing that I missed about the Sentinel Beam, and obviously 2 clips being on like cuts was kind of rogue for where it was before. But
crazy.
the fact that it has 1 clip right now in these current settings, it just guarantees that if you are on point, you're going to get 2 kills. But you have to be hitting it perfectly, and you have just a little bit left over, and that's it. And it's on a 2-minute timer as of right now. So if we kind of make that zone, like I mentioned, maybe a little bit more dangerous to even be in, I feel like that balances it out. And then, you have to be on point, still hitting your shots to guarantee some good kills.
I do like the idea of just being like, we're not going to give you a clip. Like it's like a one use, one and done type thing. I think like the Avenger's a really good example of that. The Mangler on Livefire, right? Just you gotta use it for this very specific part, and it's like get that small advantage while you can, and that's very Halo-like, right? Like the idea of you're fighting for small advantages and they're just all over the map now. So it's like very thoughtful on like how you approach like a zone, like how your routing is going to change, how you're going to take gunfights. It's like,
I
there's
mean
just more thought.
That's what I feel like tier 2 in terms of like when they tried to always. Also, I just want to mention it was a great start by Eagle to lock this down. Got the OS skewer in hand with 3 shots left, +5 right now on the spread. Oh, but a harsh miss by Uzi here.
Yeah, that's a pretty punishing miss there.
Yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
his teammate came in there, but like you can see even now the ramifications of that miss. Like that's him not having his BR up, not being able to do that damage. Like I think there's like there's a lot more than just like getting the kill with the skewer that like actually comes into play. And you see it once again. I mean, like that's like if you miss with the skewer, I think it's so punishing because this is all time that you could have had your BR up and getting damage, right? If you're missing on a player.
Absolutely. It goes back to the high risk, high reward, and there's just no reward and all punishment here. And now the skewer is up every 3 minutes, I believe, on this map. So you only have that 3-minute slot to get those 4, what would some say maybe some guaranteed kills, but it turned into nothing and at the detriment actually.
Yeah, I mean, but look, both teams when they picked up the skewer there, it's a very rare situation where like they went on negative runs. Like it actually actively cost the lead, which I think is not necessarily like a bad thing, right? Like power weapons shouldn't just be guaranteed swing. Like you still need to execute.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the same idea of rockets where like you can get big swing with rockets, but you only get the 2 and you can even maybe kill yourself, but it just has that risk reward factor to it and they show up not too frequently, and skewer still kind of falls in a similar bucket.
Lego got really good timing there. He got behind 2 of them. I was surprised his teammate lived as long as he did. He must have been using that geometry really well there. Now they have a really filthy spawn trap over at Nest, and this could be especially punishing when you have VRs. But dude, that's insane that they battled out of that. I felt like that they were caught dead to rights.
Yeah, it should have been just an absolute trap. OS up in 10 seconds, guys. Just keep them pinned, and they couldn't win their fights out. Gators just walking down out through low bottom mid, won his fight, won his piv.
It might be a little bit of a testament to like how devastating an ego chow can be, right? If you take a fight longer than necessary, you go down, it can have some big ramifications, and now you are seeing the way that Legion is swarming to these spawns. They don't want to give up any of these, but you need to get these kills, and so far it's been a lot harder for them than they anticipated. Double kill comes in, but nothing has been necessarily free. It's been trade for trade for trade. This fight.
It's been free for Little Gators. He's having a whole lot of fun right now, 12-2. He's just walking down the map.
I think he's the only one that's benefited from all that chaos. He's somehow has the cheat code and all of it. And right there, that's his 5th in a row. He might make it number 6. He will. Double kill.
He's taking the pivs. He's taking the fights. He is confident right now.
Ziad's in trouble. He goes down. Legion Gaming starting to find some true separation here.
Yep. Nice 2 kills. I heard the skewer flying, but we have some missed shots. Zuzi's going to go down. And Lego should grab the skewer, but he's hearing the call out. He's not going to go for it. He left it back in the yard. Maybe he's calling it out. I don't know.
I think I actually really like that play because of what his teammate needed there, right? Like his teammate needed a team shot, and it's like you pick up that skewer, you're reloading it, like you're slow, like you miss your jump, like there's so much that could go wrong there. It's like
I would have really liked him to see him back down though after getting the kill. I like the response, but then he still decided to walk forward, and I feel like that was the mistake made there of efficiency. And Ziad was the one that did know it was there though to get that double.
Yeah, eventually, that's the first skewer kill that we've seen. I mean, with I believe 2 skewers have been up in action now, so 6 skewer shots. One skewer kill. I mean, I don't think anyone's calling that a passing grade if you're taking that home.
Exactly. It's looking pretty tough for these teams this game, but I mean, Eagle, they just need their BRs.
That's a tough one. That's one thing, like like in those 1v2 situations, you say 2 weak players, like the BR is very boom or bust, because like the bandit, right, you need the shields broken to get the kill, right? BR, you don't need that. So like if you see like players shimmering, like you can actually come out on top in those 1v2s. It's gonna come down to your gunny there, and unfortunately not quite able to execute on that one. There's 3 players here. Common knows about it. One sitting in the corner. Good prioritization there.
UG just pushing off of the damage, able to get the trade. I think it's a little too far gone though for Cobra. I believe they got the OS, but that was going to be game.
I mean, Legion Game doing what we thought they should do, but we're definitely seeing like moments where Boomer Doom's having their moment to like get their comeback. but not quite executing on every one of those chances. We're going to go to Forbidden Flag next in our rotation, and we'll talk a little bit about this Solitude game before we move into Forbidden. But I felt like we've seen already throughout this tournament, like we've seen maps where this skewer was absolutely game changing, like almost every shot hit, and then we saw a game like this where even the one kill that we did see, it felt inconsequential.
Absolutely. And I mean, the OS was really the primary, like the skewer was just mental damage in anybody's hands to kind of maybe make them a little hesitant, and then the OS really was the primary dictator of the plays going on, as well as thrusts being in play all across the map here and there. The one thing that I didn't really notice either was no team either not noticing, not remembering the plasma pistol spawning in yard. So in any one of those situations when they didn't get the OS, but the other team got it, if they were spawning yard, they really should have been playing for the plasma pistol a little bit more and just getting a little bit more utility out of it as well. But did not really see that game.
Yeah, it's probably just a unfamiliarity.
Exactly.
Part of it, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You know where a weapon is. Like eventually, you just bookmark it in your brain. You'll start heading there, and that's as this tournament series continues on, right? Because we're already guaranteed 3. I don't know if you've gotten more since we last talked, but we'll have this one and another 2 coming in here soon. Teams will get a little bit more familiar with how the layout is, and even when it changes from tournament to tournament, there will be things that become solidified and will stay from tournament to tournament.
Yeah, we're gonna try to be keeping the best, and anything that really stands out is just not working out. If there's that sort of clear-cut feedback, that would be what gets cut. But we'll have to wait and see what that is. And now with Forbidden, it's pretty much still going to be a similar flow. I don't know if most teams are aware of the grapple now being a possibility in the back of their base, but we have the QT top mid instead of OS, and the 2 snipers in play, 3 down for Eagle immediately. So this is a great start. Common's just going to hit the flank, I guess, on the route out, but snipers are now reduced. So even though they have this great start here, it shouldn't be like an auto pull out of Cobra, I wouldn't think.
I think
especially Cobra making this, or Common making this route.
I think they might have made a big mistake here by not actually taking into account what happened to Common, because
exactly, yeah.
they should have known that he was on that flank. One player needed to be at least looking back. I feel like it's opening a door for Legion to potentially get this return, but Slays fix everything, right? Just one player alive right now, and Zuzi, his teammate did spawn up.
Ooh. There is a chance to still touch this flag though. 2 bullets left with Parabola. I would really like to see him.
Oh my God, he got it.
Now. I would like to see his teammate shout for this. All he misses is shot on Gators.
Oh, the Carbine's into play back there too. That's a dangerous challenge. Just try to keep yourself isolated from that for now. He's gonna go.
That's 2 down for Eagle. This could mean a run. Oh, but he's caught looking left and right. Gators cleans him up. 3 dead for Cobra.
It's a foot race. He might be able to get this back in time.
Yeah, he's gonna take some damage. I think he's gonna get shot from the top of the map. 3, the triple chow.
That's correct. I don't think that was correct,
wow.
by the way, guys.
Wow.
I think that's gonna open the door. But you see 3 players shout out a corner. It tells you that there's no one else anywhere else on the map. He's going for the bottom jump. He's going for it.
Bottom jump. He can't. Oh, and he's gonna play it off the map because of that. The flag is back home, ready to be capped.
Double kill.
Immediately.
Oh, and they capped it too.
I respect the attempt. I absolutely love and respect the attempt at it, but that was probably not the time to pull it out.
I think it would have been fine if you guaranteed the flag return. The problem is you're letting them get the capture right away. But I think Legion Gaming, one thing I like is fearlessness of trying it. You're up 2-1 series. If you have a very real chance of winning this tournament, right? With the teams that are we don't have a Shotfight Rebellion today. Right now, if you can get more familiar with everything else before everyone else, it's going to be a huge advantage in this tournament.
That's a good grapple out of him here. He was floating in the air after getting that kill and was able to pull himself in. 3 down for Eagle. Still have top control. We're going to see what Cobra can actually do on this pull.
Gators getting back down there. And that's one thing about the BR, right? Once you start taking that heavy damage, you can't just push through a challenge like that. You will get punished on those long range fights, and you see how he got pushed back there, but not necessarily over. Zuzi trying his best to stay alive, throwing his head down, trying to strong side it out, but nowhere for him to go.
No avail. No avail. I mean, the BR fights, especially that long, I feel like it really does lend itself to give you an opportunity. Like the BR itself, when you find your footing, can really turn the fight immediately. If you can descope somebody and keep the pressure on and use the geo, you're using the burst properly, you're getting some good peaks, you really can turn the fight. It's not just going to be a simple standing your ground, holding your ground, throwing the jiggles like we normally do with the bandit in this current meta or this current year. You do have to just figure out a little bit more options, like you have to use more options to get out of it, but it is definitely there, as we saw with Gators breaking out.
I kind of like that. Get the disrespect while you can, you know? And right now, Boomer Doom have been playing the better game. I mean, they've had way more offensive opportunities here. Legion, it feels like their opportunities have come from missteps from Boomer Doom, and this might be the miss of a current misstep because they had a lot of players forward, but everyone else died on the back end. So, and Ziad going down from those spawners, I mean, that is like almost as ideal as you can get. As long as this flag gets around the corner, it should be coming home, but
the BR does have the chance to clean it up pretty easily from that, especially on that angle. That is the one thing that is the one very specific instance where, like, if you have a bandit there, you are very easily or more easily getting it across that corner compared to what we're playing right now.
What happened to that sniper? Did it go off? Did it fly with his body?
I think it might have fallen off the map. I'm not too sure.
That's tough. That sniper would have been huge for Uzi here, but still just showing the power of that VR, able to get a lot of damage, but we'll leave a split spawn there from Ziad. Cuts that flag angle off, and we see the QT going crazy right now. By the way, it's going from mid-map to tunnels. I mean, the one thing that we haven't really seen experimented with, right, is the QT on this map. And so far, I mean, I kind of like it because it's split into threes. It's like it's giving you access to the different tranches on the map, right? Like, what layer are you going to play on?
Especially the distance. That's the one thing I feel like with QT that we don't get to see on a map like Livefire, for example, where obviously it's important to go from like somewhere like B to, dummy side. But when you can go from entire just leagues away, so far away from one corner of the map to the next on like a map like Forbidden, or top to bottom falling into a trench that's just so deep, it really just changes up the flow of the game, and he can't put it home. He cannot get the flag put home there, and this is a window for Eagle.
See, this is a crazy one-on-one shot to be taking right now, but they're both confident in it. Neither going down there and showing that, the BR, it's very dependent on hitting all three shots. And
wow,
that could have been a very punishing position there, but because that kill didn't come through, they're not going to be able to stop that flag from going back home. And right now, a 2-0 lead for Boomer Doom. And right now, they've been playing just really effective Forbidden. It's feels like they're just a little bit more comfortable in having some of these offensive opportunities.
Yeah, they've just been taking advantage of the chaos a little bit better. They've been getting the 3 downs, the flag pulls, and once the flag is home, they just find, the pick that's keeping them down. They just insta-cap it after that.
I believe opposite snipers on each. No, so Common, I believe, Common killed Ziad, so he was able to get his home sniper back. But during that process, we see Uzi might be getting in trouble here, but Sniper bailing him out for the first, and the help of Little Gators is coming in. And now this is where you traditionally see a map completely snowball. You got Common up high with a sniper, Uzi on the other side, but we have 5 sniper bullets between the two, where you'd normally have 5 sniper bullets at minimum and 1 sniper, right? So this is where you should see less of a boom here, right? This should still be a flag capture, but Boomer Doom's not necessarily going to be stuck after this.
I mean, even just the fact that Ziad could get out a little bit more effective here and even have a chance to shoot them, and whoever it was moving up that main ramp on top of that, like, those guys would have just been getting auto sniped even if they missed the first shot like they did. I think Uzi in the hut missed 1 bullet. Like, he'd just repeat back out with an extra 4 or 5 shots just ready on the go.
Definitely gotta give my flowers to Uzi there. He missed those sniper shots, but he understood that, like, the benefit now, right? If I don't have sniper just to look down like I normally would, I need to get aggressive into the base and, like, force myself into their spawns. And, like, although it's not guaranteed to go back to back here, they're certainly setting themselves up in a position to do so based off the execution of their plays. Little Gators might just be a goat with the BR. I feel like he's making crazy plays.
He's taking over in some of these scenarios. Him and Uzi were just chilling in the hut together, had the flag pulled, created a huge distraction. Lego wasn't ready for him at all.
Look at Common. They're doing it again. This is basically textbook. Instead of, like, where Uzi was before is what Common's doing now. And looks like
the faded crash.
Oh, it's a tough crash too. 2-2. The position was there. Oh,
those guys are not going to be happy, and I'm not too happy for them. I understand it.
I mean, even like, let's say we don't go to BR starts, right? And it's Bandit. One thing I definitely have taken from this is that Forbidden should have always been a 4 sniper shot, right? Like it feels it's forcing the team to like actually have to work for their control after the the initial boom. Because Legion had everything set up. Like if we're playing traditional starts, that would have been 2 flag captures, and like the players would have never had to move out of their power positions. But it was really fun to like have to see Uzi like get up and like execute, win the gunfight.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's some of the issue that I take with current year and even just the past 2 years of settings that we've had. And a reduction of sandbox is obviously more competitive in some sense, but it does create just the opposite, less competitive games in a sense where there is no opportunity when there should be something for the other team that is put into a corner. It shouldn't just be because, oh, I lost one fight, there's 2 snipers on the enemy team, the game's just over, which that's for Forbidden as an example like we're talking about is exactly that. Even though it's not always that way, it's like, oh, but they just get 2 caps more easily now, or they probably should get 2 caps more easily if they just play somewhat competently. Whereas like those guys just got the 2 caps that they got because they used the snipers initially, they got them in their hands, and they actually had to make some extra smarter outplays after the fact to continue the game forward. After that, like it wasn't just a clear cut, oh, snipe in my hand, boom, headshot, and then we're good to go, and then we can carry that in the next one. It creates more motion. Like there should be more motion just like that in a gameplay, and not just be cookie cutter, it's just all over type of feeling.
I like the idea of motion, right? Like I think that's a really good way to put it, and like trying to create circumstances where that's forced, I think is beneficial. Like I think this map I should say is playing way better with I mean, take out the BR Bandit debate. I mean, just the sniper changes alone, I think is making it much more.
And even OS as well. Like an OS on this map, a lot of times, like, oh, we lost OS, they have 2 snipes, that's a GG. Or even if like there's no sniping play but an OS, like that guy is getting the pool pretty much for free, and he's probably rounding the corner down their own back ramp, like just losing some OS, Bandit or VR, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and then like I think it's really so like the other part of it, and this is like the debate I've always been having in my head is like I wonder like if you went starts per map, because like Forbidden, I think it would be like the long range maps I almost want to see like Bandit starts on, and then the short range maps I want to see BR starts on. Yeah. Because like this is like the premium map for a BR, right? Like you have all these really long sight lines. That's really cool, by the way, because you added that grapple in the back. You're seeing a start that's designed around using that to like push the sniper into an unorthodox spot, like at an angle that you wouldn't expect early in the game. I think that's super cool.
And the idea behind it too is like you can either use grapple as a movement option to get more up on the map, or you have to use all of it to just get your sniper, and there's nothing left over either.
Yeah, because you put 2 charges in it, right? So if you wanted to do that, you are using everything that's available to do that. And then even then, like, you know, and you have to ask yourself, like, is it truly a benefit with a 4-bullet sniper? Because like, look how fast that sniper's out. He doesn't have anything to lean back on. Oh, I thought he was gonna hit that.
He's trying to line it up. He's valuing that last bullet, and he just couldn't pull the trigger.
Nice.
But Parabola with 4 down.
This could be punishing
taking
here.
over. Let's see if Lego can get a pull in the meantime.
He's probably got to
the
delay
movement's
himself.
a little.
Yeah.
He chickened out. He chickened out the last second.
I would be chickening it out too.
Wait, we should see Zuzi's POV. I want to see if he hits a flank real quick on the other side of the map while his teammate did find his way back up top. Oh, he gets spotted.
I don't even think Parabola had the heads up there. I think a player it was Lego he was the first player that went down in that gunfight. He spawned at the hut, and I think he just spotted the flank before it could come in.
I was really hoping Zuzi was gonna maybe hit a flank off of the bottom mid route that's now available. That was like one of my thoughts.
Oh, dude, that'd be so interesting.
That is now an option that is available. That if your flag is not pulled, you can maybe just go straight through the enemy spikes, hit a U-turn, and then you're just shooting somebody in the side while you're bottom mid.
Yeah, because I think like, it's so easy just to think about that route like as singularly about pulling flags, right? Like, as another route option there, but the idea of like changing your routing for like those overextend plays, because that is like this map can become very one-dimensional because of like the overextension option only having one way to have teeth that's going up. Like giving another option to your overextend is such a I think a needed part of this map.
That's honestly the most important aspect about it in my mind, is that exact thing.
I love it. You're cooking. That's just like, I think that's just good map design. You know, you might have to be like putting this all into like a portfolio to be like, okay, like after my pro and streaming career is done, I'm getting a job somewhere in the studio as a map designer, because that is like really not to like give you too much credit there, but that's like really smart in my opinion. You think it that
Thanks.
way.
I put some thought into some of this, and
Yeah, no, I love it. That's awesome.
By Common, putting the last bullet to work. This could be a triple into
Double
pulling
kill.
for Eagle. Oh, but Ziad with the angle top mid just barely gets killed. That pulls little Gators off of the hut to try to go for a quick pull.
Look at this.
This is looking a little dangerous. They're gonna have to just play some time.
Oh my God, Uzi. It's so big they got the 4-shot to get the kill there. It's gonna just accelerate their timing here. Ooh, Ziad with a double kill. That's gonna really put the teeth out of this push. Yeah, I love how aggressive Uzi is, man. I feel like he's just like an attack dog. Dude,
I'm very surprised. Yeah, they just made great plays, but Cobra was able to just deny it. Absolutely. And again, I still really want to like make a focus point on the fact that there was not a constant sniper in play there to like make some of these plays as just straightforward as it normally we expect it to be. I feel like that's why it's so like surprising to almost witness it.
Yeah, it's like you almost need like an advanced data set to show like how often are flags being captured like on Forbidden today without snipers in play, right? Like has the map only been facilitated because of a sniper? It's like now I feel like we're seeing so much gameplay like that's not dependent on like the sniper power weapon coming into play.
Exactly. And I mean, just what a run by Cobra. Parabolas having a great game, and M here finding the next set of snipes, or the next sniper, and I think maybe his teammate on the other side of the map has it as well. I'm not sure. But QT's up. They got another pool, snipe in hand. This could be a bit of a lockdown 2-dev for Eagle.
I think honestly it might be a small thing, but Morgan's
It's Zuzi. Zuzi has the sniping. He finds himself a double with M.
Snipe.
Heals his face. Could be the touch.
Come on, Morgan.
Shot. Just go get the pull, man. Just go get the pull.
The QT! Oh, my
QT.
God,
Wait,
dude!
Never mind.
Is the player on the return though?
Look at the flag.
Oh my God!
Oh, you don't have a QT anymore, brother. It's out. You had the thrust. That was. I gotta give my props though. That was sick. That was sick.
That was sick. I gotta say, maybe we'll look at it after the game. I think like Morgan popped off, right? But the first sniper shot, like his reticle placement was pretty terrible. Like if he hits the headshot there, I think it's a pretty easy flag run for them.
Yeah,
but
that is true.
but it shows like, I mean, dude, Morgan's he's like been a good player. You probably, like if you're like super into the competitive scene, you'll know about him, right? But like if you only watching pro level play, like get familiar with Morgan, man. That was really good play by him. Like
Absolutely. The use of the QT with snipe, getting the extra snipe, clean up, thrust on top of it all. He was just using the sandbox effectively. And I mean, there wasn't much left over. He just used it all up.
Enemy flag
Ziad trying to get into this back rank. I was always wondering if you thought about any sort of design change on this little spot here, back here. I always feel like this doesn't get used that much, but you're seeing what it can get used for right now. Good line of sight there, and the BR is so devastating from long range. Maybe that's why you don't see it used as much, because they don't have the BR in their hand to just punish.
He's taking it straight up. They should be spawning hut right now, so this could just be checkmate here, honestly.
Yeah, this is the last, because we had to reset. They had a 1-0 lead to start. So
Lego hits the headshot at 3 down. That is absolutely the nail in coffin.
That's an absurd snipe shot. I wish we had it from Lego's POV. Maybe like
What a good game
put that
by
report
Cobra.
on it. Dude, yeah, they played that way better. I mean, like even on both sets, like right? It's like, and they just played really well. We see this was a crazy sequencing from this. So at the end of this clip, can we go to the beginning of this? Louis, because like that's a crazy triple, then coming back and hitting the snipe shot here was sick. Let's see, boom killing spree, thrust off. But if you go all the way back to like when he's top mid with the sniper, he's looking at Mohawk, right, with the snipe, and he has that sniper placement, but like his placement of his reticle was so low that like he didn't get a headshot. That should have been like an easy like prediction headshot. That should have been like a really free flag run. It's like something that I'm wondering how much of that like is thought about on the pro level in your experience, Lucid, of like I need to have my reticle like on this level because like a headshot versus a body shot makes a huge difference. And like,
yeah, absolutely. It makes a huge difference. I mean, just think about it. If he got that first headshot on, I think it was Zuzi, or it was one of the twins that had just spawned up when he jumped on the island, looking at the spawn. If he had even hit that like immediately too, he could have even pulled the flag. It's just like something that small, or obviously it's very important, but the small detail of hitting a body shot completely changed the way the fight went, which, I mean, he was able to pop off a little bit harder even after that, but it makes or breaks plays entirely.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, we're looking back at it right now on screen. I know you probably can't see all these replays.
So I got it.
It's just like, and like it might not have been like the big difference maker. I feel like it really would have like made a difference on the initial flag runner. I think that flag runner took just too much damage from that fight. But it's always like interesting, like when you go back and dissect like the small moments, because like, dude, like put that on Morgan's resume. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the back half of that shit, like that should get him picked up, right? If he's like grinding the scene out. But it is like, okay, like if we're gonna go from AM to pro, like those are the things that like those small parts of the game are like how you get up to that next level. And I'm sure like in your career, like you had to like kind of make that same sort of change in your gameplay from the beginning of, well, because you came in like in Vegas. Are they?
Oh my God.
They might need to like completely reset the lobby if they like, maybe they've never like completely like reset the lobby.
Crazy. Let me pull this up again. Let me pull this up one more time. I cannot believe.
Look, we got live support in the in the cast, bro. You're gonna go in.
I have to check this out again. I can't believe, because the spawn literally got deleted.
What might happen?
It's actually incredible.
I wonder who's host. Maybe Callus, if you can check, make sure they aren't using a saved version instead of a bookmarked version. Because if they saved it, it's not gonna like any changes you pushed out isn't gonna update. Mm-hmm. So that might be one thing that could be happening, is that they aren't like going through to the bookmark, but they might have saved all the maps ahead of time. So it's like easier access.
It says version 34. They need to make sure that it says version 42. I actually see that right now. So yeah, they're playing on the wrong version of the game. They need to make sure that they resave the game.
Yeah, let them know.
Or resave the new lobby. I was about to say we addressed this. We actually did address it. I swear. So yeah, they just need to look up what the most recent version is and save the new version. That's all. Yes, it is version 42.
Shout out to Mr. Callus. He's our observer today. Observer for 99% of all LVT stuff. So if you ever like the observing, shout out to Callus. One thing, hey, if you want to make Callus happy at home, guys, because happy observer, it's like happy wife, happy life, right? Happy observer, good Halo gameplay. You should do !newsletter in the chat right now. Sign up for the newsletter. Callus handles all of that, and it would make him very happy right now. So what that newsletter gives you is the opportunity to just be informed on what's happening. We send it out weekly during the Halo season. You'll know what streams coming up, what's going on in the Halo scene, what tournaments you can compete in, and all that stuff, right? So if you're wanting to get involved, !newsletter in the Twitch chat. If you're over on YouTube, I'll type it in for you, but you can go to join.lvthalo.com and get yourself signed up there.
Yep. So they're still booting up into the wrong version. So they gotta try and
fix
get that sorted.
You gotta jump into their voice chat, be like, "Yo, you guys are fucking up." Oh man.
Say they're gonna they're probably not paying attention to the chat right now.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
Okay.
Hopefully.
They got it. They finally got it.
Hopefully. One thing I guess like if HCS came out like today, or I should say Halo Studios came in, they're like, we're gonna adopt some changes, right? But we can't change. We can't adopt everything you've done. If you had to select like a top,
sorry to cut in, but Callus, tell them to kill the lobby, give the leader to someone else, and search the map through the browser.
Damn, that bro.
That should hopefully alleviate the issue.
Lucid's got tech support on the hot mic. Love it. But they like said to you, like, you can only like implement 3 of your changes, right? Like, what do you think are like the top changes that you've made throughout all the maps that you think like you'd want in matchmaking tomorrow?
Like if I had to pick just generally or like map specific,
Just
like top 3.
I'd say like map specific or generally, like it's just like it's just the top 3 changes that you made that you like you feel the best about.
It's probably all going to be jumps, honestly, because I feel like they really do open the game up in a way. I think a lot of things add up to make it a lot better, but like that bottom mid route on Forbidden, I think completely changes it. I think that's really important. I think, trying to think of what else. I mean, honestly, even the double snipes. Like, I might have the double snipe bottom mid combo on Forbidden B. Like, that literally just makes that map entirely different. I'd say that for any, whether it's Pit, whether it's Argyle, whatever it is in current year Halo Infinite, like having 8 bullets in each sniper on a 2-snipe dual map is just really, it's really rough. Like it's just really rough in current year. So both of those changes I think are very important for just true competitive. It also does still say that's version 34, by the way, for their game. So I need to double check that it's published, because it's really weird that they're having these issues.
Yeah, solid. And that's the big thing, guys. Remember, this is our first time doing this tournament and like having like all these different versions of maps and doing all this. So, you know, like a little grace here and there always helps us out, because never know.
Did they create a new lobby? Oh, okay. That's weird. Very weird. Maybe we just need to let it run and see if it works.
Yeah, see if it works. That's the way we like to do it. Caffeine's asking about what the Burkle system is. The Burkle system is a tiebreaker. So if there is a tiebreaker for top 4, it'll basically take your strength of schedule of like the teams that you played and be like, okay, it'll weight all the losses that you've had and it'll give you a score at the end. So the team that would win the tiebreaker is like who's had the hardest schedule, right? So like it's just really dependent on like how you played throughout the tournament, who you played, right? All those things make a difference. But I believe with how many teams that we have, it should be a clean split for our top 4. I don't think we'll have to go to tiebreakers.
Yeah, more than likely not. But we were talking about the top 3 changes, and I think the jumps in particular, but those 2 on Forbidden, I think are really important. And I mean, maybe I would still even do like maybe one of like the streets jumps, honestly, like something like that just completely opens up like sub, for example, like sub being something that is so hard to play into. That might just be something that I mean, one of my biggest changes that I just appreciate as a competitive player, especially.
Maybe tell ZZ just to try to run it one time and see if it like plays right.
Apparently version 40 is actually okay. It's just like that version 34 was actually
tell him 40 works. Tell him 40 works. Louis, or not Louis, Laz. Cool. Well, we'll get that solved. No worries. We're currently in round 3. Got 2 more rounds after this, and then we'll be going into our top 4 split. $1,000 up for grabs today. The top team will go home with the lion's share, $600 of that, $400 to second place, and then our third place team will be getting 4 GameSir G7 Pros to take home. Big shout out to GameSir for supporting the tournament, providing those controllers. If you are interested in getting a GameSir G7 Pro, you can go to GameSir.com and use code LVT at checkout. You'll get 5% off. If you want to check out on Amazon, we also have a code there. It's LVT Halo 05, but it's a lot easier on GameSir. You know, it's just code LVT. So get it from the GameSir website. Plus, you're supporting the company all the way and not giving Amazon a cut. So that's always good.
That is always great.
And, you know, shout out to GameSir. I mean, they've been wanting to get involved in Halo. They're supporting the LVT land, doing some more. So, you know, shout out. They're always love to see someone get into Halo, especially like getting into Halo now. It's like, man, I was talking to him. I was like, I wish you guys were here like 2 years ago, because like it would have been like popping with all this stuff. But
this just shows the real like ride or dies for the actual game as a whole, though.
So they've been loving Halo. They like it, man. Apparently, all these Halo guys, everyone's been buying the GameSters, which I can understand. I bought GameSter because I think Eli was the one that told me, he said, you gotta get a GameSter if you're gonna play well. I was like, okay. Got the GameSter.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, I see what you're saying.
Once that hit the market, we had to go with it.
Especially the first one, I think it was like $40 for like 1,000 hertz. I was like, okay, like this controller is like $40 and it's better than every other controller I've ever used. Like, this is insane. Actually, absurdity. Like, imagine like thinking back, like what, like just like 5 years ago, like how crazy like the controller market's been. Like, dude, it used to be like Elite Series 2s, like where the way like you're spending like $250 for a controller. Now it's like, bro, like there's like a ton of controllers in the market that are like $40 to $90 that like have everything that you could possibly want on it, and it's like better than anything we ever felt. It's like, it's a crazy time to be a controller player. It's like we're actually feasting.
No, we're in such a good market, especially where like scuffs were before, which I always loved scuffs when I used them. Also, thank God we are in the proper layout here and have an all-out brawl in tower.
Finally got started. No longer, we don't have to listen to me talk about our our sponsors and stuff anymore.
It's all good. Shout out to sponsors. Thanks so much.
Parabola?
Oh, so he whipped his very first one. That was pretty rough, but now we do have everything in the hands of Eagle. And I do think Cobra managed to snag the OS at the very least and maybe make their next push out a little bit easier.
Did he get hit? I think he did. He is scanned with the camo. But unfortunately, the rest of Boomer Doom has got to the respawn screen, so they're not able to punish the camo. Being scanned by the threat seeker there, and oh no. Oh, that was so close.
Good attempt, but this is an absolute lockdown. Absolute lockdown. I think the OS basically got negated by the skewer in Yuzi's hands there.
That's a big thing. I mean, like, you have counters to both on the map, right? So you have the threat seeker towards the overshield side to help counter the camo, and you have the skewer up on the map to help counter the overshield. It's like that's one thing I've always been a fan of in Halo, is like if you have something, like there needs to be a counter on the map to it somewhere. Like if you have overshield on the map, there needs to be a new combo or like something to deal with it early on.
Exactly. Some sort of, to some degree, absolutely.
I think that's always like a paramount to good map design, and I think we saw that play out just about as perfectly as you could at the start, right? Like one counter was able to punish, but the other counter, because the players went down, like they couldn't punish the camo player and see the benefit of it.
And Eagles had a great start. I mean, they get the first cap, half of like pretty much the second half, or the next half of the second hill, and OS is popping for him, so they might be able to chain this into actually turning the second cap around. I'll have to wait to see what Morgan can do with it.
He's got the overshield. He pocketed it until he gets to the hill. Always like that, right? There's no... the only reason to pop it early is because you could animate cancel on the ledge to like get your gun up earlier, I think, but I would rather take the extra time.
Present threat, realistically.
Yeah. Dude, that is a crazy straight walking line. They even try to strafe out of that.
I think he's just trying to set up the sticky grenade is all he was thinking about doing.
I get that. You see overshield, it's like, okay, how do I actually deal with this? It's like that my mind just goes blank on anything else. That's cool.
Which, even pointing to that moment too, one thing that was important in my mind with pretty much every map is most of the maps only have singular stickies now as well, to kind of reduce the amount of like nade spam, and especially like insta-splodes that we were seeing all the time in competitive play. And I mean, even then, if Suzy had 2 stickies, he might have just been rushing him even harder, just spamming his grenades, but he didn't really have the opportunity to. He tried to hold on to it on his one singular important sticky, and he couldn't put it to work, but it doesn't even matter because now Eagle is back to it. Oh, but Morgan has the camo and might be able to contest. Oh, but he showed too early. It doesn't matter. Zia comes in to swoop in for the second hill.
You gotta stay in.
Oh.
Colin can't get the challenge. Wow, that came down to just a hair on both sides.
Oh, and Yuzi through for the over for Parabola. Is there anyone to chain it anywhere?
Oh, they're
no,
flying
but they do make
spawns.
it push into A.
They're splitting
them. They should spawn long haul now.
Yeah, this is dude.
Oh, C-flat.
This could be backbreaking.
Good shots by Common.
Could be going like game 5 here. All right, this is really well played by Boomer Doom, at least at the start of this rotation. And they should have a huge advantage coming into this hill. His teammates spawn A. Yes, they did. Okay. Yeah, wow, they're getting them.
even talking about some of the, you know, the counterplay, the opportunity for counters in the gameplay and forcing motion, like we talked about earlier, that was definitely the big push for Recharge as well. That's why, like, there is something that is still very important on that Sword platform that used to be Sword platform. Now I guess we can call it OS platform, back blue. That just has been left empty. Like, that side of the map has been so low on the totem pole of, like, importance that, like, you would never see people like, yo, we need to push blue, unless you're trying to force a trip cap a lot of times for strongholds. But it now actually has a purpose of just leaving it open and letting people get an OS maybe freely, or, you know, you give up the A, give up the gold, which is the god spots on this map, for that opportunity. And just like that, the OS, huge swing. It actually makes this push possible.
Yeah, that's it's such an interesting design space, because like I'm not sure like where I actually sit on it yet, because I do like agree with what you're saying there, and I think like we saw that Overshield make a big difference and like see having that value. But I think it's something like Slayer, where like right now the premium plan for a team is to spawn trap them at C, but that can actually now work against a team, right? Because
exactly.
It's like there's an Overshield there, which is like now which makes you, I guess, like it forces you to be more dynamic on like the choice of like where you actually want to get the spawn trap. There is no like
100%.
default anymore, which, like, you know, I feel like I just talked myself into the other end of the argument, because it's like, well, don't spawn trap them at C if like Overshield's coming up, right? Like, spawn trap them somewhere else.
It's one of those things where it's like, obviously there should be, and also great plays by Ziad. He's even twirling like a ballerina, doing some 360s in between, but locking it down for his team, and they still have the 2-1 cap lead here. But back to talking about like sort of the balance of it, is like, it is important that important places on the map stay important, as weird as that sounds. But like, there should be more opportunity for other places to be important, and that is what the sandbox does. Like, that is literally the entire point of the sandbox, to some degree, is to either break open the positioning, or to create some of the worst positioning and actually be like a favorable position to then lead into, okay, now we take over and we take back. Like, we take back the map, or we push that forward. And like, that's what the camo does for gold. Skewers in the direct center, and now OS on that platform really actually makes blue a lot more valuable than it used to be.
That skewer just put the fear of God into the Overshield player, and they all got out of hill and common. Even though he didn't hit the skewer, I mean, just the threat of it was enough to...
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're back to the Predator combo like we almost had in Halo 5 with like the railgun camo. Like some plays we would see sometimes. And it matters. It is a very deadly combo with great efficiency.
Yeah, that's the one where the camo, I think, actually gets him the kill there, because like if you jump up there and you see a skewer, you have enough time to like get out and like force a miss there, but because it's camo with the skewer, like there's just no opportunity to actually dodge that projectile.
Yeah. And I mean, that all this led up to Eagle actually finding quite a bit of time, but still very mixy. Too early to say who's gonna walk away with the cap, but Skewer should make it very easy for Common, realistically.
Yeah, I think Common has almost like single-handedly brought this hill back. By the way, like he's playing absurdly good.
Great read.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, the miss though.
It's punishing.
Second miss, super punishing. Oh, but Zuzi comes in, gets his one shot.
Look how long it takes to
tie game now.
Oh my!
Great shot.
Dude, I do like. I think I saw some people be like, "Yo, you put the skewer everywhere," but it's like the more you see it, it's like there's a reason why. Like it's just, like it's the reincarnation of the railgun, but like actually balanced and like really, really good for competitive support. I'm surprised like we didn't see it again after it was brought out when Catalyst went away, because like man, such a like. It's like a true definition of like a glass cannon. It's like you can hit, but like you don't. Like it's truly punishing, and we've seen that happen so much where like the punishment actually happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, people would get a little bit more keen on like how to use it in the right scenarios, but like there always is just that window of opportunity that if you just miss it, great ping.
Dude, this is
by
insane.
Zuzi there. Get the nade, get the shots, 2 dead for Cobra, but yeah, I mean, it really is just an all or nothing.
I think he like captured the spirit of like the season 1 HCS. Like he kind of looked like you a little bit out there, where it's like whatever he had on him, bro, he just used it optimally in that spot. Like the threat seeker went through the corner like perfectly. He's hitting his movement to like hit a crazy shot, like just thinking next level. And like that's the other thing. Like when you give players options on like what to do in these spots, like they're gonna show creativity, and like now you're counting on execution of certain plays, and I think it's just really fun to watch, and I think that's what a lot of players have been missing since basically like the GA movement started.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really since year 2, because we started getting red racking, which was very valid, when that needed to be in, but then the removal of certain things, for better or worse, just kind of leads to the gradient being gone of like creative options. But great shot by Morgan.
Yeah, the true headshot as well, just like the overkill on it. And with that, they get the kills.
And the camo, the triple.
Where's the spawns? This is gonna be really close.
Should be A spawns here. So they still have a little bit of time, but this camo really should seal it.
Yeah, I think they gave up on this other. Maybe, yeah. Uzi should have given up on it.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a bust. I mean, there still is a minute and a half left in the game, so this is not over. This is not anywhere close to being over.
Yeah, I mean,
3 down for Cobra actually.
Minute and a half always feels like an awkward spot. Yo, nice gun out. Because like a minute and a half, it's like you can think about playing time, but it like probably isn't like actually time to play time.
Right.
It's like an awkward spot to be in. Is he gonna hold? Okay. Wow, caught him.
Yep. He knew his teammate got some damage on there, so he had the call out. Knew it was pretty clear cut and what he needed to do. Takes quite a bit of damage though, so the OS is pretty much already out.
Yeah, I mean, really well placed nades there to like get a lot of damage on that. But I mean, the overshield still had its impact, right? Like the break comes in.
Yeah.
I'll say like we did see him take that challenge down low in the pit on the little gators, and he didn't like execute properly.
Exactly.
Like, he let him get an extra couple shots there, and like the BR hits harder than any other starting weapon. So like if you let someone get 2 free shots and they don't miss, like you're taking a lot of extra damage in a gunfight
I mean,
like that.
he literally had the jump on him, he had the damage on him, and it just still took him that extra 2 bursts. So like he himself was missing quite a bit, like just enough where he couldn't clean up those kills. And it's led to Eagle now tying the game up.
Yeah, it's even on the scoreboard. But I mean, one thing that's not even, I mean, the kill disparity in this game has been absurd. The fact that it's 3-3, Legion Gaming is outslaying at like an incredible pace right now.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see that play the factor at the end here. I mean, they just are so comfortable on their slaying. I mean, look how expanded they are on the map. And oh, yo!
Great shots.
Dude, you don't get this angle too often where you just get the snake, and like Common's not going to let that go to waste. That's the over. And
overkill for the game.
Yo,
that's by Common, but does that secure the game for him? I mean, Morgan still has the lockdown on back blue here, back C. Here's the one-shot call. He's fighting for Hill. Oh, he doesn't get the sticky trade. That was huge.
The back,
they're still battling it out.
Both ends. Yeah, I mean, Lego's the last alive. It's going to be huge for him to get this kill and then instantly challenge. But I don't think he's got the time. And that was really heads up by Zuzi not to give him the challenge, right? Like, just stalling him out there, making it guaranteed. And Boomer Doom, I gotta say, like, you put up a hell of a fight in some of these games, but Legion, we anticipated them coming out on top, and they eventually do find that Common racking up his 2nd overkill of the tournament.
Great for him. That was great. And one thing I was thinking about it while watching it too, that like one of the biggest downsides right now to Hill as a game type, in pretty much since its conception, once we kind of all caught wind of it, was like, oh, you can just kind of let the game die out because there's so little opportunity to, you know, break certain setups, like the God spot setups that people find themselves in on certain hill points. And at least on that map, from what I noticed, it felt like the players naturally felt like they needed to stay in the hill a majority of the time. There was very little letting the clock play out because there was an OS that was very influential, or a camo or a skewer, like something was coming up that, well, maybe we hold our ground, but if we hold our ground and don't actually play for these things, they might take the setup and make a comeback happen. And I think the fact that typically there is no actual utility kit on the map to break those setups more effectively or more efficiently with the sandbox. So just that option alone, that like invisible pressure that's always there, it actually makes it. And we would have to see more, obviously, with as it develops. But I think it does force, again, the motion. It makes people actually have to play the game type rather than just sitting back playing Slayer really early on in the game.
Well, it's interesting to me because it's like oddball, right? Like oddball itself is the balancing mechanic within the game, right? Because like if you have it in your hands, you are down a weapon, right? Like they have to hold the ball, and that becomes this like balancing mechanic, and it creates this like comeback situation so often for a team that's trying to break. Whereas King of the Hill in its current form, like if you're in the hill, like the only thing that's limiting to you is like where you have to stand. And with the like, and what you're saying, like when you're adding that sandbox element, like now that actually becomes kind of a handicap, because like you do want to be on the map and scavenging, because there's like weapons to get yourself back into the game and all these things. And it's interesting. It's like a side effect that I wouldn't have anticipated coming into this tournament, but I think you've definitely nailed on the top of its head, is like the map itself, like the scavenging, the sandbox being available is like balancing out King of the Hill. It's like making it like,
no, it's very important. It is absolutely very important.
It's like an efficiency 100%. Game now, like rather than like we haven't seen one King of the Hill game go to time, and you know, obviously we still have more top level matches to come, but like I'll be curious whether we do see like those time situations come up yet.
Yeah, and the main thing too is that like normally within like a hill, because there is so much, again, normally it's like a breaking point. It always comes down to a breaking point of like, it could be very back and forth, but then, oh, there's a minute to a minute and a half left, and there's just nothing for the team that's down to play for, other than I have to play perfect or break the setup, that the other team is in such an advantage that all I can do is just, I have to perfectly outplay the other team. And obviously that's still, you know, great and whatnot, but I feel like that is what creates the linearity of it. That is what creates these situations where it's like, oh, we've seen this, you know, 3-2 hill on recharge before, and there's just no way, or the way it happens is because somebody has to throw really hard. Like the other team that's in advantage has to just completely break down in some way that at a high level just very, very, very rarely ever happens. And again, it just creates that natural motion on the map that I would feel like, again, if the sandbox is slightly more relevant on the map in terms of just the placement, it then creates like a situation where if you're the team that's up or down, it's like, well, maybe we should actually give up some favorable spawns so that we actually get favorable positions for the new weapons or the sandbox. And, you know, maybe we're not going to get our guaranteed 30 seconds because we have the perfect spawns. But we're going to get a skewer, or we're going to get an OS in play, and we're going to get our 10 to 15 of scrap time, and then like that carries over into winning the fight, rather than just standing your ground and not moving and like purely playing off angles.
I love it. I like that. Like we're actually having this tournament is opening up like at least the conversation to like have these like really interesting, like theoretical, like why is Halo the way it is, like conversations. So I think like we should be having more of, or like should be like at least more in the zeitgeist of like competitive Halo players. And like now we get to like see it in action, like actually like take theory into practice and like see these unintended consequences and all that. So I'm a big fan of what we've seen in this tournament so far. You know, it's like I think as time goes on, we'll like refine, and it's gonna get just better and better and better. Looking at the tournament so far, we see there's 4 undefeated teams left if we want to go back to that. So the way this is going to work out, guys, we have 2 more rounds. So this next round is really, really important because we're splitting into top 4. So right now we have Breaking Shot, Legion, Decepticons, and I believe Noobs as the only undefeated teams left. So those are the 4 teams that are going to get matched up in this next round. And then if you win that one, you basically guarantee yourself that top 4 cut. So like this next round's like really, really important for these top 4 teams.
Do or die.
Yeah, like the most loss you can have and still qualify is going to be 1 loss. So like all these teams that have 1 loss, it's do or die for all of them. And then right now is like your time to try to solidify yourself into that top 4 cut by winning your next round. So really, really big round coming up here. That being said, I think we're going to go to a quick break. We're just waiting on, I believe, a Game 5 to finish up, and then we'll have our next round published. Thanks for coming on as a caster, Luz. I believe Tony should be coming over here soon. It was actually really fun to have you like casting. It was a really cool experience. And let you get back to your stream and all of that, and appreciate you coming in and helping out.
Yeah, and I'll most likely be back around after the Swiss bracket concludes, and can talk a little bit more about what we've seen and keep going.
Perfect. Let's do it. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
it is now easier to get the next 4 down after that as well. If you're playing, you know, at a
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Oh, it's Suzy. Suzy has a sniper. He finds himself a double, but M feels his face. Could be the touch. The last shot. Just go get the pull, man. Just go get the pull. The QT. Wait, never mind. Wait, look at the flag. Look at the flag. Oh my god. Oh.
Double kill.
Wow.
Double kill.
Made here, honestly. Working gets a kill. Lego hits the headshot at 3.
Double kill.
Hamler might be able to contest. Oh, but he showed too early. Doesn't matter. Zia comes in to swoop in for the second hill. Oh. Wow. 3 dead. Cool. Just the dot spots on his map for that opportunity. And just like that, the OS, huge swing. It actually makes this clip possible. Exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, obviously there should be, and also great positioning and actually be like a favorable position to then lead into, okay, now we take over, we take back. Like, we take back the map, or we push that forward. That window of opportunity that if you just miss it, great ping by Zuzi there. The grenade, the better or worse, just kind of leads to the gradient being gone of like creative options, but great shot. Yeah, I mean, he literally had the jump on him, he had the damage on him, and it's just still took him that extra 2 bursts, so like he himself was missing quite a bit. Yeah.
Double kill.
Great shots.
Triple kill.
Another overkill for the game.
Double kill. kill. Double kill.
One singular pick, or if you do get that 4 down, it is now easier to get the next 4 down after that as well. If you're playing, at a
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Oh, it's Suzy. Suzy has a sniping, find himself a double, but M heals his face, could be the touch. The last shot, just go get the pull, man. Just go get the pull. Oh, the QT. Wait, never mind. Wait, look at the flag. Look at the flag. On the mirror. Oh my god. Oh. Wow.
Double kill.
Wow.
Double kill.
Maybe, honestly. Where do you get to go? Lego with the headshot of Brute.
Double kill.
Hammer might be able to contest. Oh, but he showed too early. Doesn't matter. Zion comes in to swoop in for the second hill. Oh. Wow. We get gold, which is the god spot on the map, for that opportunity. And just like that, the OS, huge swing, actually makes this push possible. Exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, obviously there should be and also great positioning and actually be like a favorable position to then lead into, okay, now we take over and we take back. Like, we take back the map, or we push that forward. That window of opportunity, you just miss it. Great king. Like, if the nade be better or worse, it just kind of leads to the gradient being gone of like creative options. But great shot, Morgan.
Triple.
Yeah, I mean, he really had the jump on him, had advantage on him, and it's just still took him that extra 2 bursts, so like he himself was missing quite a bit. Yeah. Great shot. Another overkill for the game. They're probably on an old version of the game as well. On the map. It's not even Slayer on recharge, it's just recharge. For some reason, it like reverts to like version 34, like randomly. Like it shows it. I have no idea why it does that. But it should work. God, I don't know why it's doing that to me. I have no idea. File is infected, dude. Those spawns literally just like infected. The infected spawns literally infected the game. Yeah, it is nice. It's Halo. Can't you host with observer? I can, yeah. If there was still an issue, I can just be the leader and then do it that way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Lucid LVT Evo Open #1, and hopefully plenty more to come. Man, it was so exciting to have Lucid on the casting desk. Tools, how was it working with the legend himself?
I mean, I gotta say, it's been the high of my day. And you know what they say about mountains? They're always met by peaks and valleys, right? So we're going from my high to now this might be my low. I have to work with you again, bro.
You know, I'm right there with you, but there's no way that I can fill Lucid shoes. But man, I will say, the dude was a natural on the mic. It was actually really cool to hear his insight and really cool to have this tournament and some cool plays being made by Decepticons who just have put Legion Gaming 3 down.
Yeah, I gotta watch out. Lucid might be coming for our job. Hopefully he just stays good at Halo for a really long time. I don't know if I can deal with Caster Lucid, bro. He might be too good at that. Yo, Talik, ripping face. Descendant gets his kill. You see that flag is well on its way as Descendant and the rest of Decepticons are just stacking up kills.
I was loving the Decepticons roster when it first got put together. I mean, it's sad to see ultimately some duos splitting apart. You know, Trippy splitting away from Penguin and even Lucid as well. You have Talik no longer playing with Soul Snipe and Druck. Who would have ever thought that would happen? But I will say, this Decepticons roster has been strong with a 1-0 start. It continues to be strong, even against the likes of Legion Gaming, who are no pushovers whatsoever.
They're doing a really effective job at building a strong perimeter, right? So you see the way that they're running play. There's always 2-3 players there ready to help, and even then they lose a lot of numbers there, but they're gonna get that flag capture. Getting a 2-0 lead on a map like Catalyst is really gonna be reassuring to them, right? Because now you can give up this flag capture here. You're still gonna have your lead, and you're just all thinking about re-establishing control, trying to get yourself into another attacking opportunity. Whereas Legion's not gonna have that same chance, right? They have to defend this flag.
Well, Legion Gaming come up with a huge counter cap opportunity here, but they end up going 3 down in order to do so. Is this another opportunity now for Talik and Decepticons to start a flag run as the spawners come up here for Legion Gaming? Talik now moves the flag on the opposite side of the map.
So skewers are up. Potentially, Zuzi's going to get that to his hands. It's going to be up to him to hit a big shot here to stop this flag run. As Uzi goes down, and there comes the skewers. Zuzi right on time. Is it going to be enough for the return? It's just Precision that's alive, and he's getting shots into the back.
Zuzi taking the shots. Somehow able to stay alive here, finds his way over toward the top side and continues to try to find angles to cover his twin brothers, but getting lasered off of the top catwalk. It's Uzi now having to make a play by himself, somehow gets the double kill, but those who are born together get sent to the respawn screen together, and Precision starts another run.
He's looking at the backtrack, trying to see if anyone is coming, but instead it's Little Gators actually came from the forward half. And he has to go back onto the attack, but the help that he has there, just really sure that he can take that challenge. And even now, like, Uzi doesn't really have the ability to take a strong challenge here. Just jiggle peeking, trying to get the damage that he can, but at the end, it's them that, it's all his teammates that go down. Just Common that was alive to get that flag at least back to the base, but Decepticons are going to have a much more forward pacing here than Legion Gaming due to those picks.
See Legion Gaming bouncing back just a bit here, but Decepticons once again on the offense, and once again Zuzi now being left by himself. Talik working the return here, and as Zuzi goes down, that should be another cap coming here soon. Decepticons with a huge return.
Yeah, big return. You see that flag as well on its way. Trippy gonna team up with Precision, and even that doesn't even need to help. Look at Talik distracting on the other end too. Just there's so much going on for that Legion has to deal with, and now it's just up to Little Gators, who's down to 1 shot and 2 players that are trying to get this flag back home and will not be able to get that stop. Decepticons, it just felt like they gave them too many problems to deal with at one time. Players all around the map. They did a great job of expanding and getting spacing on the map. Now, one thing you guys might notice, right, this best of 5 looks a little bit different than what we just saw played. Unfortunately, they did have the wrong rounds. They're playing off the wrong round. Oh my god, that's a tongue twister. But we will honor the result of game 1. We just need to make sure that they get onto the right best of 5. for the rest of this. So game 1 should have been recharge strongholds. Instead, we're going to swap that out with Catalyst, and then we'll make sure the rest of the best of 5 is correct.
Hey, I ain't mad at that whatsoever here. Catalyst is back, and let me tell you, I've missed it just a bit, and also missed seeing stats like this. And although we're seeing 2k damage for Uzi and Little Gators, it wasn't enough to stop the full-on attack coming from the Decepticons right off the rip. They came off on fire with those first 2 caps. I loved seeing that Legion Gaming didn't back down whatsoever, stayed resilient, were able to get a counter cap of their own, and almost made it back to back, but eventually Decepticons really having their way. Is there anything the stats are telling you from the Decepticons roster?
It just shows that they were really efficient. Like they're not actually outslayed by like a tremendous amount. It's like what, like 2 extra like rotations of slays, but you see how fast that game was, right? And it's about the effectiveness of their slays. Everything was advancing on the map, being very aggressive into the base, getting pulls, whereas Legion, everything felt a little bit more reactionary. And although they did get, you know, some kills and were able to get a flag capture of their own, they weren't ever in control of when to attack, how they're going to attack, instead being forced into positions by Decepticons.
Efficiency will get you every single time, especially when playing Capture the Flag, but when you switch things over towards Slayer, maybe things start to take a little bit of a turn here, especially when I think of Legion Gaming being an excellent Slayer roster. It could be an opportunity where your underdogs are able to shine, especially the likes of a Chris Common who so many people in the league talk about how he, when they team with him, he's able to instill all of his knowledge on them. He's able to play the game the right way, teach players how to play the game the right way, and I love the addition to him to this Legion Gaming roster. It was so unfortunate what happened to them at Worlds last year, but with Chris Common coming in, I know he's gonna have these boys heads on straight.
It really has been, it's been fun to watch Legion, like because we haven't seen them too much with Chris Common in that spot. Obviously, Legion having a pretty controversial finish at Worlds where they had to play with their coach, and they had to like find, you know, a new fourth to play with, and it looks like they settled on the Common, and I think he's been fitting into this roster fairly nicely, right? Like this is a team that I think is really well coordinated. Out of all like those amateur team, like the top 16 teams, I should say, that we saw before, like I think this is the team that's best suited to potentially break into that next level based as like the body of work as a full. I love like the way these guys play with each other.
Well, Legion Gaming have been putting in the work so far this year, and hopefully it pays off. You have an opportunity to get a huge upset against Decepticons, who have been exciting to watch as well from last weekend to this. Uzi so quick, I didn't even see the melee animation.
Look at Common. Oh, whoa, putting down Tulik. Mangler back into action. We haven't seen that since year 1, and it's showing the power of it there as he didn't miss a shot. Little Gators, shock rifle instead of a sniper rifle on this map as well, so very much dependent on hitting those headshots. One of the big differences that you're going to see between that 7 and the shock rifle, and one of the reasons that Lucid made the change was because of how dominant those BRs can be on those long range shots. Like, you don't want a sniper just tagging up a bunch of people to one shot. You want them to have to earn the kill, or at least execute on a headshot if you're going to get the kill with the sniper.
Well, luckily I have a couple extra paddles available on my GameSir controller. I might have to rebind the drop weapon because Trippy has the big mangler in his hands, and we've seen what this thing can do in action as Precision finds himself in a battle over toward the sandbag side. He momentarily backed down, but with this numbers advantage, they look to take space, widening their influence. Little Gator is the first one to go down. Trippy with the movement. He's too smooth with it. A smooth criminal, might I say.
Sometimes you watch a player, you can just like see how much fun they're having. I think that's what's happening with Trippy right now. Like, it's almost infectious the way he's playing. Like, you can tell that his brain synapses are firing at like 100%. Anything he can use, he will try to use. He starts off this game 7-1 before he's finally taken down by Little Gators. But I have to like almost pick the brain of Trippy after this tournament and see what he feels, because like it feels like this is something that's well suited to him, and you can tell he's going around the map trying to find all the advantages he can, and so far it's working well for his team.
if there was any year that needed some changes to give it a breath of fresh air, it is 2026. I am loving the Evo Open. Thank you so much, Lucid LVT, and thank you Decepticons for putting on a show. 24-16. Talik gonna make his way over toward the rest of his team as Legion Gaming coming off a spawn.
And Dog checking all these corners. He hasn't spotted anything quite yet, but by process of elimination, he's gonna figure out where that last one is, and that's a sick, perfect kill from Talik. Thrust not gonna be able to get him out of that next gunfight, but still, I mean, just a really, really fantastic execution from Talik there to hit those 3 shots, Thrust, and for the perfect kill. Like that's just clean gameplay.
Trippy with a dual team. Looking pretty good right now. 9 and 4, 2 assists. Legion Gaming going 3 down, but now look how quick they look to activate on the spawns. Uzi the first one to go up, and he could be the first one to go down. Comet spawning right in the face of the Tripster. Goes after one, turns it into 2, and that's back-to-back 3 downs. This is where bad turns to worse.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, Zuzi though at some point got away with that shock rifle, and that might be a difference maker. If they're gonna make the comeback, it's going to be based off the play that he has with this shock rifle. Headshots are needed. And it's so, look, it's so nerve-wracking. He just isn't sure exactly where they are. He finally finds his targets, but there's just too many and not enough damage to go around. Can he stay alive for the help? Oh, how is he alive?
Beautifully played, but somehow Zuzi's able to stay alive, able to get the kill, and now we see a bit of a run being made here from Legion Gaming as Zuzi does not stop for anybody. There is no brakes on this freight train as he runs through the middle of live fire, taking down everybody in his sight.
How has he not gone down yet? That's killing spree, and think that's a 5 kill, make it a 6 kill swing that's come since a play where he probably should have died. It's just absurd value being created there, and what looked like a lost game is suddenly very much on the table. Common Chris, Common CC getting the kill. Descendant followed up with a double of his own, but my word, we are seeing plays.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Halo. If you've been watching Halo Infinite over the last couple of years, you've seen a bit of a watered down sandbox. But right now here in the Evo tournament, we are making things fly. You got manglers, you got thrust. It's all about controlling every bit of resource on the map. Map control it just gets you so much of an advantage. Look at how many thrust kills we've seen. Look how many mangler kills we've seen. I've been loving every last bit of it. Bodies are hitting the floor except for Descendant, who rips a nasty double out of nowhere. 7 kill advantage. They only need 3 more.
Yeah, I guess nothing changes for Descendant. He's deadly in the one-on-one, and you saw it there. Just absolutely punishing in that gunfight, and that might be enough to close the door. Little Gators with that long-range shot there gets one, but they're just out of time, and there it goes. The last 2 kills come in of 50-42, and Legion Gaming able to make it a little bit more competitive towards the end of the game, but a lot of that early work being done by Trippy, by Talik, where it was able to get them that lead, that just couldn't be overcome.
I'm so sorry, Garrett. I'm geeking right now. I haven't got the chance to watch much of the 8s lobbies, and I was working up until literally a couple hours ago. So this is the first full match that I've been able to see on these new settings. I freaking love them, bro. I'm geeking. I'm smiling. The plays that just, dude. Thank you so much, Tommy motherfucking Wilson, for this. This is absolutely insane, and so are these stats. I'm sorry, Garrett. Why don't you break it down? Sorry, I'm a little too excited.
And you see the clear difference and just consistency across the board for Decepticons. Damage dealt all being there in spades for them, whereas you see a little bit more variance on the other side of Legion Gaming. A little bit of a boom or bust sort of sequencing for Legion. If they're able to find that, raise their floor up, I think they have a chance in this series, but it's going to take a lot of work and probably like an MVP effort from one of these players stepping up, right? Because like you look at the other side of Precision's team, this Decepticons, and every single player there has like that takeover ability, that floor that's going to be at a really high level. In fact, like you look at some of the players that compose this, like I think you have 2 of the most consistent players of last year, Trippy and Talik, with 2 of the most top level like boom players in Descendant and Precision. So like you're giving those two players this like really safe floor to work with. It's such a nasty roster to deal with.
And then specifically when you talk about the settings as well, like, you know, whenever I thought of players that were able to maximize this sandbox, you know, obviously Lucid is one of the players that came to mind, but also Trippy. Like, dude, Trippy's using every last bit of it. You even see Descendant coming in, using a couple automatics here. Like, dude, every last bit of the sandbox was used, and some of the ones that really stood out to me on that replay were the crazy thrust plays that Trippy was able to make. If Trippy gets his hands on a thrust with all that Halo 5 experience, he gonna have some fun with it.
Yeah, look, we go into Solitude, and speaking of thrust, Tony, right? I love your ability to set me up beautifully here, because I don't know if you know about all the changes, right? You might have, like, did you watch the Lucid video? Like, how familiar are you with the changes on Solitude?
No, please break it down for us all, please.
Well, yeah, because I mean, there's probably some people in the audience that are like, they don't know quite what all the changes are. Thrust, I think, in my opinion, is like the biggest change that happened on Solitude, because you're gonna have 3 thrust pads on this map. I didn't misspeak, by the way. There's 3 of them. You can think of them, they're all on like the perimeters basically. But the difference, right? You have the 3, you only get 2 per pickup, right? So you're not getting 3 on the pickup. So although there's like way more, there's not necessarily like a lot more usage of it. You're just gonna see it more often on different players. But I think it makes a huge difference on this map, man. It feels almost like Halo 5-esque, how many thrust fights we're having. And it makes it so you see a lot more like thrust on thrust action, which I always love to see. And then you also have the skewer up for grabs on Solitude. And dude, the skewer has been, I think, the biggest change that I've been a fan of. It's like, it's so fun to have a weapon that is truly boom or bust.
Wow. And when you talk about, you know, players with thrust on thrust, like
you also, yeah, you're a big fan of that as well, right? The thrust on thrust.
Well, I would say thrust players, you know, battling other thrust players, probably how I would put it. But it reminds me of not something I'm used to, and that's Halo 5. I'm definitely used to a bunch of Halo 5 action. Obviously, this map is a Plaza remake, so we all have experienced the thrust on thrust fights, and it's gonna be really cool to watch once again. The thrust pads is crazy.
Sounds like you're more of a fan of like fighting against a player that's thrusting, right? Like you're like, you like to like, you're not too interested about having both players. Like, oh, dude, are we for real? Do you see all 4 of these guys? They're aimbot in the middle of the map. What are we doing? That's insane.
New settings, new strats, new opportunities, but 3 down go Decepticons, so maybe we might want to work on that play as Zuzi is able to easily get that overshield. A lot of team damage being taken considering he had that extra shields, maybe down to about 25% and make it none now as he gets shredded by both the enemy, his teammates, and Decepticons come right back at him.
Skewer in the hill, not gonna be able to hit that shot, and this is what we talked about, the punishing nature of having the skewer, right? He misses that shot, he has no chance to get back into the fight. Because think about it, like lining up the shot, that's like time that you could be shooting your BR. So if you miss it, that's like damage that you didn't do. And then how long it takes to reload, the fact that there's only 1 bullet, right? You don't have a second to let loose like you would with a sniper or a shock rifle. It makes a huge difference. And yeah, you just have to hit anywhere. But when you miss, very often you're gonna get punished.
Being down to Legion Gaming, Uzi's by himself, and speaking getting punished, he's gonna be punished for being that staggered player. As right now, Legion Gaming needs to somehow find a full reset. They've been scrambled all over the map. The Decepticons have been the chefs, and they are cooking at the moment. Talik from downrange, 1 more player once again, as Decepticons have a slight lead on this first hill.
So yeah, it's been very chaotic throughout this map so far. I'm just like getting into this hill. A lot of fights happening on those perimeters outside, but during all that chaos, Descendant's just been soaking up a little bit of time until Little Gators finds his way down low. What a shot from Little Gators.
Little Gators big plays being made over toward the mid side. Not quite done just yet as the damage continues to rain down, but Trippy can prove that he's one of the best BRs in the game, man. Trippy refuses to go down easy time and time again, and now the same for Descendant, who finds a way to not only stay alive, but finds the angle on the one-shot player towards the mid. Decepticons once again have an advantage. That's 4 down for Legion Gaming.
That Descendant right back into the hill. You saw him go for the skill jump there, by the way. That's one that Lucid added, reminiscent of what was originally on Plaza in Halo 5, where you could hit that backwards jump. That is available to the players, but we haven't seen it quite hit yet. First time I've seen someone try to actually go for it in the game.
Which the hands of Trippy. You see Precision taking a whole lot of space over toward the blue side. Lots of faith that they have in him. Little Gators eventually able to take him down. Trippy forced to back down for just a bit, but still challenging over toward the mid side. Eventually, Little Gators not only gets rid of Precision, but now does the same to Trippy, and right back in the action. Little Gators lives. Can't say the same for Decepticons.
It's going to be a big opportunity for Legion. They need to soak up as much time as they can here. And wow, Little Gators, what a play. He caught the rotation before it could come into play. That's going to significantly slow down Decepticons. By the time you see them challenge this hill, it could be almost captured at this point, especially if Little Gators finds the early kill here. Dude, Little Gators showing almost Royal 2-esque in the way that he was playing that, just in pure isolation on the outside, winning crucial gunfights for his team. And that's going to make this hill so much easier for Legion. That was so well played. I mean, top down, but I want to give my flowers, Little Gators there. That was crucial gunfights that he won.
Not all kills are created equal, not all damage created equal, but man, those were some valuable plays being made by Little Gators, who shows that you can still jiggle peek with the BR as you do the Bandit, but Precision wins that fight, holds onto the top mid control, only drops down to guarantee himself the trade against Uzi. We switch over to Descendant, who gets into a battle of his own, but we were talking about him all day. Little Gators is here to play.
Utah able to find the lineup, though. He gets 2. That's going to be his triple there, as he just stops Legion Gaming in their tracks. He's 14-6 to start this game. It's safe to say Talik's comfortable so far with the changes here.
Big trade over toward the hotel side. Descendant finding angle on the easy one-shot. Precision soaking up all of that hill time. Zuzi wins the 1v1 fight and somehow gets out over towards Blue, trying to break the ankles, but Descendant eventually gets his. Legion Gaming now still spawning over toward the snipe side, so still in the action right now. Descendant is hunted down. Legion Gaming have control, and Chris Common is making super rare plays.
Yeah, nothing common about him, right? It just has come up with huge plays throughout this tournament so far, and I'm hoping to maybe see that continue on in a game 4 here if Legion Gaming can really solidify their setup. There's one player that Decepticons have on a long-ranging flank, but they can find him before he does too much damage. That's Precision. Keep an eye on the feed. Precision goes down. That should be the cue for Legion Gaming to get back into the hill and to have really strong control. Look at the spawns now. They're going to be over at glass. Uzi needs to be careful about maybe flipping out a spawn at blue here. They are very aggressively pushed up. And look, you see how Trippy's over there at the lift? That's because they got really aggressive into those glass spawns. You're giving Trippy like really quick access, and Trippy just doesn't hesitate on punishing them for that. That's a double kill. What should have been like a huge chunk of time for Legion Gaming turned into something fairly minimal.
Decepticons will take advantage of every single mistake that you make, and we're seeing Decepticons right back in the action when you had to believe that Legion Gaming should have been closing out that hill. Switching gears over towards Trippy, who finds himself behind both of the twins. Excellent damage over towards the backside. The back shots too much. 3 down go Legion Gaming, and Decepticons steal a hill that it feels like they have no business having.
Yeah, I think that's a huge misstep from Legion Gaming. They should have gotten that hill, but some over-aggressive play there ends up costing them. And there's this conversation about what it means to play fast. We can talk about it in the postgame a little bit more, because I think that's a huge moment to break down a little bit. But I think that's going to dearly cost them in this game. You're already seeing, like, right now, Decepticons is well set up into this next hill. Trippy has a skewer. to work with. Like, this is gonna be really tough for Legion Gaming to get this break. And the benefit for Decepticons, they don't necessarily even have to stand in this hill, right? Like, draining off time in the clock is beneficial to them.
What the? Trippy just shish kebabbed the crap out of that man. Oh my god, I haven't seen a skewer kill in forever. That was beautiful to earn the 4 down. Trippy putting them down. Decepticons continue to score. Skewers still in their hands. Talik, who just got taken down, mind you, Talik is 25 and 11, and feel like we've barely been able to talk about him with how well Decepticons have just been firing on all cylinders.
See little Gators stuck on that right side, his teammate spawning up behind him, but I don't know if he has enough time to get to this challenge yet. Oh, they did get the overshield. They committed for it, and it was just to get this break. Trippy tries to fire 2 skewer shots at the overshield, but the counter not there. He's not able to hit those shots, but does get the back smack. Trippy was taking down that overshield one way or another.
He is the master at baiting you out into a position that you don't want to be in, finds the backsmack on his overshield player, and just like nothing ever happened, with losing that overshield, Decepticons are about to get their 3rd hill. What a play by Trippy.
Bro, Trippy and Talik, this is a delinquent duo that's happening. 26 for Talik, 21 for Trippy. These guys are just outpacing the rest of the lobby. I look at the highest for Legion is going to Little Gators at 16. Just an absolute outpace right now by these guys. That's 10 in a row for Trippy. The killing frenzy is it. He might be able to end this at 15.
Hey, you talk about the killing frenzy. Can we also throw up Descendants 15 assists to go along with it? Everybody on Decepticons is having a field day. Can't exactly say the same for Legion Gaming, a team that hasn't been playing bad whatsoever. You're just not playing up to Decepticon standards right now. Decepticons are running things, and at this point, I'll be surprised they even step foot in the hill. 51 seconds, 2 hills ahead. Are they playing time at this point?
A lot of Trippy's plays have been facilitated by having that thrust in the back pocket. I mean, so many one-on-one fights that he's gotten away with because of that, and just making the most of that use. And at this point, right, Tony, like, they for sure want to play out that hill with a 2 capture lead. That's going to be their priority. And I think Trippy, he's salivating at the idea of maybe having this game get prolonged a little bit longer and seeing if he can get 15 kills in a row. He's still alive off that streak. I think he's like 2 kills away. Punish is on the 1. Descendant, he steals the kill though. Trippy, you might as well stand in. Like, give yourself another chance. I think he's 1 kill away. Someone's standing in the hill. Let him get it.
13 seconds left, and right now it's not a question of who's going to win this game, but is Decepticons' very own Trippy going to get the running riot? And there it is. Absolutely insane, the showcase that the Decepticons roster put on. Legion Gaming, I'm sorry you got in the way of it, but today belongs to the Decepticons. Megatron, be proud.
Double T's, right? Trippy, Talik, those two just demolished. It was like it was like a torrential tribute of players that were coming to them, right? It just over and over and over again, splashing their way into those gunfights, and they just took them down one after the other. I mean, 58 kills between those 2 players. 58. They have 58 between Trippy and Talik. I mean, what does Legion Gaming have as a whole? It has to be like those 2 might have just outslayed the entire lobby.
They're looking like a classic duo, even though they're new together. They're looking like peanut butter and bananas. These 2 working perfectly together, and this is only an appetizer. I mean, we still got plenty more to see. Decepticons are the real deal, and it looks like they're going for Shopify Rebellion's throne.
Whew. Yeah, that was an insane series. I mean, it was a 3-0. It felt like a quick one, but I felt like we saw a little bit of everything. It was really fun to watch. I want to maybe shift our focus over because we've been watching this series. I believe Lucid has a series of his own that's going into game 4 right now between Team Breaking Shot and what's that team's name? It's the team from Lat AM. I want to make sure I get their team name right.
Were Strikey and the boys?
I don't think
Magico?
Is it Strikey's?
I think it might have been Laura Strikey and Magico, but I don't know the team name. I apologize.
I get it. Noobs. Noobs. Team Breaking Shot
Of course,
noobs.
they're anything but news, but you know, fun fact, you know, we saw Piggy and Jackson teaming with some players that would normally be on this type of roster here. We saw them teaming with what was it, Drift and Acid, I want to say it was, during the Open series.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see like all the changes that were happening and like who was teaming with who.
Super heads up play.
Yo, what?
Strikey's kind of juking him a little
What's
bit.
going on in that room?
No one
Strikey
picked up
goes
the
down,
center
his
shot.
breaking shot gets the kill, but I really am interested to see how like
Oh my God, he's just
the teams
grappling
from
the
Mexico
walls.
kind of shake up
He
because
almost
like
killed Lior
to
off
me
that
this
too,
is
by
the
way.
perfect
That's
time
pretty crazy.
to sort of
That's pretty crazy.
create these like super region
See what
teams.
Magico
Like
can do.
I like the idea of
Ezo
having
in the
two from
back
NA, two from I should just say like the
He's on the flank.
you know from the NA
Probably
scene
gonna
and
get
the
shot
Mexico
back
scene
here
like
soon, right?
coming in together. This is
Guess
the time to
not.
do it.
He's able to make it out.
Definitely is. Right now, we see
still
Ezo and Breaking Shot.
Maybe
Actually,
finally
I introduced them
somebody
to
picking up
Skip to My Lou, Ray for Alston. I said
shot, but
Breaking
trades
Shot
out
is
with
like
it.
the Skip to My Lou or the Ray for Alston of Halo. Like he
a big
brings this
win by
like
Ezo.
street
Breaking
baller
shot on the
type
flank.
of vibe
Gets
to
the
him. The
cleanup.
way he moves around the map. He don't play
number
Halo
keepers.
the
That's
traditional way. He plays it the exciting way. I always love watching Breaking Shot. And I showed him a highlight mixtape of Skip to My Lou, and he loved it.
Getting kills. Magico.
Oh, dude, that's
Cubby to
awesome.
cubby.
Well, Tony, I want to take a
That's
second
pretty
here.
cool.
I think let's listen in with Lucid just for a little while as he watches this game four between these two teams. We'll go on a quick break after this round robin round.
Yeah,
We'll have our
low
final.
side.
I mean,
XLS is about
our
to
final
pop
round
through
is Swiss
soon.
after this match, and from there we'll be
Toss it
going
out.
into our top four playoff cutoff.
So in the alley, Piggy gets a kill. Big trades back and forth. Breaking shots. Waiting for the next OS, I believe. Oh, but Lior gets some god nades. Holy shit. The action. Oh, he's opting for the touch. I was gonna say, there's no way we just let him do that. There's no shot. Ain't no way we just let him do that. And the flag is still down. That was 2 or 3 dead. Ops get the OS. He's not even hopping the re. I guess he's got the confidence because they were 3 dead. It really should be returned. But Lior gets touch. This is what I'm talking about. How are they letting Lior do this? Oh my god. Almost turns the fight around. Jackson still with the OS. Pushes it in. 3 dead for Cobra. Ezo's trying to grapple the flag back to him while Jackson's running it at him. Good shots by Yak. This is looking like a pretty clean route. Piggy is going to definitely punch it in. Lior breaking out. Cinder shot's coming up. Ezo looks like he's going to try and play for the Cinder shot. Ooh. Good shots. Oh, he got a hit marker. Wait, that just did like no damage. What the fuck? Looks like Lior makes it out alive in that alleyway. Let's see what Ezo's doing with the Cinder shot over here. Goes down. Magico. B shot. Breaking shot, find the Cinder shot. OS coming up soon. Game's gonna slow down just for a moment. Shit. Good reaction. Doesn't get the kill. Magico gets the cleanup though. Who is that? It's Piggy. Piggy with this little bit of Cinder shot left. He's whiffing some shots, but pulls out the BR to clean it up. He's got 3 shots left. Getting the pull. The action above. Getting some free shots, it seems like, on Strikey and company. Everyone down low. OS is out. Flag is going to keep being ran. This is definitely a cap. This is absolutely a cap. Piggy staying alive. 1 Cinder shot left. Not a lot to do with it. See what Breaking Shot can do up here. Get straight out. Hero. A teammate? He's getting teammated. Ezo on the flank in the alley. Oh, he's trying to clean him up. Jackson comes in for the help. Nice try trying to dip down in that corner, but can't stay alive. Jackson gets cleaned up. Double from Lior. Breaking shot on the flank through the low alleyway. Oh, he's going back into his own flag. Good little route. Yo, I got you, Tony. Thank you so much for the 1 year, brother. The thing is, like, I don't even feel... We just have... Our scope of what amount of sandboxes is in play is so limited that, like, I literally either swapped a weapon that was already on a map for another weapon, or added, like, 1 or 2 things. Pretty much, like, yeah, I guess, like, 1 or 2 to a couple maps. And, like, that ultimately is like, oh my god, there's so much sandbox in play. Which is crazy to think. Because this is, like, still very tame, I feel like, compared to year 1 and what we were seeing everywhere. But I'm glad to hear you're having a great time, Tony. I'm having a good time watching it. Ezo and Eagle, 2 down for Cobra. They get the OS in hand. Top control, Hero DNA. Let's see what he's planning over here. He's just kind of hiding out. I guess, I mean, Magico, I don't know if Magico just spawned out, but these guys are playing really conservative right now. Playing really far back. I think they just don't know exactly where to place themselves. Oh, wow. Good shots by Hero. Holy shit. Taking out the OS like that, even with shooting him in the back, but he had so much of that OS left. Trying to go for the remote detonation. Magico finding a way out. Strikey punching his way through with more shields, clearing the path. Chasing Ezo down here for the path, has a thrust in the back pocket, gets taken out though. And the game slowed down. That was 3 dead for Cobra. We can make a caster's team for next event. You Tools, Walshy, and myself are going for gold. BR starts are back for the Evo series. BR starts are not back for general comp right now. Ooh. I respect the grapple on the cinder shot there, but just gets naded from every single corner. Goes well, and they do more of these. Will he be eligible to play? I mean, yeah, I make the tournament, so I can kind of decide whatever I want, to be honest. Maybe I would hop in with my own team. I probably wouldn't try to make like a hitter squad where I'm going in with the absolute stack, like most stacked team possible. I don't think. But I wouldn't mind trying it out. Nice, Piggy hitting the jump. He is aware. He is aware. OS is up. Nobody on Cobra in any angle to really fight for it, honestly. So Jackson was able to just slip away with it immediately. Somebody's hiding out. Oh, Lior. He was waiting for the opportunity. Oh! Jackson almost just got ripped. I can't lie. That was looking pretty bad. That was almost looking pretty bad. Magico on the flip side managed to break out, I think, from a cubby spawn. They got 3 minutes. I mean, things are looking kind of dicey. Piggy staying alive. Breaking shot, finding the second kill. 3 down. This is looking like a pull. Good movement out of Piggy to stay alive. He's just going to run it. He is just going to run it. He's going to run it. Oh, he's running it high. Honestly, I was expecting him to go low. See, I feel like if players get more time on their hands, I feel like Bazaar could go back to being a 5 flag. I feel like it could go back to being a 5 flag, honestly. So what? That's 3-1, right? That was a 3-1 match set out of Piggy and Co. over the Latin American players. Great match. Matches all around, honestly. Good game out of Jackson. Good roll left for Strikey. Good assist out of Ezo as well. Doing some big damn over here between these two. Some big damn. 3 steals, 3 caps. That is what you call efficiency, folks. He oinked on him. Nice, man. Or is this a game 5? Wait. Who won? Oh, it's because they won games 2 and 3. That's right. I don't know why, but I thought Piggy... Never mind. It's not. It's actually a game 5 alert. Completely forgot. Completely forgot about game 3. I forgot that hill went in like super favor of the Latin American guys. Barracks, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. 49.49 incoming. It is looking tough. Have a favorite map with the changes? Honestly, Recharge and Forbidden right now are my favorite changes that I have and like what I've seen so far. Oh, wait a second. I wonder if they're having issues with the map again. Any tips for the BR base gameplay? Is it controlling a space a lot more? I usually run it down with the Evo. Tips for the BR. Oh yeah, I think they have the wrong version of the map. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, I feel like BR play is so much more about actively taking space. Like you have the ability to back somebody down and like play cover. Like you have to play cover, I honestly think smarter. Like you don't get to just play a corner and like jiggle peek where like maybe you're catching even someone trying to nade you and like you can just easily jiggle peek like 2 or 3 times, like clean up a fight. Like I feel like you just don't get away with that kind of like movement or those types of fights nearly as much with the BR. Like you need to be more ready to like press with your gun up and take the fight forward. Gotcha, Tools. Gotcha. But yeah, I mean, I think like with the BR, you need to actively be mindly present that off the damage that you're moving. And it's not even just like a sprint or hit your slides, like immediate type of push. Like I feel like it's a consistent like step by step, cover to cover, backing somebody down and like moving off of it more effectively, even between bursts, even is like kind of the biggest deal to me in my mind of like what I think of as a difference, I guess, because ultimately I feel like it's still pretty similar, kind of samey in that sense. But don't miss if you're windmilling. If you're windmilling with the BR, you are gonna feel like you're pulling the trigger and you're hitting 1 out of 3 in the burst, and you're literally getting 4 or 5 out of your socks. And like the other guy is like half shields, and you're like thinking that you think you're on target, so you really got to make sure you focus on your shot. All right, since that's the case,
ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. It is your Lucid LVT Evo Open #1, and it is not disappointed whatsoever up until this point. So why would you think it's gonna disappoint now? Game 5, team breaking shot going up against the noobs. It's about to go down.
I'm very interested to see how this noobs roster approaches this game 5, whether they choose to be hyper aggressive or they're just gonna punch each other off spawn. I think they went for the punch each other off spawn strat.
I didn't know it's an option. Whoa, dude. Heads up and analysis coming on the Tools right there. Obviously signaling for a bit of a reset, not ready just yet here. Want to make sure that everybody is ready, locked, and loaded, because game 5 and a lot of implications with this matchup right now. It looks like calling for the new version of the map. Got to make sure you have the new version, otherwise, spawns can be a little wacky, things can get a little crazy. Yaxon, Breaking Shot, Piggy, and Ezo. Yaxon fresh off of teaming with the Cabal roster, Precision and Mental in Call of Duty Challengers. He comes back. He doesn't skip a beat whatsoever. He was amazing during the Open Series leading to Birmingham over the weekend, and joining him was Breaking Shot. I thought was also exciting. And Ezzo and the boys, how are we feeling about this team Breaking Shot roster?
Hey, I mean, any team that has Jackson on it, I'm a fan of. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm a big Jackson fan. I think he was crushing it last weekend when we were watching during the DreamHack Open. I'm curious to see how he plays again this next weekend, but I think Jackson has this advantage on everyone right now because he was competing in COD and then came back. Him and Precision came back, and I think that makes a huge difference for a player because he's been in competitive grind set mode since Worlds, and like he came from top 3 at Worlds, like, okay, I'm gonna compete in COD, okay, I'm gonna go back to Halo. Like, he's never stopped competing, so he's just like been on it, you know. And I think it's gonna make a huge difference in his game.
Also gonna make a huge difference in this series here, because guys, we are doing the Swiss format, and right now both Team Breaking Shot and Noobs are 3-0 at the moment. So that's the implications that we were talking about here. I know you're very well versed when it comes to the Swiss format. If you want to remind the people at home on how this is going to work as we move from this, moving into the final rounds.
That's what's pretty simple, guys. So the idea is there's 5 rounds. We're in round 4 right now. You're gonna play out all 5 rounds no matter what. The idea is that at the end of those 5 rounds, the top 4 teams from there will go get put into a single elimination playoff bracket. The other part of it is that who you play in each round is dependent on your record. So at the beginning, everyone's 0-0. You get placed basically according to like seed, I believe. But then after that, all the 1-0 teams play against 1-0 teams. All the 0-1 teams play against 0-1 teams. In round 3, all the 1-1 teams play each other. All the 2-0 teams play each other. So like we're in round 4, we're seeing the 4-0 teams. All the undefeated teams are playing each other right now. There's 4 of them left. After this round, there'll be 2 of them left. And then after this round, we'll have 1 team that remains undefeated. They'll get the top seed going into the bracket. The other side of it is all the teams that are battling with the same record. So as the tournament continues on, like, you're always having competitive matches. And I think my favorite part of it is if you're just wanting to compete and like play and get as many games in as possible, well, even if you're a team that doesn't win a series all day long, like, you're gonna at least get to play 5 maps, and they should be more competitive as time goes on. So I think so often there's a lot of players that want to play that don't have a chance to play too late into a tournament. This gives them a chance to, Alex, get some games in.
Yeah, you know, and for example, it works really well for a player like Tools, for example. In any normal double elimination tournament, he's playing
I'm like
2 series.
Oh, wait. No.
Wait. You think you're going to winners round 4?
Yeah.
You wouldn't go to winners round 4 with Lucid on your team.
Next tournament, we'll see how that goes. You know what I'm saying? I'm calling up Tommy, and you compete in that, and I'll have Tommy on my team. We'll see how it goes. You know what I'm saying? 4-0 lead for Team Breaking Shot. And that's going to be number 5 as Jackson just hammers down from across the map here and is just laying down the hurt. He's got that skewer in the back pocket as well.
He was able to put their first kill on the board here, but it's the 6 for Team Breaking Shot, and Jackson just waiting for somebody to overextend in his line of sight, using that skewer to try to guard the power from across the map. Not able to connect though, so Hero stays alive a bit longer than expected. This camouflage is definitely getting some value, and the fact that he is alive is literally a miracle.
The fact they got out is a miracle. I just like... Yeah, he got the camo, just getting up through the batteries, getting over those nades. He was absolute one-shot.
8-4 lead here, but for Team Breaking Shot, but Hero trying to make some hero plays with this camouflage. Double push right through the seaside, takes a bit of team damage, but Strikey on the first strike over towards bottom blue, and he just avoids the point of view, then the line of sight of Jackson, who can't do anything but forcibly throw the skewer off the map as Noobs bring him back within 3 kills.
I killed Jackson. He goes back to clamber up. You see how close the skewer shot was to hitting him. It was stuck in the wall right to his left. And once again showing, like, if you miss the skewer shot, it's really punishing. You're not going to have a lot of damage on that player. Very rare that we see someone miss the skewer shot and then still like come out on top in their life. So a very risky play sometimes to have that skewer out, but the reward is always worth it, right? A one-shot kill is so dominant.
High risk, high reward, and just like going for that overshield, does Piggy. Gonna pocket it for just a bit. A lot of the sandbox being utilized here on Recharge. Normally a map that can slow down quite a bit, but with all the goodies, each and one of these teams want to get aggressive. Piggy takes down the first one, takes height almost immediately. Nades continue to go down as right now Piggy's surrounded. It's a Piggy sandwich.
I like how greedy Piggy was there with the overshield, right? It would have been easy to pop that early on into the fight, but he says, no, I'm gonna wait until the last possible second to pop this. And look, he's gotten a lot more value out of it. He's pretty far removed to when that overshield came up to where he is now, and he still has a little bit of that overshield to work with. He's optimizing how much of an impact he can have on the map.
The combination of popping it late and also being patient with it gets so much value, does Piggy. And the same for Ezo, who trades out his life over on the gold side. Looks like power weapons coming up. Active camouflage over where the shock normally spawns. Two players gonna make sure they guarantee it here. Can he stay alive? Doesn't pop it just in case he goes down, but Piggy, he's a hard kill. He's only died twice.
I do like that they removed the grapple. Lucid removed the grapple from that spot and put a repost there. Because think about what normally happens in that spot, right? If you have a camo up in that, you're going to grab the grapple, you're going to go back to safety, and you're just going to grapple it. He's forcing players to move up into a really exposed position to grab camo, right? And to try to get away with it. And I think it makes for a much more risk-reward style play that I'm a fan of.
26-19 advantage still for Team Breaking Shot, and Piggy once again has another power up in his hands this time. It's a camouflage. Eventually hunted down by two members of Noobs who aren't done just yet. Magic go down to one shot, catches a grenade from I don't even nowhere as Breaking Shot slides in seemingly out of nowhere. Already has taken down one. Now defending the overshow with the skewer. No scope to the body of Lore, and then gets hands on with Strikey as he takes him down. 3 down go Noobs, and that's an overshield being secured.
Huge swing from it, right? Like, look, they got overshield, they got skewers still in their possession. Yaxon's frying on the other end of the map. This is a really dangerous moment for Noobs, and it just keeps hurting. And look, they have these guys splintered on the map. Ezo has the chance to potentially be really aggro onto these players at C plat, and while he's being aggro, they're gonna open up the back spawn. So look how split. Like, Noobs is clearly 2-2 split. The remaining players on the map can't help in those gunfights. They're really trusting the 2-on-2 work, but it's just not going to be enough to overcome a team like Team Breaking Shot. By the time the help comes, the damage, I think, has already been done. Even though I don't think Team Breaking Shot goes positive in that engagement, getting those trade outs there when you have a massive lead like you do is worth it.
Definitely worth it if they hold on to a double-digit advantage. Once again, Jackson taking down 2 before he goes down himself, and those are the trades that ultimately want Noobs to have 2v1s, 2v-nuns, but right now it's Breaking Shot continuing to bring the pain. Nades go down, keeping me over toward the back gold side. They were not able to get that kill, but they will still decide to double push through gold. They'll be met with a bit of resistance, but Piggy gets roasted right there. Looks like a player forced over toward the battery side. Jackson gets cleaned up, and that's a good push coming out of the Noobs.
Yaxon kind of left the ham there to be burnt on that play. They both wrapped the corner, and Yaxon decided very quickly, I don't think we're winning this one, and just dipped out. And Piggy was committing to the gunfight, but that happens so often, right? Where you're doing the same play as your teammate, but as information comes up, you have a different idea versus what your teammate has, and like that can create opportunities where you give an opening to the other side. And Noob's able to get a few kills off that, but this has been what's really been painful throughout the game for Noobs, is that they just haven't been able to get the usage of the power-ups and power weapons the same way that Team Breaking Shot has. And yep, camo beats overshield most of the time because of that reason. You just wait till they run past you and you just hit the back.
Perfectly played by Breaking Shot as they're one squad wipe away from taking this incredible game number 5. They've been in control for what, 90-95% of the game, and although we've seen Noobs at times mount some kind of comebacks, get a couple of plays that go their way, it really has been Team Breaking Shot this entire time. Breaking Shot 17-9. Jackson getting aggro himself, 14 kills, 7 assists, and now just one more kill to end the series.
And that's going to be it as Jackson hunts down the final at 15 kills for him. Breaking shot. The captain having 17 to end this game. And a very comfortable game 5 for this team as they will go into round 5 undefeated.
Definitely not out of it just yet. As we explained earlier, both of these teams were undefeated. Noobs getting their first loss, but there's almost guaranteed to still make it when it comes to bracket play, obviously, which is a bit of a blemish on their record. They'll be playing against another team that's 3-1. Meanwhile, like you mentioned earlier, there'll be 2 teams that are undefeated, and by the time next round is over, there will only be 1. Before we get there, can we talk about breaking shots? 17-9, 9.3 KDA. The team is named after him. He has to go off a bit, right?
Yeah, he had an unbelievable game. Look at his damage dealt compared to everyone else. He was 1,000 more than just about anyone else in the lobby. Breaking Shot clearly was comfortable with his play throughout that, and I mean, that's just a good sign for this team, right? They go through undefeated up to this point. They're going to be going up against Trippy's team this next round, and so far it seems like they're taking care of business. And even when the challenge is tough, they came out and played extremely well and secured a game 5 in a convincing fashion.
It'd be very interesting to watch Piggy and Jackson going up against both Descendant and Precision, as you have 2 halves of that Envy roster from last year, which I'm gonna be honest with you, if they came back playing together this year, I would have been excited for that. But I love the way this Decepticons roster have looked, and I love how hungry right now Team Breaking Shot is looking. Both teams undefeated, so they're bound to match up against each other, and that is going to be quite the show for us if we choose to watch that matchup. Meanwhile, where there's undefeated over toward the top end of this, there has to be some teams that are in danger of getting eliminated, correct?
Yeah, I mean, all these teams that have 1 loss, it's really important for them to come out on top, because you're going to need, you can only qualify if you have 1 loss. So all those teams, it's going to be like a do or die round. And even then, I think there might be a tiebreaker that'll happen. So it's just like really, really important rounds for a lot of these teams.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm curious on how you guys feel in the chat here. Definitely make your voices known. How have you been guys liking the Evo settings? The first Lucid LVT Open series with the Evo settings, and man, BR starts. You're talking about a much wider range of the sandbox than we've seen in so long. And the funny thing is, after talking to Lucid himself, and talking specifically about the sandbox, he said, the funny part is all of these weapon pads and power-ups are there. He just mix and match and chose which ones he thought would work best on the maps. Like, we should have had these weapons and pads automatically. We kind of stripped it down just a bit and ended up what we had for the last 2 seasons or last 3 seasons. It was fun. It was. But this right here, this kind of brought my joy back in watching some Halo. I've been smiling the whole time.
Yeah, it's fun to watch something fresh, right? It's not necessarily like one thing's better or worse than the other. It's a new flavor that, or I should say, a lot of times it's an old flavor that we've been missing for a while, and it's fun to have it back and to play around with it and to see like what's working, what's not, and how changes can be made over time. The idea is to kind of do this consistently and to figure out like what can we change to make the rule set better, right? That's one thing that's been kind of missing in Halo, is the idea of like trying things out as a community and letting people form an opinion that has some basis in reality. I think a lot of times people are like, oh, things should be this way, and they just say it, and it's like, well, have we played a tournament with those settings? Have we been able to make these changes and see if they actually work, right? Like, this is a great chance for all these teams, and you better know that like at the end of this, Team Breaking Shot, Decepticons, all these players are going to have a really solid foundation to base their opinions about how competitive Halo should be played in 2026.
And guys, if you've been enjoying these tournaments and you want to be up on the up and up, make sure you do yourself a favor. Join the newsletter. Newsletter, actually a fantastic exclamation mark newsletter in the chat right now. Get notified whenever these type of tournaments are going down, whenever these drops you can have. I mean, it's a fantastic addition to the Halo scene right now. 2026, people thought it was going to be slow, but it's quickly starting to ramp up. We're having competition every weekend, even bleeding over to the weekdays, and you already know if Halo's involved, I'm all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Breaking Shot going up against the Decepticons. I'm looking at both of these rosters. We've talked about them, star-studded, but I wanna put the spotlight on you, Tools. Give me 2 players, one on each side, that you're excited to see and why.
Trippy seems to be just fantastic with these settings. It seems like he is just able to hit that next level, so I'm always keeping my eye out on him. And then Yaxon is the other player I think to keep your eye out when it comes to that boom potential to play at that top level. I've been really impressed every time I see him on the game. I think that, like I said earlier, the way he was competing through COD while everyone else was like kind of in off-season mode, I think it's turned him into like this really fierce competitor right now. So I'd be looking at those 2 players that have the biggest impact in this lobby.
I think Trippy has been really excited to watch with the thrust, especially.
Went on Running Riot.
When he has the thrust in his hand, the man just simply feels at home. I'll take a little bit of a different direction. I'll talk about, you have 2 dynamic players in the Descendant on one side, and then also on the other side of Breaking Shot. 2 dynamic players that no matter what weapons you have in their hands, if they have movement, they're gonna feel really good. They're willing to challenge you. They never seem to back down. And then when you activate them, you give them a thrust, give them a power weapon, give them anything on the map, and I bet they're gonna have just as much fun. And that includes here on Catalyst. That is right, ladies and gentlemen, we brought Catalyst back, and hopefully there's still a grapple around the map, because you know that was my favorite part of it.
Yeah, you know, the grapple is always fun to see the crazy runs that happen with it. I believe it's a repulse on the right and the left side now. I'll take a look. Ooh. Easy wins, and what we are going to see is 2 skewers, right? And I think that's one of the things I love to see is more of that skewer gameplay, man. It's been really impactful throughout the games that we've seen thus far. Even like it's impactful in the way that if you miss, right? It's like not even only when you hit. It's the biggest variance in power weapon we've seen.
I know one player's probably upset that he's not playing with the skewer, and that's Penguin, one of the best skewer players that we have seen in the league. Not in this tournament, but Ascendant is, and so is Trippy, who's going looking for that power weapon. He's gonna find it. One, not bullet, one shish kebab to work with? What are we calling it? A spike?
Skewer, right?
One spike to work with.
It's a skewer.
Oh, it's just a skewer. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I made that so much more complicated. I'm sorry.
The skewer shoots skewers? I guess like the name's a little too on the nose, I guess. See, so far, both teams kind of having a struggle on getting that flag far out of their base, the opponent's base, but we have seen a lot of overextension from both sides and getting into that base. There's not a lot of clear routes to get the run going.
Power coming up.
There's grapple.
Quantum translocate over toward the mid map, and yes, we did see some grapple action, which might have kept Descendant alive there. We see Ezo deciding to play the right angle here. Great shots on him, and even better cleanup over toward the other side. A 1v1 now between he and Precision is going to go down. Precision being patient. Ezo gets first shot, but Precision with the jiggle peek, not enough. The burst fire too much. Ezo starts to run.
No hesitation at all to get that through the other side. Yaxon actually wrapped back early. He wants to get that angle on Italic before he can stop the potential flag run from Piggy. He was sitting there waiting for that skewer, but instead will have to wait for that reward as you need to go take care of some other business first before you can grab this weapon. And well, it's worked out wonderfully for Yaxon.
Precision blocking off one line of sight over towards Ezo. It was Jackson that went after the skewer, and Ezo that played forward to try to stop this flag. And Ezo goes down. Jackson now by himself. He might find the exit route here, which he's not able to do so. Ezo does spawn up with an angle to try to defend that skewer. A one-shot Descendant sits over toward the backside, gets his shields back just to get knocked back down. Switching over to Talik, who just gets himself a return. Should that be a cap for the Decepticons?
Oh, Talik already got a bullet. Actually use that slide to get up close, and we see both flags actually go back to home during those engagements, so neither able to punch in that first ticket.
Whew. Skewer right to the knee of Piggy. Flag started by Decepticons. Tolic over on one side of the map. Meanwhile, Trippy watching for the overextender to try to come back here. Jackson gets the kill, but is it a split second too late? Because Precision has this flag home, and Descendant has the shields to punch it in. 1-0 lead here for Decepticons. Here come Team Breaking Shot.
Yeah, it might not be 1-0 for too much longer. This is a really good opportunity for Breaking Shot. They have so much of the outside lane covered, and you can see Breaking Shot, the captain, able to get all the way back to the base, taking minimal damage. So it's a tit for tat answer so far. We're gonna be tied up one apiece.
Tied game, an exciting one at that. One shot Piggy has no way of staying alive. Descendant half shield, but still playing forward as they have the numbers advantage. Descendant wants to start the flag. When players coming off the spawn should have an angle, including the shots right in the backside, but doesn't stop Descendant from running into a spawner.
And it's nice play right there from, I believe, Jackson, just tuck himself into that corner, waiting for the player to overextend out, but it's not necessarily enough to stop this flag. Trippy was able to get up off spawn and got his way to that touch in time. Breaking Shot doesn't really have a lot of help, but he does have 4 nades to throw. Is it enough to stop it? No. Trippy, 2-1 lead after that play.
I needed 4 more grenades to take that down. Double push out of Decepticons, not only capping the flag, but immediately taking mid-map control. Precision, though, not able to hit the skewer shot. He's taken down. Trippy comes in with a follow-up kill. He gets the skewer right back in his hands, with 2 members of Team Breaking Shot in his way. Make it 1. As he puts the skewer right to Piggy's head, takes down Jackson, and Trippy is on a roll.
I see that flag going further and further. I don't know if anyone's going to get there in time to stop it. Trippy has a dominant position to play with. Ezo is going to get this pull out, but and it feels a little desperate. There's 3 players there, but they don't have a lot of position until Ezo gets a huge kill. He's the most exposed in that whole gunfight, but he comes away with 2. I thought that was a sure thing for the Decepticons, but Team Breaking Shot make the most of their opportunity. Big plays by Ezo might just get them their second one home.
Ain't nothing a short thing here in your Evo Open. Breaking Shot, able to get the kill, able to punch that in. Ladies and gentlemen, tied up at 2 apiece. And why slow down now? Ezo now gonna try to catch up over to a Jackson. Piggy on the other side of things gets himself a kill. Make it 2. 3 down go Decepticons, and Team Breaking Shot have infiltrated their base.
This could be the final flag to come home. Big shots by Ezo. Clears out the lane for the flag carrier to come through, and he's gonna even take on the challenge of the player chasing behind. It's just Trippy, but perfect shots from him. Big game Trip trying to get the return, but the nades are coming through. He needs this kill and he can't get it.
What? Oh my gosh, what a save. And in the wise words of Optimus Prime, we cannot let the Decepticons win. 3-2, Team Breaking Shot, and what the freak just happened?
It felt secure. He was on that flag. It didn't seem like anyone was there, but right at the last second, he got oinked. The pig shows up, and Breaking Shot from the back had the skewer. They collapsed in as one. No one else was there from Decepticons, and Piggy puts in the final flag. It's just really well played to stay in that game. At one point, it looked like Decepticons was going to win, but Piggy and crew, they figure out a way, the path forward. They're going to take game 1.
There is nothing guaranteed here in your Lucid LVT Evo Open, except for one thing that I know. Jackson is going off in the voice comms. You already know he is hyping up his team after that one. Ezo, almost 4K damage. Piggy right there with them. 4.0 KDA or better coming out of that duo. Decepticons, the favorite on paper going into this matchup, down 0-1 into Aquarius Slayer.
Yeah, it might be favored on paper, but if you want paper, it's all about the result. Right? How do you finish out these games? And so far, Breaking Shots grew. They showed resilience in this. It really felt like Decepticons had control for the majority of this game. But when it mattered the most, they came up big. They got the clutch moments. That play from Ezo, I think, was a huge one as well. He gets 2 kills there. At least Trippy in isolation when he has to get this return and just too many angles to check from. Maybe would have had a chance against Piggy there. Breaking shot didn't hit that skewer shot. But even then, I mean, we're talking about a small shot, like a needle in a haystack sort of situation.
And it feels like Trippy didn't feel surrounded. He wasn't looking at the low ground under him, and he probably would have been playing towards the front of that pole, and maybe would have gotten the melee on Piggy before he even got to touch it there. But he was surrounded. He was getting attacked from multiple sides, and really feels unfortunate that the return never actually goes down. Big play coming by the Piglet and Aquarius Slayer. And normally, I'll be honest, Aquarius Slayer, not my favorite game mode when it comes to the normal settings, but with the Evo settings, there's enough changes that were made to the map where I'm interested to see exactly what's going to go down here. Team Breaking Shot high on that momentum. If I'm Decepticons, I'm taking a strategic restroom break. You need to ice out. You need to ice them out. You know, let's say they want us to start it right away. Let's take an extra 5 minutes. Let's relax. We can't go into that game with that much energy and just been shifted over toward the side of Team Breaking Shot.
Yeah, you get some time. Look, I saw some conversation in the YouTube chat. Figure we should talk about it a little bit because for me personally, Tony, I'm a big fan of that skewer, but some people might not be. I was curious about how chat's feeling. So someone asked, they said type 1 if you enjoy the skewer, type 2 if you would rather something else be on the map. For me, I'm firmly in the 1 camp, but where are you guys at? Like 1 for skewer, 2 for no skewer? Because I think it's been really, really fun. Every time I've seen the skewer personally, I think like the implications of it have been pretty big.
YouTube's having like this educated
YouTube
discussion.
is just having like a really big discussion. Twitch chat's like, yo, oink oink, piggy boy.
That's exactly what I noticed. Like Optimus Pig. No. Oh, lock it in, Twitch chat. Lock it the freak in. You're making us look bad.
It is so funny to watch like YouTube be like, oh, I think that these settings might be the best variable at this point, and it's like, you know, Twitch is like, oink 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 oink. Oh, dude, there are 2 of us.
5-3 lead here. Team Breaking Shot Descendant. Huge kill. That's going to open things up just a bit and change direction for the spawning players from Team Breaking Shot. The Descendant sends them flying back with a repulse here. Haven't seen that on Aquarius before, but why not do it again? Eventually trades out his life with Piggy. Tolik will survive. We have a 2-kill advantage. Make it 3 for Team Breaking Shot.
Jackson tracking into these fights really well. I love how he's getting involved in these engagements. That's his 5th in a row here, and notice he didn't go for that thruster because he has that repulse. See if he uses that into this next gunfight, just getting info out. And that's not he could like technically repulse up into the window if he needed to, but I just really patient play by Jackson, not getting caught up, and that's just really having an understanding of what angles the opposing team had, because he's in the open, right? Like from almost any angle he can get shot from, except for the ones that Decepticon was in. Jackson's playing really heads up here, Tony. I gotta say, big fan of his game so far.
He's picking his spots and attacking at the right time, and now has become the tip of the spear. Now is he going to guide the offense over toward utility spawners of Decepticons, initiates the damage, gets overwhelmed by 2 players, but somehow still gets the trade-off on his former teammate. That brings Breaking Shot from the long range, not able to find his kill, but he will find both Trippy and Tolik, takes down 1. Tolik with the double kill, still down by 4 Decepticons.
So far, it's been a steady, 4-kill difference throughout this game. Feels like Decepticons is looking for something unanswered, but so far, the first kills just keep going in Breaking Shot's favor. This time, no trades are going to be found from Decepticons. That's a 3-kill swing that just turned to, I believe, 4 there. And what was a close game has suddenly opened up quite a bit. Piggy could get real aggressive here as well. This is very dangerous for Decepticons. Look how much little space they have on the map.
As they do have control of the B side, if they control of that, and even the car side, as Breaking Shot comes in out of nowhere, Decepticons clearly not ready for it. They go 4 down. The only kill they were able to manage out of that was Ezo.
That's a 9-1 run now between these 2 teams, and Decepticons is very much having a struggle on getting the trades.
Another power coming up over towards the mid-map. Piggy tries to get his hands on it, able to touch it, not able to burn it. Well, ends up in the hands of Ezo, so that's a net positive for Team Breaking Shot, who've just gone 3 down. What can he do with this camouflage? Apparently nothing, a 4-0 swing. Now for Decepticons. 5.
It's a big moment for them. It's so dangerous. Like, this game was so close to just being blown out and not being able to have a path to come back. But they have Team Breaking Shot like trapped. Look, they don't have any clear out points, so really important for them to get the first kill. But every time it feels like Team Breaking Shot might lose their control. They found big kills and like really have slowed down Decepticons here. I mean, even though Decepticons goes positive in that, I think they lost too much within that fight to feel comfortable about their follow-up.
Not sure exactly how they were able to get Team Breaking Shot 3 down. Looked like they had a bit of a disadvantage, but Decepticons, they coming out swinging. Yax and Ezo with back-to-back kills, but they go down as well to trade out in lives, currently favoring Team Breaking Shot.
And right now, this 5-kill lead can feel like so much. You're not able to get out of this trade for trade style, but this might be the key. Talik able to find the first, and Trippy teams up to get that second. 2 for 1 on this play, and it might turn into more. Talik, oh my, involved in all 4 of those gunfights. He results in 3 kills of his own and an assist for his teammate there, and now they're just down 4, back to where we started when this run originally happened.
Big T Talik coming in, laying down the law. 11 and 8, 5 assists, and Descendant utilizing every last bit of the map, but that includes the opening over toward the bottom mid side. Lots of y'all haven't played Infection, never even seen that part of the map. Well, Descendant just has, and now has a thrust. 3 down, go Team Breaking Shot. 3 kills behind our Decepticons. They're not out of it just yet. I say that, but here comes Breaking.
Nice team shot here. These players trying to stay alive as long as they can. Ezo gets the damage for Piggy to get the cleanup, and Trippy not able to find either of those kills. Instead, he's traded out as well. Decepticons, it looked like for a moment there they had their path to get this lead back, but it's gonna come at a steep price still, as we see the trade for trade Halo continue on. And the reality is that that window to play trade for trade is going to quickly close as we are in this end game. There's only 6 more kills for Team Breaking Shot to take away game 2 and to go up in the 2-0 in the series.
And the skip to my loot from Halo, jumping off the top rope to get that kill. 46, making 47. Piggy with a huge double. Yaxon action. Yaxon is in the mix as well. Makes a couple players one shot, but they're not able to get the kill. Breaking Shot from across the map is able to thread the needle. That activates Piggy to get his 49, make it 50. Team Breaking Shot are not the underdogs. Not today.
Can I get some oinks in the chat? Because Piggy iced up at the end of this game. We'll talk a little bit more about what he did, but dude, give some love to Piggy here, because oftentimes you're playing a Slayer game, you get to choose one or the other, right? You have a trifecta. You either get a lot of kills, like low deaths, low assists, right? Or you get a lot of assists, low deaths, low kills, right? It's like you have to choose 2. Like, what 2 do you want? He said, nah, look, I'm going to get the most kills for my team. I'm going to get the most assists for my team. And I'm going to be right there at the bottom for the deaths. I mean, that's like MVP style performance. I love that from Piggy there. And it just shows I'm just really comfortable in being in the right spot. We talk about this stereotypical like glue player, right? And I think a lot of people like to just like dismiss what that means, but when it works, you get to see like what the benefit is for a team, and Piggy shows it there. I mean, 4K damage, he's getting involved in everything, and that's his job, right? He knows how to find those gunfights, like a truffle hidden in the forest. He's putting that snout to the ground and digging up some gems there for his team. What a performance from Piggy.
He's the type of player that every team needs, and when we talk about a player that has just become one of the most improved players from year 1 to where we're at right now, Piggy is definitely within that conversation at the top portion of it. Team Breaking Shot going right at Decepticons. I said it to start the series. Decepticons are the favorite on paper, but Halo is not played on paper, and right now Team Breaking Shot are not playing around. One game away from pulling off the upset against the Decepticons.
Streets Strongholds is what's gonna come up next, and that's something I feel like we haven't said in forever. Street Strongholds. Last time we were on Street Strongholds, we had rockets on the map, so you know, this one gonna be very, very different, and I think gonna be for the best. As you might be your first time watching Streets, there's some big differences on the map. The biggest one is when you get over to that cafe side. That there's a bunch of, man, what do you call it? Alleyways, I guess, that go out to the left that are opened up that aren't normally accessible on the standard map. In there, you can find a sentinel beam to use.
If you played any Infection, you probably have seen a lot of the changes that were made and implemented here, and it's gonna be exciting to see it. I'll be honest with you, Strongholds on this map never was my favorite. If anything, maybe King of the Hill I would like more, but there's a lot of changes being made. This map is a lot different than what you've seen before. We'll see if it works out well. Strongholds sliding in their hands, sentinel beam being grabbed immediately by Breaking Shot, and you know he's gonna put it to use.
Oh wow, just fried two players with it. One thing I love is we immediately see that sentinel beam come into play, but he also uses that thrust to dodge grenades to increase his time and get forward up into the map to make the optimal play. Really well played there from Breaking Shot, using that sandbox to his advantage.
Breaking Shot is one of those players that the more resources you give him, the stronger he gets. He literally feels like a super soldier when he has that thrust and that sentinel beam in hands. Meanwhile, Trippy finds himself in a bit of trouble, has to settle for a trade, which is not the end of the world. Even Piggy by himself, but Piggy's still feeling confident enough to play the Bravo side.
Piggy gonna be able to get to that back via Trip Cap into play early on, and they have an aggro position onto that Ava spot. They're able to get one, but no one else quite there to get those cleanups, but that's not necessarily an issue. The big thing is about finding this opening pick before they can get themselves into another hill, and Piggy's gonna do that. Piggy, big fight after big fight.
Stays alive, puts down damage, and eventually see Breaking Shot is somehow going to be down. Jackson having to make a big play, and he's able to do so. That hill ain't going anywhere. It stays belonging to Team Breaking Shot. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, he actually just locked eyes with his opponent and said, I'm walking to you, right? And then eventually got close enough for the beatdown and earned himself a trade there that will at least slow down Decepticon. There's a real chance to get a trip cap here and start just sprinting to the finish line. Instead, you're seeing a lot more fighting that's having to happen on the outside. And Piggy, instead, like, he's almost, I think, surprised at how easy it's been for them to switch out the A-B hold here.
Team scoring.
Yeah, Piggy puts a couple of damage down over towards the Caution player and just plays right over towards Bravo, really killing two birds with one stone. Players like, you know, Danny Phantom, for example, you know, they're going to give up on that play. They're going to go towards mid, but not Piggy.
You get him in matchmaking, it's like a ghost, bro. He's like nowhere to be found.
It's insane.
Nowhere to be found.
It's actually insane. It's literally costing me every bit of my CSR. But Piggy making the heads-up play, the game-winning play, and that's why he's there. And Danny Phantom, you're
there.
Chat.
Typing. It's all like, able to get over towards purple, but too many players. You see them all lined up at B. At this point, you just have to maybe give up on B here. You know that's not going to go your way. Wait for the help to come in on the other side, and there it is. I give it up for just a few seconds before you can come. Wait, Ezzo stayed alive? How did he manage that?
Oh my gosh, you put up a wing and a prayer and it is answered. Ezzo stays alive long enough to take away Alpha, but it is the Decepticons that immediately change focus over toward the Bravo side. Ezzo now going in for a long range but precision. Ratting in the corner, win to get the backs back, and immediately gives Decepticons the advantage that they activate through 4 down. Squad wipe. Our Team Breaking Shot.
He'd be very aggro onto the opening spawners here. Ezzo didn't step into C. That might be a saving grace there. You see Ezzo actually able to get damage on the precision before he can make a play. So although the trip cap's in, we do have an opportunity to see Breaking Shot's team find a quick break here as long as they find the opening kills, and they're doing it once again. Jackson able to find a couple from that top position, And, you know, the trip cap hurts, but you can certainly minimize how bad it hurts when you play like that. I've been really impressed by Team Breaking Shot today.
They've been playing absolute lights out, and you're seeing it up 2-0 against the Decepticons. Easily had to be one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to win this tournament. Well, Team Breaking Shot has something to say about that. Meanwhile, Trippy still winning some huge fight. Don't call him Big Game Trip for nothing, and Big Game Descendant coming in, taking over Bravo, and just like that, Decepticons might be on a roll themselves.
He's trying to get back to this perimeter. He's gonna catch Ezo off the spawn. He knows there's so many players around this A side, but they haven't been able to capture this hill. Instead, they're having to focus on Descendant, so they're really slowing themselves down. And although they'll eventually get to B to get that capture, they've given up their back spawn in the process. And it seems like this Breaking Shot team is gonna try to get into C, get one step faster, but Decepticons have been there to stop it. Really clean rotations from them.
Decepticons doing a fantastic job of just multitasking. It seems like they're always accomplishing two things on the map at the same time, and because of that, time and time again, Team Breaking Shot find himself 3 down. Piggy is able to go after Alpha, but has to sacrifice both Bravo and Charlie in order to do it, and Decepticons still scoring.
Piggy doing a good job of just not letting himself be known until he needs to, but fortunately for him, Breaking Shot's just too tough of a kill. Wow. It's like the big bad wolf was able to run around the back of the house until he did blow that his house down there, because that was a huge live by Breaking Shot. You see how chaotic this has been because he lived for as long as he has. I mean, it took a lot of effort, but eventually they get those kills.
Trip cap for Decepticons. Team Breaking Shot find themselves staggered once again. Ezo in no man's land. Talik makes him pay. Jackson by himself. Talik loves this fight here. Trades out his life. Killing spree. And where the heck did he get an overshield from?
Right, this is like what year one was with this map. A lot of trip caps that cemented a big scoring run. Right now, you've seen a lead that's completely shifted hands. Team Breaking Shot had a significant lead to start. Now it's completely inversed. Decepticons are going to hit 200 points here, and they're going to be at the final stretch much sooner than Team Breaking Shot. The question is, can they finish this out on just the hold that they have now, or do they need to get aggressive for another trip cap situation?
It really does feel like Decepticons have dominated the mid-game, and they haven't turned not one bit. They ain't turned around. If anything, they're marching forward as 4 members of Team Breaking Shot try to push forward, but they're met with multiple members of Decepticons who might have been overwhelmed. Precision goes down. Trippy force out of the play. Thrust over the head of one player to try to take down another. Don't know what he was thinking there, but Team Breaking Shot get the kills, and they also get the strongholds.
Sometimes you can have the right idea, just the execution doesn't quite line up. I think that's what happens to Trippy there. I really like the idea. He tried to stall out and just catch them looking the other way, but unfortunately, there was just one player that was too close to him and took the demise there. You see Ezo, he just picked up that plasma. The thing I wanted to point out about that, you see how he has only 1 plasma in possession. Most of the plasma pads now on the map only have 1 grenade, so a little bit less power to the plasma grenades on the map. See, he's gonna use that to check a corner and no longer has another sticky to use in his next engagement.
Decepticons up in a big way here, but it's Team Breaking Shot that are currently scoring and also currently up 2-0. A win here ends the series. Decepticons desperately need this, so Charlie now start to change hands, but Team Breaking Shot out-rotate him and play forward toward the Alpha side. As I say that, double push right through the purple does Precision, and the rest of the Decepticons go. Breaking Shot cuts off that angle, goes after one, but Talik is there for the cleanup. It's trades left and right, but it's the Descendant that wins his fight that gets them Bravo, which is huge for the Decepticons.
Ezo did a lot of damage, but there's just too many players there. They're gonna run out of time here. Breaking Shot gets Jackson a spawn, but I'd be curious to see if there's a Decepticon player at A, and there it is. That should be enough to secure this one. Just too much to handle here, as the trip cap will cement a game win, and we're going to game 4.
There we are. Team Breaking Shot would have loved to 3-0 sweep this as quick as possible, but it is the Decepticons that you were going up against. You knew it was going to be anything but easy. Stronghold Streets goes their way, 250 to 155, which started off neck and neck. It seems like Decepticons really just pulled ahead with it and put their first win on the series board.
And then we go to Livefire King of the Hill, and you know, suddenly I feel like there's this is path forward. I felt like that was a really important game for Team Breaking Shot, but last time I saw Trippy on Livefire, he was just rolling through folks. So I'd be trying to keep him at bay. And look at Tolik's damage dealt. I feel like we weren't on his POV that much, but he was clearly putting in some damage that game. 5,600 to be exact. Nothing like super flashy, but seems like he was just consistently getting involved.
And it feels like that's the conversation that we always have around a player like Tolik. You know, he wants to watch over his teammates from the backside, do a little bit of IGLing, cover his teammates back. But man, when he does so, any cleanups that aren't going the way of a player like a Descendant who's always in the action, well, he's going to be cleaned up real well. I love Tolik as an addition to the Decepticons roster. It feels like any point in time they can speed up their play, but they're also very comfortable when the game slows down and gets methodical. Decepticons the real deal. Still down 1-2 in the series. Livefire King of the Hill feels like a map in game mode that should go the way of the Decepticons, but how good has Team Breaking Shot been?
It's like it's almost been like it's surprising because you would think this would be the inverse, where it's like Team Breaking Shot's having to find the momentum and battle back against the Decepticons, but it's very much been like them that's been in control for a large part of this series. But Decepticons with a little bit of momentum coming into this game, I'd be very cautious of that Trippy Tolik duo, man. They have been deadly in some of these games so far today.
Team took the hill.
Right over toward the hill, Breaking Shot and team want that early time here. Meanwhile, it looks like, by the way, not a delayed camouflage, but a mangler that spawns over towards the cylinder side of things. Wonder who's gonna be able to get their hands on that.
Too much damage going down. It's always so nerve-wracking when you see the light of the shock rifle or this glint of the sniper looking at you while you're shooting someone. It's like, are they gonna line it up in time? That time the BR comes out on top. But with that, we see Team Breaking Shot. Look, tell you, 15 seconds off the clock. I mean, less than that. It was actually 13 seconds off the clock. They're up 1-0.
It feels like normally with that delayed camouflage, teams have to kind of like prioritize either the camo or the hill. But with the mangler, it looks like Team Breaking Shot said, you know what, you can have the mangler if you want it. We're going straight for the hill. And they start off 1-0 as they go 3 down. Decepticons with an early setup.
Bandit Evo into the hands of Precision. I like that the Bandit Evo can now, it does feel like a power weapon if you use it. I'm gonna be totally honest. Like in the BR, it almost feels nerfed when you have like one Bandit Evo like running around on the map. That thing can absolutely shred. So keep an eye on Precision here. I think he might just find himself a couple big kills with this Bandit Evo in his hands.
Precision just command the control of the tower side. Might find the backside for 2 members of Team Breaking Shot, as Breaking Shot himself the first one to go down here as he gets to safety, and his shields are back. His weapon is hot. Might as well get back into the action as he can't find a one-shot Ezo. That's going to be bad for the Decepticons. Can they find the rest of these kills?
Like the Mangler came up off its pad during this engagement, so if someone spawns on the outside, they can have that power weapon to work into this break. I think it's going to be important for Decepticons to try to keep track of what's going on with the sandbox. You have QT up on the left side, or I mean M7 Avenger up on the left side, the Mangler up. Those are 2 big weapons that can be used to get themselves back into this hill.
As with the kill onto Trippy, Precision quickly there for the cleanup. 3 down go Team Breaking Shot. You see Breaking Shot and Piggy trying to break out of their spawn and make it over toward the Mangler. That's exactly where Piggy goes as he gets out of dodge with a QT. Back smack right onto Precision, and Team Breaking Shot start off scoring on this 3rd hill.
Mangler up into play. Only 8 bullets left in this thing, but all right, I should say that start with it now. And but that is enough to be deadly. It's still that one-shot beatdown. The big thing, though, it can really chunk out damage. I mean, 3 shots is the perfect, but in a team shot, sometimes just landing 1 bullet can be the difference to winning a gunfight.
Shot puts it to action immediately, but the nades go from the mid side. Precision and Descendant decides to go straight towards bottom mid. Looks like Talik is going to join him. It's all 4 players up on the map here for Descendants who have their eyes set on the hill. Where did everybody go?
Respawn screen because of Descendant. I just hit 2 nasty shock rifle shots there, and that's going to change the hands of the Mangler as well. I believe there's only like 1 bullet left in that, but you know, play your corner right. You could earn yourself a free kill.
Shock in his hands. Not quite the S7 sniper, but could be even more deadly, especially in the hands of a player like Descendant, ripping the face off of Breaking Shot and lining up Yaxon. You could be next. So much so that he calls upon the reinforcements of Ezzo. Yaxon eventually taken down. The same thing for Ezzo. As of right now, Team Breaking Shot consistently being sent over to the respawn screen. So much so that Descendant hops on a hill, dares them to push forward.
I like that from Descendant. He's jumping out because the rest of his team has a chance to rotate. And although he only stalls the hill capture for a few seconds, he's giving his team ample opportunity to flip out that spawn. And you actually see that coming into play here. Team Breaking Shot, look at the spawns that they're getting. They're getting the spawns towards Big Door, towards A, on the opposite end of the map of where they necessarily wanted to be. And that largely comes from the play of stalling that hill capture. That's all done just to gain a little bit of timing onto the next push. Try to make things a bit more difficult and to win the rotation. And so far, it's worked out well for them.
2-1 lead in favor of Decepticons right now. This hill is really important. You can really go back to back if you're able to go from this hill over towards the mid side. His tower control is right there. Team Breaking Shot start off over toward that tower control that they want. Piggy over on the back green side doesn't exactly have the health that he wants to fight off Precision, but Ezzo is there for the cleanup real quick. Ezzo survives the moment, and it looks like Team Breaking Shot are not only scoring, but they're doing max damage as well. 3 down, go Decepticons.
Descendant trying to play a bit slow there, but Precision getting caught out. Now he feels a little bit awkward, right? Like he wants to get involved, but because he wasn't involved in that initial fight, it's just awkward, right? Like you want to be able to have someone or something to fight towards. He comes out and there's just 2 players ready to drill him right there. So a lot of times you get those like little tiny awkward situations that you want to make the most of it. Oh my god, like, that nade was came through. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was a crazy kill, but eventually it does end up turning up to a trade. Team Breaking Shot so close to taking their second hill and tying things up. Ezzo wants to get aggro here. Talik, he's gonna take every challenge you give him. 4 down, go Breaking Shot.
Might be the 3rd time this has happened where Team Breaking Shots gets a good amount of hill time, but then Decepticons gets their break and they're gonna be able to potentially get this hill. This opening play is going to be an important one. Yaxon going to make first contact, but there's 2 of them, and they do not waste any time. They're going to be down a number trying to find this break.
Talik wins another fight that he has no business winning. You gotta be kidding me. Upgrades the carbine now to a full-on shock rifle, and Decepticons commit highway robbery, stealing that hill. 1 more in order to send us to a game 5.
3rd time in this game that we've seen this now, where the hill time, Breaking Shot has a really good shot of getting it, but Decepticons eventually find the setup and dominate on this on the back end of the hill to get the capture.
Still 1 more hill needed here. Breaking Shot has to go up his tower control, but in doing so, opens up the angle from the left side player and eventually just surrounded all 3 sides as the 3-pronged attack takes him down. Talik controlling that Mangler side, doesn't even pick it up just yet. Yaxon might run into a grenade. Great damage being put down by Talik, but limiting the damage that's coming right back at him. Eventually, Breaking Shot has to get up close and personal, able to trade out his life, leads to it be down for the Decepticons.
I actually like the play from Talik there, not to pick up this the Mangler, right? Because 2 things. When you pick it up, you're gonna get caught into an animation. If someone challenges, like if you know there's a challenge coming and you're stuck in animation, you're probably gonna end up costing your life there. The other part is it's information for the other team, because there's that pad there that's indicating that the weapon's up. They see that disappear, they know that you're caught in that animation. So when you know there's a challenge that's looming on the other side, limiting their chances to take that fight is oftentimes a good thing.
Minute 33 seconds on the clock. Clearly, Decepticons have the advantage that they want. Maybe playing a bit of Slayer right now as a team breaking shot, the ones that desperately need to get themselves towards the mid-map and towards that hill. Piggy and Ezzo find an opening toward the sandbag side, but as information is gained, they're letting their presence know they have to fight their way out. They're able to do just that, but nobody counts for precision with a freaking mangler that's just mangling every single player alive here on live fire. That's the triple, that's the overkill, that's precision.
Just making the most of this weapon, and that overkill is going to afford them to stand into this hill and say, yeah, maybe we can win this on 4. They have a huge luxury here to play in and out of that hill at whatever pace they want, because there's only 60 seconds left, right? So it's okay if you give up this hill and you go to another. You have that one hill lead, but if you can win it on this hill, why not?
Enemy team took the hill.
Precision's overkill was absolutely crazy to see, and might be exactly what this team needed to close it out right here, right now. 54 seconds on the clock, and whether it's the shot clock or the scoreboard, that team breaking shot find himself behind. No matter what, it is a tough position to be in. As trying to stay alive for as long as possible, Ezzo still having that shock rifle, not challenged just yet, and maybe, just maybe, can close out this hill with no more neutral time off the board.
You guys are leaving this hill. Just try to get involved into a gunfight. Although you're not going to have a lot of time left on the clock, even if you do win these. You got that first hill initially by only giving up 15 seconds of time. It's way more important you find the slays on the perimeter, but those slays, they're all heading to just Decepticons, and everything is telling us we're going to a game 5.
Double kill.
Including me. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5. 4-1 is your final score line. Decepticons down 0-2, answer with back-to-back games, and now have an opportunity to pull off a reverse sweep. Recharge is where we're going to land for the final time. It's Slayer. It's what you think you recognize as far as map go, but with all of the changes being made with the Evo settings, don't trust anything.
This has been a great series so far. I gotta say, like, these guys are going to war between each other, and Talik once again performing well at 23 kills. I mean, you gotta give the flowers to Precision that game. The overkill was crazy. He had some highlight moments, but I mean, Talik's been deadly consistent on that main slaying. Dude, Talik might be a demon with the BR in his hands.
If there are flowers being given, it might be dropped on the grave of Yaxin, because that is an uncharacteristic-like game that we saw from 7 to 18. Is not what we've been known to see from him, especially when it comes to big moments. But one thing I also do know is that Yaxin, he don't have bad games twice in a row. So the same way that things didn't go his way in that game number 4, I'm sure he's looking to go into game number 5 and really reverse that effort. If Team Breaking Shot come out with the win, I expect a minimum of a 13 kill performance out of Action Yaxin.
Yeah, really, I was surprised by Yaxin having such a tough game this time around. Usually are used to seeing him being like really consistent in these tournaments and having big plays. It's fun to just watch the series because, you know, at Worlds last year, top 3 was Envy. That team didn't stick together throughout this offseason, right? They're all kind of teaming with different people. You see half of Envy on one side, half of Envy on the other side. They're going to war, going to game 5. Like, I mean, this is great Halo.
They teamed together on Envy. They were even teaming together and with the in the Challengers League with the Cabal, were Yaxin and Precision, but now on opposite sides of this matchup. And mind you, again, both teams are undefeated up until this point in the Swiss bracket. That will not be the case after this game. We're gonna find out who is taking that #1 seed going into bracket play. Team Breaking Shot and Team Decepticons.
I'm excited. I had Skewer, Overshield, Camo, so much to play for on this map, ensuring that you're on top of those weapons. Being on top of those rotations is going to be really important. One thing that usually doesn't come to mind is where are you going to spawn trap teams at what time in the game. It's not necessarily a given that you just spawn trap at the back of C because of that overshield that spawns back there, right? So there's so much that comes into play here, and I'm excited to see how the IGLs, how they handle this, right? What are you play calling for your team? What is the small talk like?
Trippy makes away with the skewer, and with the lane being cleared over to a tower, feeling very comfortable is Trippy, and know there could be a player playing for the active camo, so maybe wants to use that as bait with the skewer. It's going to be a huge swing as Team Breaking Shot already down by 2 kills. There's the first miss.
Yeah, you know, that's the nature of the skewer being a projectile weapon. The normal pre-aim that you would have on a corner like that with shock rifle isn't going to work with the skewer because of you needing to lead that shot just that tiny bit, just a little bit of an undershoot there, and it's going to cost them Yaxon getting the camouflage, and that's a big deal. Yaxon didn't have a great performance. You're giving him a huge chance here to find a little momentum for his team.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is give him any kind of advantage. He's going to take advantage of it. As Yaxon with the camouflage, dodging everything but that grenade being perfectly placed by Precision. Eventually, Precision does go down. That's the first domino to fall as Team Breaking Shot start to get aggro. Shots right into the back of Trippy. Goes after Descendant as well. A trade over there, and extra damage on top. Tied up at 10 apiece are Breaking Shot and Decepticons.
I can see Trippy just break out this left side. I wouldn't get too focused on trying to shoot that crossing player over at top gold. I think it's way more important to try to take over what's going over at C plat. Piggy got through, working alongside his teammates. They're able to get one, but not before Trippy finds that player, hunts them down, and now the remaining 2, they're on the plate here. They're trying to stop him from getting this overshield.
Decepticons do a great job of command and control the tower side, and because of that, that might just get them an overshield popped by Trippy. Yaxon trying to get the kill beforehand and gets himself a stick. Sneaky play. I think Trippy might have thought he went tower, but action, Yaxon never got out of the play.
Woo. Oh, I can see why Dog's been top slaying every single round. I mean, he's just getting involved. He's somehow able to just always know where the opponents are, and I really love the way that he's coming into the help for his teammates. He might find himself another couple kills here. Yeah, that's the double for him. He's on a great pace to start this game at 6-5. Trippy's 8-1. By the way, the Trippy Tolic duo, man, we gotta find a name for the suitable for these two, because I think they're gonna be frying all year long.
They have been a force to be reckoned with here in this tournament. We saw them literally claim control of the tower side, and because of that, Trippy only has died 1 time this entire game using the skewer as bait. Looks like Breaking Shot right ahead of him, but not accounting for the player over toward the blue pipe. Still somehow gets himself a trade, leaving Piggy by himself towards the low side. Piggy goes down. Skewer now belongs to Tolic.
What do you think the chances are that Piggy thought that was a shroud screen? Because he's so used to it, but Tolic able to find the first with the skewer here, and I'd be careful about taking any challenge with Tolic having the skewer in the hands. I just keep running away from him, to be honest.
I've seen double T in the chat a few times. Is that what we decided on with Tolic?
I feel like it has to be like 2T, like can't just be double T. It's got to be like 2T letter words. Like I was thinking like torrential tribute, you know, shout out.
That's a Yu-Gi-Oh
something like
card.
that. I know, but like it comes with it's like
such a nerd.
Kind of works. Bro, half my nicknames in Halo, they're just Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and because they just work, bro.
Looks like Decepticons activate Mirror Force using
T-squared's
that force with
really
Breaking
good.
Shot. Team Breaking Shot against the
T-squared is really good.
That's never been used before.
Yeah, that's a really good nickname.
It's never been used before in Halo ever, bro. I think we gotta go with that one.
Yeah, no, I agree. Nice double kill for Tolic. I mean, he's at 10-6. Trippy's at 10-3. I mean, these two are just dominating the game so far. Really, I think Team Breaking Shot, they gotta find a way to slow them down. You can't even let them trade out at this point. It just feels like they're getting way too much momentum for their team.
Yeah, right now T2 is ripping through the map at the moment here, and right now Trippy fragging like a pro with the double kill. 13-3. Who can stop Big Game Trip?
Trippy getting in. Breaking Shot able to come out on top in that fight. That might be a bit of a momentum boost that they desperately need. They're down double digits in this game. I mean, their path to victory is very, very narrow and treacherous at the moment.
talk about the TNT combination with the explosive plays, and we're going to probably continue to do so as Tall gets himself a trade, but a 10-kill advantage for the Decepticons. Precision over to where the back blue side goes in for the challenge, and Ezzo shuts that down with some perfect shots. Trippy gets his. That's a perfect for him. One good perfect deserves another, but this one is Decepticons still in the lead.
Pollock hunts down that final kill there. Still, I mean, this lead has just been maintained in these last few rotations, and oh, that's so unfortunate for Yaxon. Trippy able to find his 16th. He is triple positive. I talk about having the most apt nickname in the HCS, man. This big game Trip coming to play once again in a game 5.
Don't know how Yaxon found himself in a TNT sandwich, but I do know that man just stuck himself. By the way, 45 to 36 kills, 5 more needed for Decepticons, and it is game 5. The favorites came into this matchup, and it was Team Breaking Shot that hit him a few times in the mouth and woke him up with a 2-0 start, but now looking to pull off the reverse sweep. Descendant with the overshield now on the chase shots in the backside of Breaking Shot, who can't seem to escape. On the other side of things, Precision is able to get his. Precision continues to grind forward. 3 down go Team Breaking Shot, and it's Decepticons looking for the final team.
Oh, he got stalked by his teammate. Oh, tough way for Piggy to go out there, but Decepticons get the job done. And folks, I mean, look at the scoreboard, and you'll see 2 names, Tolic and Trippy, just leading the way for their roster. All right, the way those guys are playing, TNT, it's dynamite.
No matter what, we should see Team Breaking Shot in bracket play, but you have to feel for them, you know, with all of that momentum that they were able to gain in the first 2 games, and that they thought they would have going into bracket out of the Swiss rounds, it's just been sucked out of the room. Team Decepticons pull off the reverse sweep, and now if you're Team Breaking Shot, I'm thinking, would you have rather gone up 2-0, got reverse swept, or maybe just lose 3-1 and go and reset it to bracket play? That is a really tough matchup to just have snatched out of your hands.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I will say, I mean, with the way that the tie-breaking system works, I believe our 1 and 2 seeds are going to be set. So these guys will, if they are going to face each other, it'll be in grand finals based on how everything should play out. Trippy with 4K damage in the Slayer, just a crazy performance. And with that, I mean, I'm curious. You want to maybe hear from Lucid here, huh, Tony? I'm kind of curious about what his thoughts were after this whole after the whole Swiss section's over. I mean, I felt like we saw some banger games at the end here. I'll see. I mean, I think he's watching stream, so it'll be a little delay. He'll get there.
Yeah,
this wasn't great. Yeah,
I'm here.
Woo! What's up, Lucid? So, hey, Swiss is over. We're cutting into the top 4, so we're going to single elimination. But I mean, we're 5 rounds in. Just, I'd love to hear, like, what are your thoughts right now? Like, where do you think, like, has it gone the way that you thought it would?
I mean, I honestly didn't expect, or I didn't know what to expect when it came down to just like how the games are playing out. But to me, just as a spectator, like it just feels tried and true, like Halo. Like in terms of like what we talked about earlier, what I imagine Halo always should be, of just that consistent motion on the map and certain things still being very valuable, positionally wise, but the sandbox being involved. I mentioned it to my own chat while we were watching that game 5, where it's like the way that Recharge Slayer just played out I don't think that has ever played out, except maybe literally the first 6 months of the game in terms of how much motion was going on in the map. Due to, I mean, people still have to kind of get their bearings on how the map is like laid out and whatnot, but there is just a reason to move into like back blue, for example. Like there were so many fights happening at blue because there was a consistent OS to play for a lot of times every couple minutes. And so there should be a fight around that. Like it pulls people away from these standard setups that like they have to make a fight happen. Like we need to, and if they didn't make it happen, sometimes that would bite them in the ass, and other times it maybe worked out because they have a skewer or camo or something, but it actually drives motion on the map quite a bit.
I think that's been the theme, right? Is motion. Sorry, Tony. I do like that theme throughout this tournament. Is like the theme of motion has been everywhere, and it just feels like a different Halo for sure.
Yeah, no, it's been exciting to see because that is the one thing that I think as a spectator I've seen plenty, and I've watched it, I've done it. I've been the team that's like, okay, guys, we don't need to move. Like, we're up this much, we have this advantage. There's literally like we just need to wait for them to make a mistake, and that is perfectly well and fine. And like, there's plenty of reasons for that to, you know, surface at certain points in the game. But when that is like so present in the base game as much as it was, there really just needs to be a reason to create that motion like we've been talking about. And that is just the sandbox. I think tried and true, like that's what's been shining through. I really haven't noticed anything being like too oppressive in terms of like, you know, the Mangler being insane. Like Precision getting an overkill with it. I saw him like just getting shot, melee, and it wasn't really him doing all the damage himself. Everyone was kind of weak, but other than that, honestly, I feel like I've seen like some instances of the sandbox, and then there's still been plenty of just, you know, base BR fights and just good team fights.
Well, I'm really happy you talked about like that addition to Overshield in that position, kind of bringing teams towards it. Kind of played out exactly how you envisioned changing that meta with Recharge. Was there any other changes that you looked at? You're like, that worked out exactly the way I envisioned it. What other changes across the map that you looked at and you really just kind of winked and said, "Oh, that's me"?
I mean, it really does come back to it pretty much all just resurfaces back into what I even was talking about before, with just like people actively leaving their setups, feeling the need to move. Like, I want this Avenger SMG on live fire. Like, I want this camo that's bat ledge. Like, seeing Yaxon, I thought it was so cool at the beginning of the game. Like, Yaxon was even able to get the camo jumping off of bat ledge, even though Joey was ready for it. Like, he was ready for somebody to be bat ledge to try to play for that camo. He missed his shot, and then Yaxon was able to get away with the camo, and he didn't really get to do a whole lot with it, but at least we asked the question, like, can Joey clutch up and hit the shot? The second scenario happened where he doesn't hit it, and then all of a sudden, like, the game now opens up to, like, other possibilities of what is to happen. And I even wondered if there was still a shock or an S7 on the map. Like, I don't think Yaxon gets that grab as cleanly as he does, even something like that.
Sorry, I'm looking at the admins right now. So they're calculating, by the way. I believe we have a tie right now between 4th and 5th, and they're Burkle, so the tiebreaker is also tied. So they're going through the stats, and they're going through the checklist of like tiebreakers right now. Wow. To see who gets that last spot. So right now we're just we're waiting on that, but to show, I mean, that like really competitive series thus far. I mean, I gotta say, like, the fact that like we saw Decepticons versus Team Brady Shot, it went to game 5 like the way it did. It felt like every game like had its own unique thumbprint to it, right? It's like very refreshing way to watch Halo so far.
Yeah, no, it's been very fun. I've really been enjoying
if you
it.
don't mind me asking, with the Open series you've been watching for a while, is there any other changes that while you're watching this tournament that you're kind of cooking up in your head, like, you know what, why don't we change one thing on this map? Why don't we change, I wonder what this would like in places. Any other like new changes you're kind of cooking up right now after seeing the gameplay that you've seen so far?
Yeah, I actually talked about it a little bit earlier with tools, and it had to do with the streets and the Sentinel Beam like alleyway right now, and that area, especially for ball. The other modes, I think it's not too insane, but for ball in particular, is pretty wild, and I think we need to maybe figure out a way to balance that zone. Not necessarily the alleyways themselves, but like the actual base that the Sentinel Beam is sitting around is a little maybe overpowered. So we're gonna try to figure out maybe a way to create like a almost Call of Duty like timed death zone. Is kind of like my first thought of like making it so you just can't camp in there for free. And that was like one idea on top of maybe live fire. I'm kind of thinking about maybe swapping around some of the sandbox or removing one of the elements, but it's a little too early to say for some of those things. But those are the first two things that come to mind right now.
And was there any changes that you made? And I apologize, I wasn't here earlier, so if you answered this question earlier, I apologize. But there's new viewers coming in, so might be interested. Is there any changes that you made that you sat there and said, this is going to be a controversial one? Was there any one that you kind of thought about that people are going to be talking about this change? When I first saw the Mangler, I was like, oh, but, and then I saw the what's it called, the Avenger SMG. Yeah. I was like, okay, we're cooking here.
Yeah, no, I mean that's definitely probably the main one. the Mangler being in play right now was the main thing that was like, I know that's going to be a bit controversial and it might still not play out exactly the way that I envision. But so far, I think it's been reasonable. I haven't seen it be like so abusable, like how we think of the Mangler, like from year 1, year 2. So that's one of them. Even the Avenger 2, I'm honestly pretty happy with how the Sentinel Beam and the Avenger are kind of acting as like one-clip power weapons, just like some quick upgrades, basically, for those like games and like how they're functioning. Besides that, I think the recharge layout is pretty pretty different. Like it really does change the flow of the map as a whole. So I think that really is, those are probably the most controversial ones right now, is like maybe recharge and live fire in my mind.
So far, I mean, I think we've had such a large what am I trying to say, like a pool of like data to look at, right?
Yeah.
At the end of this, what do you think's been your biggest takeaway so far? And like what's gonna be like the number one thing? I mean, outside of, like the streets thing, I'm really interested, like outside of like a map specific thing, like did the BR starts do the thing that you thought it would? Like has it all been like sort of in line, or has there been like anything like surprising to you that you're like, oh, like I didn't anticipate this at all?
Honestly, from a gameplay perspective, not necessarily. I think it's been very map and sandbox dependent.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like
I
think yeah, no worries.
Sorry, I was looking away for a second, but that was probably the biggest difference is the sandbox. But the BR starts, I think it's just refreshing, like just kind of getting the old Halo back in. Like the lack of jiggle peaks, like there's just no, I don't know, like not seeing as much jiggle peak in the game is making me happy. I'm just gonna just say that outright of my own watching how the games are playing out, and it's just raw. Like you either win your fight or you lose your fight. And I've actually had talks with my chat, and we've talked about this before, about even like restoring the strafe excel for the BR to make the BR feel a little bit harder to use back to like what it was for maybe these settings. And that's not a definite thing yet, if I really would like to do that necessarily, but even something like that could be a consideration for the future of like kind of shifting movement a little bit. But I really don't want to split too far off from the base game for the comp to kind of still keep it a consistent feel. But who knows exactly? It's too early to say.
So I do have an announcement for stream, because they have done the calculations and everything. So if we want to pull up the standings real fast, I can walk you guys through it and explain how this goes down. So you can see based on how Swiss works, right? We're gonna have a bunch of teams that have one loss that are gonna move on. So we have 2 teams in that 4th and 5th spot that are tied. The tiebreaker has gone into place where you use Berkhold system. So according to the Berkhold system, which the way that works is it basically comes down to like strength of schedule, like who you lost to matters. So Team Breaking Shot, right? They lost to Decepticons, right? Their loss is like a high value loss. The same with Legion Gaming. So like their losses aren't as impactful as other losses. So they're gonna secure that 2nd and 3rd spot. The problem is that Boom or Doom and Noobs have the same Berkhold system. So we actually had to go to the next layer of tiebreaker, which is going to be maps 1, and that tiebreaker goes to Noobs, as they lost one less map than Boom or Doom in the tournament. So Noobs is going to continue on into the top 4, and we have our bracket set.
Oh, crazy tiebreaker.
Yeah, right. I thought we were one, like if that was tied, we were actually gonna have to do the best of 1 Slayer. It's like we got that far down into the tiebreaker, which would have been. I was like, low-key, I was like, maybe we should just done the best of 1 Slayer, but no, we got to get this bracket going. So
I was just thinking, like, I have to just consider like total kills between the teams, like who has the highest kill count, absolutely total between both for a tiebreaker like that.
I want who had the most skill jumps.
See,
who had the most flags ran through through Forbidden.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is the one thing, again, if anyone is listening and still playing in this tournament, I need to see more skill jumps. I see people looking. I saw Talik bottom mid on Catalyst look right at the jump for a solid second, and then he just completely walked away. And then he ended up doing the exact same thing that doing the jump would have accomplished. He was trying to go like the front base on the enemy team, and then he took the route to like the bottom tunnel where the pistols are. And I was just like thinking, like I was saying to my chat, I can't believe he just looked right at it. He just looked right at it and walked away.
It's crazy. So that being said, guys, we do know what our bracket's going to be. Decepticons is going to be taking on Noobs, and then Team Breaking Shot is going to be taking on Legion. So if you guys are in chat, while we get the bracket actually made on Face It and whatever, you can actually get yourselves in those lobbies because we know what those matchups are going to be. So Team Breaking Shot versus Legion, and Decepticons versus Noobs to get ourselves going here. I think we're going to take one of them, and you're going to take one of them, Lucid, so we get these guys rolling at the same time.
Got it.
I think I'm curious, like, which one should we take? I mean, which one do we put on for the casted one? Yeah,
they just won out.
Yeah. I gotta say, Trippy's kind of next level on this. Oh, dude, what do you think about the nicknames for Trippy and Talik? I feel like they need one.
I think I heard you say TNT.
Yeah, TNT.
Yeah. I was like, you know what? I think he maybe got a little something there. All right, I'll give it to you on that one. I think the TNT maybe.
Well, someone in chat recommended T Squared is ripping. I'd never heard that one used before. So we're still workshopping a few of them.
I think T Squared's a really funny one.
Halo community. That would be great. That would be awesome.
T Squared's a really fun one. Guys, just as a reminder, is that how the prize breakdown is working for this event. It's $1,000 in prizing. First gets 600, second's gonna get 400. Then third place, we're gonna have a third place match. They're gonna go home with 4 GameSir G7 Pros. Shout out to GameSir for putting up some prizing there. And shout out for Lucid and LVT. We both put up money for this tournament. It's 500 for each of us, trying to get this thing off the ground. And then we already had some supporters in chat that have put up donations for the next prize pool. So we guaranteed having another tournament later on this month. Shout out to everyone that's like kind of made this thing happen.
Absolutely. And thank you to everybody that's been participating in playing, even though you have been knocked out now. I hope having the 5-round Swiss was a lot of fun. It's gone on a little bit longer than I even anticipated, but it's been really fun to just see so many people get to play so many games and like just get to really experience these settings and just kind of get their hands dirty with it and try it out.
I'm excited.
I mean, that's one thing I personally enjoy because as a player myself, I'm realistic. I'm not making it to round 4 in a tournament. I'm not making it. There's a good chance I might get double first round. If I get round 2, I'm excited. So for me, going to some of these tournaments, it's cool and all, but it's like, all right, what else do I do for the rest of the day? So to be able to play 5 rounds, I really enjoyed that. I hope we see more Swiss style tournaments in the future.
Absolutely. It just keeps people playing, and especially right now, you don't have to sit in a matchmaking queue for 10 minutes in between games. When the next tournament shows up, I'm sure we're going to try out a Swiss bracket again. I really would like to continue the format.
Yeah, as players get more adept at it, hopefully they can like get into their games faster. I know there was a couple rounds that like stretched out, and it was just like some errors that normally wouldn't happen that like caused that. That's the only downside of Swiss is that like every match has to finish in order for you to go to the next match. So if you 3-0'd and another team goes to game 5, like it can be a little bit of waiting there. But I do think like as a way to get jam games in, I think it's the best. That being said, if you're like watching this and you want to play in more, like you don't have to wait till the next tournament. Lucid, you've been running 8s like every day, I feel like, in your stream to play. So like if you guys are wanting to like try out the BR starts like Evo maps, like go to Lucid stream and play one night.
Yeah, I mean, to me right now, this has been the most fun, just working on it, but then actually getting to see it, watch it, play it in my own stream. If I'm on Halo, there hasn't been a day these past like 2 or 3 weeks I'm not at least running some customs from what I remember. So if I'm on Halo and any of you guys are looking to try it out, you can just hop into the stream, and we cycle out lobbies pretty well, pretty consistently. So it is definitely open, and we'll try and maybe even open up a Discord a little bit more as well, my own Discord. Well, instead of just trying to search matchmaking or just searching by yourself.
Don't be scared just because you're like a low level. Like I'm sure it gets balanced out. Like you guys do like best of 3s. It's like quick turnaround. So like even if there's an unbalanced lobby, like you should at least like play it, right? Like so don't be scared just because you're not like a high level Onyx Like, bro, we could put 3 golds on a team and put Lucid on that team. It'll be balanced. You know what I'm saying? So it's fine. It's like, we'll find a way. So I just want to make sure. I hate it when people don't play in something because like, I'm not good enough. It's like, nah. Like, go get involved. It's like, I think everyone, it matters. Like, your opinion matters. Doesn't matter what skill range you're at.
Yeah. The baseline of all this too is that it's fun, but it's like fun and still competitive. Like, both matter a lot. And I think that's like the fine balance that we're trying to like create in my mind.
All right. That being said, we're going to get our lobbies built up here. That we're going to go on a quick break. Just make sure we got everything set. And when we come back, we're going to have our semifinals. We'll be at Noobs and Decepticons. If you're interested in the other game, Lucid's going to have that on his stream. That'll be Legion versus, I forget their name.
Team Breaking Shot.
Team Breaking Shot. There we go. So, hey, we're close, right? You guys see that? We'll be right back.
Oddball. Round 1. Ball incoming.
Hello and welcome back here. Decepticons going up against the Noobs in our semifinals. We are officially into bracket play. The way this works is single elimination. You lose a game and you are out. Now, technically, you still do get to play for third place. You get to try to get the games there, but you have no more shot at getting the top prize, getting first place, and getting that $600. So keep an eye out. This match is going to be a very important one. Decepticon is going to be your top seed coming in, not losing a game throughout the Swiss feature, and Noobs having a tough task. They barely won the tiebreaker to get themselves in that fourth place spot.
All of your chances were left behind in the Swiss rounds. Now it's do or die, and this is what the seeds have led us to. A Trippy with an overshield going up against the Noobs, who are anything but that, might I say. They're well-experienced professional players out of the Latin American region, and Hero can't exactly find the shots he's looking for. Magico does, but he'll also find himself a nice little stick.
It's extended, trying to stay alive here, and we'll be able to get back to that safety. The big thing is he wants to get those spawns close to that ball, get that thing back to safety. But I don't think there's much safety to be found here. Descendant is squished behind two, but Trippy might have cleared a path until he picked up the bandit instead of the ball.
Slight lead in favor of Decepticons, who actually just go 3 down. Actually, both teams going 3 down. Only 2 players on the map momentarily as Lure looks for himself a spawner, finds a couple of shots onto Talik, wins that battle. Not many could say they could win a battle against Talik and then have the audacity to go for a ninja.
Oh, I thought we were gonna have it. I mean, we had like 4 ninjas this tournament already. What was one more? And it gets an overshield, a full overshield, and that would have been sick. But Precision, I think, used that directional input to get himself away from that and was able to move himself out of the backsmack just in time. And so far, I mean, a pretty chaotic start. No team quite getting themselves easy ball time.
Trippy currently 10-6 right now, and literally throughout this entire tournament, we've been talking about how comfortable Trippy looks with the BR in hands. Ascendant looking pretty comfortable with that ball in hands over towards the goal side. Looks like they have a nice little setup watching the crosses.
Trippy having a struggle on that shot, and he gets punished. Whoa, double out there. TNA able to get 2, but eventually runs to their demise. Descendant's pre-nade rings true, and Descendant getting a lot of damage, and he's not backing down from fights either. That's one thing I love about Descendant's gameplay. You know, might not be the most beneficial each time, might cost him occasionally, but there's no one more eager to take a challenge, to stay in the fight than Descendant.
Well, it feels like Hero DNA kind of has that same DNA in him, a little bit of one for all kind of energy with them. But eventually Decepticons to get the slays they need and the follow-up as well. Trippy finding the spawning Lure, and Descendant still holding that ball, keeping Magico at bay from downrange, but Magico making Trippy disappear.
See, already, I mean, look at the kill stats. What pops out to you? Oh yeah, it's TNT once again. Trippy and Talik have been dynamite this game. 23 kills between the 2 of them, and they just got a 3 down once again. Leor, the only one alive and stuck over on those A spawns. He's trying to get to that ball quickly, but caught out by Trippy. Talik working one end of the map, and Trippy has the other. This has been dominant display by these 2 so far.
Explosive plays left and right, and Trippy with the overshield. 3 down going noobs, and continuing to score right now are Trippy and the Decepticons. Nades coming in though. Looks like Lore and Hero DNA trying to fly their way over toward the blue side. Descendant does make it toward the mid map, pops off a couple of shots, but is it enough to take over? Apparently it is. 3 down go the noobs.
How was so chaotic and hard to get ball time for both these teams until it wasn't for one. Decepticons just keep getting the 3 down onto noobs. That's just, it's always going to be so tough to fight back when you're not trading out on your deaths, right? You're not giving your team an opportunity. And how many times have we seen it here where the trade outs just aren't there in time? Another 4 down, and Talik, last alive back there, is able to get the ball time, and look at the spawns, how far away they are. We really have only 1 more shot at this as a team if you're noobs. You got to commit on this fight and win it to give yourself a second chance in this round.
He has 13 kills, 10 assists, only died 7 times, and was still willing to play the ball. Talik doing everything it takes in order to come out with the win and looking good while doing it. Eventually, Magico and Lure double push their way over toward the A side. Not done just yet. You still got 2 more players trapped over toward the goal side. The Descendant explodes his way through there, but 3 down go Decepticons. That's ball time now for noobs. There it is. No.
So unlucky. That first throw you thought would be good enough, but it just didn't have enough air to it, and it's gonna force noobs to play a slay heavy here where they could have been getting ball time, and that's not working to their benefit, because when you look at the bottom middle of the screen, the neutral time is running out. There's only 30 seconds left. They really needed that ball to be into the hands of their player. They can't afford to have it sitting on the ground for much longer.
About 20 seconds left in neutral time, and you find yourself behind 74 points behind Decepticons. Yeah, you're in a pretty bad spot if you ask me. And going 3 down ain't what the doctor ordered. Talik with a little bit of jiggle peek, just teasing them at this point. Decepticons really just steamroll this round number 1 against the noobs.
Talik gonna try to get a double, but you know, time runs out before he can get it. Double positive to start this game at 16 and 8. He also has 12 assists to go with that. Combine that with Trippy's 20 kills. You got a recipe for success here. 36 between the two of these. The path is clear for Noobs. I mean, shut them down. How do you get these two to slow down their performance at all? Because it's been like this all tournament long, it seems.
Enemy has the ball.
I know the answer to that. You don't. you can't stop them. You can only hope to contain them, and you can't even do that as Talik. Shish kebabs lore. Running into a couple of nades. Magical awarded the kill for that one. 10 points on the board already for Decepticons, but finally Noob starting to find the kills they're looking for.
Magico's skewer shot just went astray. If he hits that to Trip, he skews him to the wall. They could have had a huge swing there as a 4 down. They would have expanded, taken a ton of space. Instead, Trippy staying alive makes it so that the action can come a little bit sooner than anticipated. Does he land on the island? Nope. It's good to have the repulse back. I will say, like, it felt cringe at certain moments when you get repulse off the edge, but there are moments where it's pretty fun to just send a guy swimming.
It's 2026 Halo Infinite. Give me every last bit of the sandbox. Give me the Evo settings all day, every day. Right now, Noob saying, give me Decepticons, because that was a fresh 3 down. Noobs taking the lead.
Euro DNA showing the power of the Evo Bandit there. My God, that battery's just flicking in and out there, showing the power of the Jiggle Peak, and that was truly a dynamic play, and you can see what's happened since. A 3 down, and this round is looking completely different for Noobs. They feel firmly in control versus before, where they were really trying to scrap away anytime they could and just could never get control.
I didn't even know you can even like shoot through that like little grate that
Nah,
great.
it's always fun.
Yeah, Talik kind of nerdy with it. I love that. 3 down. Go Noobs once again. Lore staggered at the moment here as they're baiting him out. But this whole time, it hasn't gone in the hands of Decepticons just yet.
High Precision just like saying, I don't believe you. That player's over at tower. Like, theoretically, you shouldn't have been able to go down and get that oddball, but he just said, I don't think you're going to keep on that challenge. I have too many teammates around me, and just went for the ball anyway.
Magico playing lights out. A double kill from him leads to a 3 down for Decepticons, and we see that skewer about to come up over toward the bottom mid side again. But also pay attention because the camouflage as well is coming up over towards that opposite of Batledge side where normally the shock is. So lots of goodies coming up on the map means that teams need to really divert their attention. Are you playing for the objective? Are you playing for the slays? Are you playing for the tools on the map? Are you playing for everything?
Yeah, right now this could be the start of that dangerous trend that we saw in the previous round, where Noobs continually went 3 down. And look how they're staggered the spawns are. The first player keeps going down before the last spawns up. It's giving Decepticons a lot of space to work with. They are well set up for this next push, and well, Trippy's got the skewer to go with it. He can hold down this left lane by himself. Oh no!
Ooh, just barely misses not only the skewer but also the stick as well. Will that bite them? Apparently not, because he's still got a Descendant to work with. Nice little double out of him. A little bit of extra damage, but chased away from the A side just to come right back in. A little bit of Jiggle Peak action eventually leads to Magical going down, but the rest of Noobs funneling in right to where Precision wants him as he decimates them. Good God.
He didn't waste a bullet there. That was precise and a brutal overkill to deal with there. Noobs, it felt like on paper they had battled that one away and they were going to be able to get some ball time. Instead, Decepticons gets a very advantageous spot. They get overshield in their hands. This is going to be so tough for them to break, and you can see it's not even going to be a question. The last player goes down, 4 dead, and now Talik, I'd go into A potential. Oh no, Trippy's already at gold, so they're gonna try to spawn trap at A instead. And I mean, right now they got a lot of info, and one thing to keep a note on, look how fast Trippy's playing through. He's gonna find himself an easy kill on these players that are flanking through, but he needs to be on his horse. Like, there's speed is the name of the game there.
65 to 55 lead, still in favor of Decepticons. Right now, it's Noobs the ones that are scoring here. Eventually, Lure has to play this ball off the map if he gets pressured out, but look at all the time he's able to accumulate before that happens. As that ball rolls out, they're just 2 points behind Decepticons, and although the Slays go their way, Noobs are quick to spawn up on the map.
Talik has a good angle onto these 2 players. Waiting for that help to come through, but it seems like I think someone was keeping Descendant at bay on the cross. And what Talik thought was going to be successful collapse turns into the opposite as they go down staggered here, and that's going to be ball time for Noobs, and they're trying to force the fight in the pipe. Look, there are 6 players in these pipes right now fighting each other, and that's going into the way of Talik. He gets all 3 on the other side, and the story remains. The 4 downs have been brutal for Noobs all game long.
Was 6 players, keyword. There was 6 players that were over toward the back pipe side. That's before Talik gets involved. Not many times you see a player leading in slays and in assist, but Talik is doing it. And meanwhile, Noobs are doing a 3-man push through the gold side. That actually spawns up a bit of a map rotation from Precision and Decepticons, getting the ball as far away from the H side as humanly possible. The problem is that he has Hero in his DNA and also main Slayer energy as well.
Ball incoming.
And just flying to the opposition right there. The play ball is going to at least give Decepticons a chance on their spawn to prevent Noobs from getting early time, but with Strikey getting camouflage, if he's able to get away and reapproach this, should be a big boon for them. Strikey getting good damage and surprisingly hasn't taken much damage at all. He's able to go in for the melee because of how well he positioned himself not to take unnecessary damage during those fights.
Strikey's still getting insane value with his camouflage until the bait and switch happens. Descendant covering his teammates back perfectly and eventually removing camouflage from the equation as Trippy right back over to the gold side he goes. Hero trying to put some cross-map shots going down, but he's been distracted. Now it's Trippy and Decepticons getting aggressive. 2 down, go to Noobs.
Magico is a variable they had not anticipated. A huge flank from him. He takes down both Talik and Trippy into those fights. The ball's going to reset. Oh! Skewer! From the close range, Talik going down twice to the same player in those engagements, but at the end of the day, the ball time's what's important. They haven't gotten any of it, and the trades are starting to favor Decepticons. They're running out of time. It's only 20 seconds on the neutral clock, and they're nowhere near that ball. They have to sprint off their spawns.
Despite the fact that Magical has been fantastic in this game and he's barely been losing any fights with the BR, the skewer, it doesn't matter. You're going up against the entire arsenal of Decepticons, and that includes Trippy with the skewer and BR combo that leads to a 1-0 lead, Decepticons over Noobs.
And Precision joining the rings with Talik and Trippy in that second round. He had a hell of a round for him, but look, they had 91 kills between the 3 of them. It's going to be tough to win a game when you let 2 players get 91 kills in 2 rounds of oddball. I mean, those are usually stat lines that you'd see at the end of 3 rounds, but just dominant slaying performances from them to go up 1-0 in the series.
3 players on the map with a double-digit KDA and better, and they are all on the side of the Decepticons. Precision, Talik, and Trippy putting up some crazy numbers. All 3 of them with 30 bombs, all 3 of them with AK damage, and again, that TNT combination of Talik and Trippy is real. As we go into game 2 as Slayer, something's gotta change for the Noobs, and it ain't Magico. I will say, dude, Magico has been amazing.
8,500 damage in that game too. He's right up there with the top Slayers on the other team, and he's definitely pulling his weight there in that game. But Slayer, right, that's going to be their chance to come back. There's no objective to orient yourselves around, so you have a lot more freedom to make plays, and usually I think that benefits teams that need to find a little momentum in a series, right, or where you need to catch players off guard. This is going to be a big opportunity for Noobs to tie up the series here, and I think it's a much must-have for this team. I don't think they can reverse sweep a team like Decepticons. So I think getting the win here on the Slayer is going to be paramount to their success.
Solitude Slayer coming up next. And there has, like every one of these maps, there has been some major changes on Solitude, kind of bringing it back to its Plaza Halo 5 roots. If you want to kind of walk the audience through some of those changes you were talking about earlier, Solitude, that Halo 5 Plaza remake, and it might look a little bit more familiar to that style of gameplay.
Yeah, the big theme that changes on Solitude is the fact that there's 3 thrust spawns on the map. So you're going to have the thruster almost available at all points in time somewhere on the map, whether it's on a dead body, on a pad, there's going to be one somewhere on the map. The other part is they've replaced the shock rifle with the skewer. So to me, I think those are 2 changes that have made a big difference. That BR is so effective at those long sight lines that you're going to get on Solitude. A lot of times you're going to be going from one end of the map to the other on your fight, right? Because of how the spawn traps work on this, whether it's from nest to blue, blue to nest, with nest to gold, right? Nest to glass. Like, those are the premium sight lines, and the BR is so effective at those ranges. So I think getting on top of those thrusts, giving yourself the advantage, whatever you need to get an advantage in a gunfight, is going to be paramount for your success.
The 1v1 fights and even more than that, but a lot of the 1v1 fights have really gone the way of Decepticons when we look at every name on the board. You know, Precision with the dynamic multi-kills that we saw, overkills so far we've seen have been incredible. Trippy, Talik, not missing a single shot. Descendant, always willing to take a challenge himself. Again, the only player that I see that they're truly having issues with in just the clean 1v1 fights is Magico. And it's funny because, you know, Magico, a lot of players or a lot of people at home may not be as familiar with this game. We didn't see him as much in the early seasons of Halo Infinite for a while. But when he plays, the man has been a problem ever since the Halo 5 days. Magico really has been the real deal.
It's fun to like see the journey of a lot of these players from, you know, the LATAM region, because there's so much talent there. And I feel like it's taken a while to like let that bloom the way that it should, because I mean the talent's there. I just hope that we can find more ways to like keep them involved in the scene as Halo continues on. Like, I think like we have some really strong talent in regions. I'd be curious to see like how HCS kind of approaches the regionality of Halo into the next game cycle, because I think there's like this huge opportunity to like expand. I mean, the fact that it's just Mexico, right? Like, we need to be like having the other countries involved. Like, there's so much talent like Colombia, for example. Like, I think it's a shame that we limit it to just Mexico and like force players to like go live in Mexico to compete like that these last few years. I really want to see that expansion happen.
Hopefully we see that and much more here as Noobs down 0-1 in the series, but going into a Slayer on Solitude, looking pretty damn confident. An early lead erupts out of nowhere. Hero DNA getting a little bit antsy there. Goes in for a challenge. Maybe he didn't want, but Strikey wants his, and War is on the chase with that overshield.
And look at that. Leor, you're gonna have plenty of that overshield still to work with as he gets that skewer rifle. So look, Decepticons, they're very much trapped in the backside of the map, and Leor can really crack them open here if he finds the good timing, and he does just that. The 2 go down. Let's make it a third as the skewer just decimates Precision. A clean wipe.
Speaking of being cracked, let me tell you, Lore is that. My gosh, what a shot out of Lore. 2 kills, 4 assists already, and a trapped Decepticons who don't want to lift up. They actually take a little bit of a longer route to make their way toward the top snipe side. And it's going to work out perfectly for them as back-to-back kills go the way of Decepticons, leading to a 3 down for Noobs, and Magico, the final player, he's dealt with as well. Just like that, Decepticons take the lead.
It's crazy how fast this map can swing one way to the other. Like, Noobs, it felt like they had everything they needed to get a huge lead out, but Decepticons with an early answer, and I love this collapsing pressure that Descendant's putting in. But what's even better is the way that Noobs isolated out that angle, right? Descendant, it feels good in that spot to collapse in and find that flanking play. But what Noobs did is they said, okay, we can all aim together on the other end of the map. Let's just not give any sort of angle to anyone that's pushing up this lane. And by the time Descendants flank comes into play, they already dealt with the rest of the pressure on the map. It's just like really heads up play.
Decepticons with the pressure, Noobs with the answer back. Decepticons come off a spawn, and they do exactly the same. Make their presence known, taking control immediately. A 17 to 15 advantage. It looks like there should be an overshield hitting the battlefield in less than 10 seconds.
Precision. Oh, he might be able to find 3 here. Leor taking the challenge, but just out of shots. Precision not able to get that kill, but he certainly put him in a world of hurt. Leor stuck over at that lift, and by the time he makes his way out, there's Trippy with an overshield. Precision trying to get involved in the fight. Leor goes down, and you start to see that cycle continue on. Decepticons in a big advantage here. Take a note of the score. It's 17 to 21. This is a really important part of the game. If they're able to survive this and maintain that deficit at least, and not let this one spiral too far out of control, that's where Noobs has their chance. But Decepticons, they're in a really advantageous spot right here to potentially expand this lead considerably.
Talo was very comfortable coming out to the snipe side, but toward the mid map, he's caught out, and he's taken down. Ascendant wins his, clearly the star screen of the Decepticons here, 8 and 5. And where that offense is coming from, loud and present right now, is Descendant on his way to a back smack onto Hero DNA, and his damage comes in left and right. He's just shaking. Give him the Harlem Shake.
Then it's like, where's the bandit on the map? That's exactly where he goes, because he's like, if you're gonna be pulling off those moves, you put a bandit in his hands, he's gonna be a dangerous man, right? He likes that jiggle peek. He's one of the best players in the game at all the movement tech, especially when it comes to the shooting movement tech of like a jiggle peek, a sprint strafe. That's where you're gonna see Descendant thrive, and right now thriving is what Decepticons is up to. That is a 4 down, and they have a clean spawn trap over at Nest. It is a scary proposition for Noobs. How to get out of this spot is gonna be a tough task.
It's been the question that's been asked multiple times, going all the way back to Halo 5, and the answer is there is no way to get out of that spawn trap. Decepticons trap them perfectly and activate immediately, and now's the follow-up, because they know exactly where they're spawning. Once again, 4 down turns to a 6 kill swing. Decepticons ain't turning back. Descendant now with the sidekick. It doesn't matter what you put in his hands, it's somehow gonna be taking down some Noobs.
And those 4 down spawn traps can feel especially brutal with the Evo settings, because the fact that there's 3 thrust spawns that come up. One of the things that makes it really tough to battle out of there is when you're at a disadvantage and the other team's flying at you with those, those pieces of equipment to win those gunfights. You saw from Trippy, I mean, how he was able to be aggro into 3 players and get away with his life because of that thruster being there. So once again, it just shows you that the sandbox has a chance to really swing things into your possession if you're able to win the scavenging fight. And that's where I think Decepticons has really thrived. They have won the scavenging fight this game.
Descendant able to snatch up that overshield, and although most of it is taken down, you're still looking at scoreboard, and it heavily favorites the Decepticons. 1 squad wipe away from ultimately taking them down, and it looks like Lore caught between all 3 members over towards the blue side. Just 2 more kills needed for the Decepticons to go up 2-0 in the series.
There's 1 more, and there it is. Steaktacular out. And I really thought that was an important game for Noobs to find a bounce back. It's going to be so tough to like reverse sweep a team like Decepticons. They're usually the team that like they're going to reverse sweep. You know what I'm saying? Like they always have the grit to get to that game 5. You give them a 2-0 lead. I don't know. It's a really dangerous spot to be in. And once again, I don't think I've seen a game where Talik wasn't like top slaying or within a kill of like being a top slayer. He has been phenomenal this tournament.
That he has is the consistency that we know from him, and it's the consistency that we love from him as well. Constantly always at the top of the KD leaderboard, same as with the damage dealt. It's what we know, it's what we love. 2-0 series lead for Decepticons. 1 more game before they're able to knock Noobs down to the lower bracket. Only 4 teams advanced from the Swiss portion of this tournament, and Decepticons, they're undefeated for a reason.
We load into our game 3. Noobs on the brink of defeat here. Aquarius flag gonna be potentially the final stage for Noobs and their chance to try to get this top prize.
And it feels like all eyes going to be on Lure and Magico when we go into this game number 3. As much as I talked about Magico in that game number 1, who, by the way, I feel like didn't lose a single pivotal fight. In that game number 2, both of them combined for I think a total of 7 kills between the two of them. So obviously all eyes are going to be on them coming off of the Slayer. And on Aquarius, they're going to need to slay out if they want that utility side control, if they want every path for that flag to be on the move here. Decepticons, we know they're going to be a fantastic capture the flag team, but you put yourself in a position where it really is do or die here for the Noobs.
Saw it going right for that repulse. See, one thing to note, only 2 repulse charges there, and yeah, usually you'd want that thruster in the one-on-one fight. That thrust not gonna be able to win the fight against Talik there. So Talik clearly feeling himself, even though he gets traded out. Just keep an eye on him, man. I feel like he's having. I wish we were keeping track of stats, because I want to see what his KD is at the end of this tournament. I feel like it's gonna be something absurd.
I will say Hero DNA playing pretty well, damn well with self-slaying out while taking space leads to a flagpole here for the Noobs. It actually made it all the way towards the util side. Decepticons have 2 players overextended, but this next battle is going to determine whether they cap a flag or potentially return as Talik puts down max damage, able to stay alive. Denial grenades keeping Lure out of that fight, but even better, grenades going out. The return does end up happening here. Highly unfortunate for the Noobs.
They were able to find that kill, and it's not necessarily out of the question for them to keep getting aggressive on this map, but they want to clear out anything that was left behind. And unfortunately for them, there's just one player that is lurking in the back. It's been Precision that has just refused to move from the very back end of Noob's base. And I mean, look how far these guys had to go back to deal with that pressure there. The flag's gonna eventually return, and by the time they dealt with it, the rest of the Decepticons are there. Wow, Precision, it's not going to show up in the stat screen, right? Like the fact that he just stays alive like crazy back there, but it had a huge impact on this play. And right now, it could result in the first flag coming out on board due to the follow-up slays that we saw from Decepticons. Wow, what a team play.
Although they were able to get some of the kills, word news, they weren't able to get all of the kills that mattered. You give Decepticons any room to breathe, give them an inch, they take a mile. 1-0 lead here for Decepticons, who have just gone 3 down, and now Noobs have an opportunity to get on the offense themselves.
Precision almost had a cheeky angle to have 2 players run past him, but one didn't commit to that P2 push, and it eventually comes to Precision's demise. Noobs finding a couple big kills, trying to get momentum. They're gonna flood in from the P side as Leor leads that charge. Decepticons are stuck in the utility, but Magico has their outlet there. I mean, this is really well set up for Noobs. If they get the slays, this should be a flag capture that goes their way. Magico! Double kill for him, but the Decepticons are winning in the back base right now.
Wow, we saw Strikey with some huge kills with the thrust on Talik. We saw a fantastic double kill right on screen, and even that wasn't enough to get them that flagpole as the final player in Lure is dealt with. The camouflage coming up over towards the mid-map. Things reset just a bit, but again, an unfortunate sequence for the Noobs.
They were trying to track his way up to P2, but players going down. Whoa, that nade got the kill. And Camo going to Hero DNA. The punch didn't get the kill, but he's more focused on staying alive, and there's a route for him to go stay alive. Heads to bottom mid. One of the few sticky pads on the Evo maps that have 2 sticks. So the huge swing in what's available on the map going to Hero DNA. How much can he put it to work, right? What value are you going to get out of this?
Serious heads up play by Hero DNA. Normally that camouflage has nowhere to go but the P side, but utilizing the entire space on the map that the Evo settings have offered us keeps him alive for as long as possible, and eventually leads to a 2 down for Decepticons. Problem is that Noobs end up going 2 down as well, and Strikey has to win a huge 1v1, but then the follow-up is Talik right there. The flag is not guaranteed just yet here. Who was able to grab a hold? Wait, they touched it. They kept it alive. It's in the util.
And Tog just didn't have the help necessary to stop that one. And they eventually get that one to come through. It was looking suspect at one point, right, where they threw that flag back. I thought it was the right play, but they weren't quite winning those gunfights. But getting that last second touch was a big deal. But, I mean, you tied up the game. The question is, how long is the game going to be tied up? Because that's a 4 down, and Trippy was right there to take advantage. They won the initial gunfight. This flag is almost back to home. It's going to come down to these gunfights on whether they get this return or not.
They were 4 down, but they immediately overextend. Looks like Precision eventually deals with the final player, and Lord eventually grabs this flag and is going to punch that one in. You got the flag cap, but what did you have to give up in order to do so?
That Precision able to find the back of one. Strikey goes down. 2 players hitting the overextension through the bottom of the map. Descendant was ready for it. I mean, he just catches Leor. They are, I think right now, Noobs' lives, I feel like they're just not getting the value that's necessary out of them to be competitive in this game. I want to see them like force a trade out, right? If you're gonna go down, like take one with you, right? That's the idea. Like make every life a very difficult one for this Decepticon team.
Or down go Decepticons. Well, you talked about value. You can't get any better than that. Well, you also get your nade right to the face to a spawning player over toward the util side. Again, Noobs, even when they have the advantage, something just doesn't seem to go their way. Before you know it, Decepticons have turned the tables, and it was Noobs the one that were 3 down.
See Descendant, 15 kills this game. It feels like he has just been winning all these critical fights for his team and just doing max damage at all points in time. No one's getting past him without taking a little bit of hurt.
Well, Strike is able to moonwalk his way into a kill, but that doesn't stop Trippy from punching in the 3rd flag for the Decepticons. Right back over toward the P side they go, and barely any resistance being felt by the Noobs. Decepticons have already claimed control of the P side, finding the backside of Lore. 3 down go the Noobs, and even the players spawning up are somehow getting naded and punished. Precision and Decepticons are on the aggro once again, and Noobs just feel so trapped.
So they are hanging out in that doorway. Oh, Precision. I like the idea. He just said, I'm going to fly this to you, win the gunfights, right? Like force their hand, and that time Noobs comes out on top for the first couple gunfights, but they haven't necessarily won the battle yet. Descendant, quick on his spawn up, was able to get to that flag in time, and now they're winning these engagements. So it shows you that sometimes forcing the objective can be a very beneficial play. It basically willed this flag out to the midline.
The only player that was able to extend out of their base was Hero DNA, and he's running all around the map, but ain't getting much accomplished there. But maybe a bit of a distraction long enough for the rest of Noobs to chase away the flag runner and actually get the return. So Hero DNA from one util to the other to the bottom mid side bought a whole lot of time.
He saw Strikey trying to get down to that bottom vent, trying to stay alive in the open to bottom end of the map, but caught out in time. 3-1 lead now for the Decepticons, and they have that 4 flag out with 3 going down. Trippy, even if he doesn't touch this flag, he's certainly going to put damage onto these spawners. The repulse didn't send him back in time. Oh, a tough moment there from Trippy. I really like the idea there, but with that kill, that should be enough to return their flag.
It's like, or elected to actually go in and just go for an extension, take some space here. Now finds himself behind 2 members of the Decepticons. Precision smells something funny, and looks like they're gonna clear out the car side. Heads up play coming from the Decepticons, and somehow they're not done just yet because Precision doesn't miss. 19 kills, 11 assists, couple 1-shots in front of him, and almost repulsed the hex out of there.
Trippy's able to refill this spot, and it's dangerous for Noobs. They're just stuck in the back base. Even if they don't necessarily pull a flag off this play, you're not gaining anything on the map. You're not accelerating what your win condition is, right? Getting those flags back home. Instead, very reactionary gameplay on their half the map. If it's a game of possessional battle, it has really been Decepticons just flying into the base of Noobs for 90% of this, right? It's really tough to win a game when you're just not having that many offensive opportunities. There hasn't been that many flag pulls for Noobs.
There's not right place, right time. The kills just aren't coming when they need them to. It's Decepticons that are just way too tough. No matter what the map, no matter what the situation, except for Magico in mid-air, apparently, as he takes down Trippy, but Talik answers right back with a double kill and snatches away the camouflage. So again, another net positive for Decepticons as they got themselves a camo, and Noobs have to slow their game down again.
Dog taking some shots there, even though he was camoed, revealed his position, just wanting to try to weaken these players up for his team help that's coming on the P side, and clean plays to get into the base. This is going to be a flagpole, and the thrust to stay into the top window with camo. I mean, Talik, even though he hasn't had the opportunity to get a bunch of kills here, he's still just trying to be influential where he can.
45 seconds with that camouflage is a long time, so even if the first few seconds don't go your way, you can make something happen. But apparently, so can the Noob. Striking strikes back with a double kill, clears things out, for it down. Go Decepticon, Strikey's in your base.
This is an important moment for them. They haven't had a lot of offensive opportunities. They need this one to come home, but Strikey took a ton of damage before he could even get involved, but he didn't go down, and his teammates are winning the fight. Hey, this almost looks sure to come home, except for the spawner of Trippy. Oh, he got a kill that might slow them down enough. Descended at the bottom of the map, trying to get into the fight. He will win that one with the help of his team. What looked like almost guaranteed for Noobs ends up being a flag return for Decepticons.
No shields, no problem, says Descendant, who's able to get a clutch kill and the same for precision. And just like that, you think Noobs have the advantage, but Decepticons have them exactly where they want them. 1 minute and 13 seconds on the clock, and without that flag cap, I don't know if Noobs have done enough just yet. In fact, they haven't. They just went 4 down.
That's going to be a back-breaking 4 down as well, because you have 60 seconds not only to get a flag home, but also to pull out the next after that. It's a very tough task. It has forces you into a very easy gameplay to read, right? Everything they do from here on out has to be maximum aggression. Fly, fly, fly. Decepticons, they'll know that off their spawn, and they'll try to react appropriately.
37 seconds on the clock, and every bit of time that winds down just pulls Noobs closer and closer away from being swept in this series. We are in the excuse me, sorry. We are after the Swiss bracket here, so it really feels like do or die. And right now, it is Decepticons that have just been doing it all series long. Noobs had moments, they had a few opportunities go their way, but they weren't able to put a game together, let alone a series together. Trippy with the 4th flag cap, that is clearly the dagger that gets put in the back of Decepticons. Advance forward and make it look easy.
Yeah, I think the difference in that game is quality of opportunity. Decepticons were always flying to the opposing side's base. We're getting flagpoles. When we look at the stat screen, that's what I want you to look at, right? Is flagpoles. How many opportunities did both teams have? I would wager that they probably converted flag captures at a very similar pace. But if you have 10 more opportunities to capture a flag than the other side, right? It doesn't matter if you're as efficient as each other. Having those more opportunities is going to make the difference.
GG's across the board here. Decepticons pull off the 3-0. If there's one thing I did notice for that Noobs roster is, and by the way, outside that game number 2, I thought Magico was fantastic. That entire series, game number 1, dominant. Game number 2 was very good. I thought Hero DNA were making some good plays early on Aquarius Capture the Flag. You definitely saw some potential, some opportunities for Noobs. It's just unfortunate. It ran into Decepticons, who are the number 1 seed and the favorites to win this tournament, and you ran into them in round number 1 after the Swiss bracket. So they're going to go home and potentially 4th or 3rd place. They won't battle it out. Whoever loses on the other side of the bracket. Meanwhile, Decepticons 1 series away from becoming your champions.
And while we shift our eyes over to our other match, that's so just about to start. So we should be able to get our observer in there with Legion versus Team Breaking Shot, and see how that one will conclude as well.
Yeah, that's the matchup I was really interested in seeing. Like, I feared that this could have been a 3-0 series sweep for Decepticons. And although there is a favorite in our other side of the bracket, I don't think it's going to be a given. I think Team Breaking Shot are going to be the favorites on paper, but if you've been paying attention to what Legion Gaming were able to do late last season and even going into this season, they've been putting in the work. And I promise you, what do they say? You know, hard work beats talent when talent don't put in hard work. Well, Legion Gaming, they got themselves some talent. They got themselves some hard work. I love this.
Yeah. Yeah, field reporter Lucid. You want to give us the? I heard.
Sitting here for about 35 minutes waiting for Compliment to get back. He had some late shopping to do for some particular reasons that he has not made it back. He has 4 minutes until he's DQ'd, or the team is DQ'd for a 3-0.
Oh, so he's sitting there in the lobby, but he's not there.
Single game. Yes, he made the lobby. Everyone joined, or pretty much everyone joined, and he was not there. So
what do you think? What do you think he like went to buy? Like, what was so important, right? Like you think he's like
Valentine's
just
Day
like
for
I'll
tomorrow.
give you the breakdown. He went
it
for
has to
some
be
Valentine's
Valentine's Day
gifts.
well, that's tomorrow, right? Who does Valentine's Day shopping the day before, bro? Like, put effort in. Yo, I think they should just get DQ'd because he's being a bad boyfriend. Like, am I crazy?
Does this girl watch Halo?
I have no idea.
Yeah, she here. Can we leak the gift? We should be like, yo, we won't DQ you if you give us proof of like what you bought, right? So like we can like rate the effort that put in.
Yeah. Well, he went in to go get some gifts, and we still don't know the timeline. The team is aware that there is still a consolation match that, I mean, they will literally immediately force into.
Yeah.
So, but we might still have to keep DQing or FFing the games one by one if they're not back in time, or he's not back in time.
Crazy. I feel bad for Doom and Boob. They're probably like, bro, I would have played this series. They're like,
yeah.
But the problem is that that's not the team they were in the tiebreaker with. The team that they were in the tie. Oh wait, no, is it the team that they were in the tiebreaker, bro?
It was Noobs and.
Oh no, it was Noobs. It was Noobs.
It was Noobs.
A little bit tougher there. A little bit tougher there. Are they counting it? What's Breaking Shot saying in the chat there?
I have no idea.
But I guess that's why he said in the chat. He said, "Yo, Tony, this has been an exciting series so far."
Yeah. Fill us in. Dude, that's crazy.
He said that in the chat. Yeah, look.
Pick a number, 1 through 10. Little Gator said 6 or 7. That's crazy. Oh man.
Nice. Oh, what your favorite? Oh, what? Wait, their favor?
Yo, Breaking Shot's like, we'll give you the games, bro. We'll take the forfeits for you. They're that confident. That's so
insane.
funny. Yeah, what do you think he bought? Like, what's your like go-to like Valentine's Day gift?
I mean, hopefully he got at least some flowers. I feel like that's got to be,
He's getting
that
grocery
plus-
store flowers. That's like,
yeah.
how much do you spend on your
Some
flowers?
grocery stores are decent.
Wait, am I crazy?
It
Like,
depends.
okay.
It can depend.
Special
It
gal
can
anniversary, like big day, or first anniversary. Like what's your
Well, it kind of depends on the whole. It kind of depends on the dinner. It kind of depends on if you got another gift involved, because it's like, if you get a huge. I mean, flowers are expensive, dude. You know how expensive they are.
That's why I was like,
So they get wild.
I'm putting my budget like if it's like a big day, it's like I'm going like $250 for my flowers.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's valid.
get a nice
Baller
big one.
tools.
It's a really.
Yeah, if it's a big
valid.
day. Yeah.
Worse.
See,
Spent
I'm
121
thinking it's not even
flowers.
about the flowers. I'm thinking he got flowers and then also got flower petals as well. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Like,
that's
some-
too much.
I'm saying, I'm saying that. Then on top of that, I'm also thinking maybe a late night trip to the mall. Why would not? If he left now, it's 10:30 p.m. in Florida, so there's no way that he went
That's
to
the
the
problem,
mall.
dude. He lives in Florida, bro. Florida shouldn't exist. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Hey,
you think you're going somewhere down the road? It's like 800 miles away. It's like everything's so far away. It's like, dude, I was like, I had to go to Walmart at Orlando. Like, we're at Orlando. I was like, I'll have to go to Walmart. I was like, I looked at the maps. I'm like, oh, it's right there. Dude, it was a 30-minute Uber. It was 2 stoplights away.
Okay,
I'm gonna
I
crash
don't know
out
how
about
that's
Florida.
That's kind of crazy. Most of the time, most of the travel for me isn't that wild.
I thought it was
shouldn't be that
wild when
crazy.
I was in Florida, but we're at like the Orlando Convention Center. Who knows? Maybe it's like far away from everything. But I was like, my God, like,
Maybe.
how do you guys function?
a little bit better than what you're describing. I don't really have to experience that where I live, but.
We hate Chris Common, bro. Yeah. Oh, Chris Common. Dude, that game 5 went crazy, bro. Dude, the game 5 is him racing the stoplight, bro. He didn't hit the stoplight in time, dude. Imagine getting 1v1 by fucking public infrastructure, bro. That's crazy.
Got pinned by a stop sign.
Got pinned by the stop sign, bro. Bro, imagine he's like pulled over, dude. He got caught for speeding.
He's racing home to play for some game search now.
Oh, dude.
Well, I have another question. At what point in time did you realize that you didn't have a gift for tomorrow? Was it like early in the tournament, or was it like just like, okay, semi-final is about to start right now? Oh shit, I don't have a gift for tomorrow. Like, at what point did you realize you didn't have a Valentine's Day gift?
Oh damn, it's getting serious. It's starting to worry. They haven't been able to get a hold of him.
I mean, is maybe he really just is head down. Like he's just like he's not looking at the phone, head down.
Well, that's
Maybe
smart,
not
right?
head
If
down,
he's
looking
driving, he
up,
shouldn't be responding anyway.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah.
we gotta keep that in mind. So like,
That
you
could
can
be
only
the
catch him
case.
if
That
he's
could be the
at
case.
the Walmart or if he's at his house. So it's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Well, hopefully very speedy ride home, safe ride home, and we can keep the tournament going.
Can we do like, can we like cross out in the bracket like the team breaking shot? We put like grocery store and like 3-0 grocery store or something. and then like
Walmart.
And then
Walmart's on
like
top.
team breaking shot just gets put into the grand finals, right? Like I think that's the way to go. That's
Wait,
crazy.
didn't-
I've
didn't
never
we
heard
have a
that
rule
excuse before. That's
specific-
crazy.
Didn't we have a rule specifically for moments like this where if a team needed a sub, it wouldn't be fair to go outside and grab a sub like randomly? But wasn't there a rule that you could sub in any caster as your fourth and play the series? I remember this being made.
Bro, it's Lucid's tournament, bro. I'm gonna say there's 3 casters here. There's 3 casters here. I don't think we're getting big, Tony. Like, come on. Let's
Probably
be
not.
real.
The real question is though,
Wait,
is do you have
wait,
the right of
why not?
refusal?
The right of refusal. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Bro, it's
can
like, I don't think we're gonna win.
Could I still just?
Like my average placement is
shy
too
away.
high. Like I can't afford a top 4, dude. It's like- oh
Wow,
yeah.
this is unfortunate.
You think they have to pick
Hopefully
between me
he'll
and
make it
Tony? Who
back
they
for at
picking,
least
bro?
I think they
Who's that?
pick you, bro. I think.
Nah.
I
You should ask him in
see.
chat. Yeah,
I
be
see.
like,
See, you play faster. I play slower. I would slow them down.
but like it's like the tortoise and the hare, bro.
If it's Decepticons, they pick me up. If it's Decepticons, they pick me up.
Decepticons makes you.
Oh,
That's
so you
fair.
got the
That's fair.
Decepticons Connect is what you're saying, Tony. You got the link over there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, dude. Uzi, Zuzi, Toolsy goes pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie. Like we're gonna run.
Now he's cooking. Now you are cooking.
Yeah, replace CC with me, bro. I'm in. Who are they playing against? Breaking Shot? Yeah, I got this, bro. Come on.
All right,
It's
how
time
about
for
this?
me
How
to
about this?
see-
They
Dude, last shot
sub
didn't
in
play
you.
anything. It's like it's time
I
to go.
sub in for Team Breaking Shot, and then whatever the results are, we respect it.
That's so much. Yeah, they have their constellation bracket. Tony, maybe you get in there, you win a game, Sir G7 Pro for them, right? Like, and then like me and Lucid handled the grand finals while you're at it.
I'm ready. I'm here. Okay, I'm present. The best ability is availability. I'm freaking here.
That's so funny. To get DQ'd for a Walmart run is awesome. Get Cycle to sub. Damn, Breaking Shot's
it had
confident,
to
bro.
be-
He said get Cycle. That's crazy.
It had to be Walmart. I mean, like, what place is open at like 10 p.m. that you're getting
So
a
you guys say
gift?
that, it's
There's no malls.
I guess he is in Florida. I'm thinking like it's only like 7
He
o'clock.
just went to Walmart. That's what they were saying. He went to Walmart.
What are you getting at Walmart for Valentine's Day? Am I crazy?
They have jewelry there.
Dude, I don't know. I'm not sure.
They have jewelry. They have flowers. You know. Oh, they have these really good Rice Krispie treats with like little pink hearts on it.
I guess the only thing you can get is like snacks, right? Like that's the only acceptable like gift you can get from Walmart. It's like you like,
Oh, like
get, like,
electronics. Electronics.
you get I'm gonna low key. I think that's a bad Valentine's Day. If you're getting electronics, unless if it's like something that's like really personal for them, that's not a good Valentine's Day gift.
Well, I mean, I think it's all personal, you know. Like, what if she's an artist and she really wants, and she loves drawing, and he decides, okay, well, let me get like an iPad with an Apple Pencil, or with the Apple Pencil thing, you know. It can still be personal.
Can you buy an iPad at Walmart? Is that like a thing you can buy there?
You can buy anything at Walmart, brother.
Sorry, dude, I live in a town of like 7,000 people. We don't have a Walmart, so I'm kind of out of the
There's
loop.
7,000 people in that Walmart that he.
Yeah, I know, right? Like the population of a Walmart is my town. That's crazy. they put down the time limit of when they're gonna forfeit the third place match. I hope they get back in time at least to play for the GameStar G7 Pros. That'd be cool. Yeah. I'm sure, like, I mean, it's your tournament, Lucid. You want them to have a sub? Just get in.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, since the last round now, it's been 6 minutes, so I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like for them to have a sub, if they were to sub in Cycle, I don't think that would be fair.
Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed.
I think that is
if I was
much. That's too high tier to sub throw in. I think
the problem though is like you're gonna have to be the person that's like, okay, like you have to find someone that's appropriate to Chris Common, and then it's like now it's like a very subjective debate, and it's like if you ever say like someone's too good, then they gotta hold that over. Like CC gets like kind of mogged there, like if you say no to someone, right? So it's like it's pretty tough.
By 10:50, so in 13 minutes. I think that's the time we give them even for the consolation. I'm gonna be real with you.
I think let's see on that. Admin said they have until 11 p.m. and then it's done. 11 p.m. Eastern.
If 11 p.m., I guess that's fine. But we'll give him until 11 p.m. He's got 23 minutes, and I really hope he shows up before then.
Chris Con, dude, what?
We're not even streaming the consolation match, so you know, play it at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why do I care? I'm going to sleep.
I mean, like, how far away is Chris Common from you? I mean, is it realistic for you to like, you know, kind of like go to the Walmart, find him, and like be like, "Yo, you're late to your match."
What?
You guys just like live in the same neighborhood or something?
You know, I'm gonna call him Snakebite. Let's see how close he is.
I have so what if we just circumvent the consolation for now and actually start the grand finals?
Yeah, we're gonna start the grand finals. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we don't need to do. Yeah.
We're gonna run them simul anyway. Yeah. Well, shout out to Guitar Pose on the YouTube. Gave $10 Canadian. Shout out to our Canadian brethren out there. I love Tommy and I love LVT. I'm so happy to have you guys back on my screen again. Wholesomeness over there, bro. Thank you.
It's been a good day. It's been a lot of fun.
I'm gifting a sub. I want this to go to.
TZ gave 10 Canadian. This actually, so Guitar Pope. I think Chris Common went to the wrong Walmart. Maybe check in your neighborhood, because like with how long it's been. Could be in like Vancouver or Toronto or something. Like took the long way around.
Okay, so are you guys joining?
Yeah, we're getting in.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get in.
Got it.
I gifted a sub, but I want the proceeds to go specifically to Chris Common's gift. I don't know if you can if you guys can make that happen. But I'm trying to gift it.
Actually, yeah. This is the thing. Like we gotta like raise money for like because he was gonna use his prize winnings to buy the Valentine's gift. So we gotta like crowdfund that. That's awesome. That's such a good way. I honestly, like, you can tell your girl like, yo, I gave up like $600 for you. Oh, that's awesome.
Wyatt needs VIP in chat. If I could find a way to like give him the opposite. In fact, I'm gonna ban him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ban him right now.
We can't give VIP, but we could ban people.
You want VIP? Yo, watch these ads while banned, bro.
Oh man. Yo, whoa, you perma-banned him? That's crazy, dude.
I wasn't joking, bro.
Yeah, you gotta give him a sub to make up for it.
Thanos snap him out of the freaking lobby, bro.
Wait, dude, we gotta get. Where's man, what's his name? Never mind. Just because I said what's his name, I don't want to say the person I'm thinking of now because then it feels bad. So moving on.
Oh man, Decepticons and Team Breaking Shot. This is gonna be a good matchup.
Oh, we saw in Catalyst, dude.
Rematch?
Yes, dude. Oh man, I feel like we haven't seen enough Catalyst, to be honest, because it's like it's only fight. No, I can tell you for 100% certainty, Dav, it wasn't. Oh wait, no. Miscommunication. That it was all on me. Let's just say that it's ABG did nothing wrong. That's all on me. We'll have him for a future one, 100%.
Well, guys, our rematch of our final match in Swiss rounds. It started off with Team Breaking Shot going up 2-0 in the series. Eventually, Decepticons pulling off an incredible reverse sweep in order to get to the #1 seed. Ends up leading them both to go at it in the finals. Maybe not exactly where they thought it was going to be, but Decepticons 3-0'd their way into the finals here, where Team Breaking Shot, sent Common to go pick up a gift for his girlfriend. We have an amazing matchup here. Catalyst capture the flag, going to be game #1. That's right, I said Catalyst. I know it's been a while since some of y'all have seen this map.
It's great. I love having Catalyst back. I think it was a map that, at the time, I think a lot of players were tired of it because of certain issues that I don't think had a problem with the map itself. It was just the time and place, where we were and what we were playing. Having it back, double skewers, the format, the map being just a little bit different, I think has been a huge benefit. And I love just having this map back in. It's a fun map to play and to watch.
The only thing I want to know is if the grapple is still in the same place that it used to be, because I really did enjoy the whole grappling around the map. I thought it added a crazy element to the map, and I used to do it every chance I got. So I wonder if that's still the case. But the QT over towards bottom mid, I like that as well.
Trippy having to walk backwards with the flag because the nade is so funny, but here we go. Talik has the skewer in hand. The team shots coming through. They should be able to force this one at least a bit further here. There's 3 players from Team Breaking Shot in the base of Decepticons right now, but that's not necessarily a good thing at the moment if they're not able to win those gunfights on their way out. Breaking Shot will be able to get that return, so it all turns into everything going back to the neutral, essentially, as both teams just switch sides.
Despite being 3 down, Breaking Shot able to get the return there. Might run into 2 members of the Decepticons and doesn't get out with a trade. 2 quickly go down, make it 3 for Team Breaking Shot. And before you know it, a flag already being pulled, and Team Breaking Shot just went 4 down. That is not what you want to see.
Senate trying to do max damage, and oh wow, he actually kept him delayed enough for that. Trippy came in with a right hook, just took him 2 down. That's going to give the Senate not only the ability to stay alive, but he's going to be able to go get that QT in the meantime. Now I gotta say, please reload your gun, man. Like I'm gonna have anxiety. Like, you have 6 bullets. What are you gonna do with 6 bullets? That's crazy.
That enough for an assist here. Talik somehow, I'm sorry, Descendant somehow able to get the assist. Portal's back. Dude, he almost had a crazy life despite never reloading his gun. Skewer in the hands of Trippy. Nade does enough damage to eventually clean up the kill with the BR. And finally, Ezo gets the kill, but precision on the cleanup and Decepticons on the run.
Alex got his target in front of him, but doesn't even need to fire. His Descendant gets the kill. It's going to be up to Yaxon to hunt down this flag, but there's multiple players to worry about. You find one, there's another hiding in the corner, and he gets stuck by Talik, so Precision didn't even have to come into play there. And it'll be Precision that keeps that flag moving. The flagpole out, but there's still a lot of slaying that needs to be done for Team Breaking Shot if they're going to stop this flag.
I think it was excellent damage here, but 2 players in front of him eventually just getting overwhelmed. Buys no time for Breaking Shot to get in the action, but not to take over. Flag captured again. 2-0 lead for Decepticons, and Team Breaking Shot once again find himself 3 down. Talik is already on the hunt for some spawners.
Just flying through. I mean, he has that QT to get out. He can be very aggressive onto this flag if he chooses to, but the other option is just to ignore the flag and try to get a quick flank. And I think that's what Atalik really has on his mind. He wants to get involved in the gunfights that are happening rather than pulling a flag that isn't guaranteed to go anywhere.
Some shots down range coming from Talik as breaking shot and team look to take height through the top catwalk side. Piggy is in the face of Talik, who takes height in order to take him down. That's a huge kill coming out of Piggy, and because of that, getting his shields back and got this flag a whole lot further than I thought he'd be able to. Descendant, I'm not sure he could take on both players. He actually got a punted and allowed them to maybe cap their first flag cap. Team breaking shot on the board and continuing to slay.
And it's a really awkward spot from the start of that flag run to the end for Decepticons. I don't think they anticipated Team Breaking Shot to fully send all 4 players into the opposite base like that. And when they only had 2 that overextended and 2 that stayed at home, they just got outmuscled in their own base. And by the time the reaction could come in, it was too little too late.
2-1 lead here for Decepticons, but momentum has been shifted in favor of Team Breaking Shot. All it takes is one play to flip the script, but it can go right back at him. 3 down go Breaking Shot. Somehow Action Jackson gets a kill, but isn't enough as Decepticons have still infiltrated the base of Team Breaking Shot.
Trippy trying to wrap this around the corner. Oh, Jackson just able to get that kill, and Descendant trying to bait this flag does that successfully, but too many players to deal with. They'll go down, and that flag looks likely just to return home.
It's like Ezra right in the sights of Talik. Trippy awarded the kill for that one, but base has been cleared, and that means they want to get aggro and attack at least the 50% portion of the map. Jackson and Piggy working together over toward the right-hand side. Shots going down, but also being taken right toward the backside. Back smack, courtesy of Descendant, and he's going to grab a hold of that repulse, and despite a player being up on his height, trying to get interesting with the movement, but eventually taken down.
And just a little bit too much to deal with there. Ezo in a tough spot where he doesn't necessarily have the help to have a successful flag run at the moment, but he doesn't necessarily have the time to get back towards the team on the other side. Instead, they'll just lead the charge, and I think he was anticipating some sort of challenge to come in from the right side, but instead the opposition, Decepticons, they all just flew and overextended, and that's the second time we've seen that this game, once from either side, where they send that full 4 overextend.
Ezzo trying to find the exit route. There's nowhere to go but the respawn screen, courtesy of Trippy. Flag on the move, and multiple members of Decepticons are alive and kicking as the flag makes it over toward the base, but it's not done just yet. They still have shots with the BR. Piggy is still present. He was until they go 4 down. The flag cap goes in, and just like that, Decepticons take the first game this time.
A lot of overextension play throughout that game as well. It felt like we were seeing a lot of those 4 player commitments, and it worked twice for either side. The one flag cap that we saw from Breaking Shot's team was off that 4-man overextend, and that last flag capture that we saw from Decepticons was from a similar play. And I think at the end, you know, Slay's made the big difference. You can see a clear difference between both sides, and consistency from top to bottom is the difference for Decepticons.
And this is going to be really unfortunate for Team Breaking Shot, because we saw what they were able to do with that little bit of momentum for winning game number 1. The last time these 2 teams matched up in these Swiss rounds, they turned it into a 2-0 lead and were in position to pull off a sweep against this very Decepticons roster. But now, what is the response now that game number 1 is taken from you, and fairly a dominant one, or at least a decisive one, by the Decepticons going into this recharge Slayer? Do you still have enough energy to muster up and try to come back at them, or will you allow Decepticons to just run over with all of those power weapons and resources on the map? If you allow Decepticons to get a hold of them, they can literally do just that.
I think decisive, sorry, was the word I would use for that game. I think that was an appropriate one, Tony. And when you have decisive games like that, I feel like it gives a big momentum boost to your side. And, you know, in the previous series that we saw, Team Breaking Shot, they came out hot, right? They got that 2-0 lead. But then once they lost that momentum, they weren't ever able to gain it back. I think that might be a similar case here. I'd be nervous if I was a fan of Team Breaking Shot, because the history between these two teams that we've seen in this tournament, like, that hasn't bode well for them. Like, they need a little bit of momentum on their side.
Well, they start off pretty good for Team Breaking Shot, despite the fact that game number 1 did not clearly didn't go their way. You have yourself a Shroud, you have yourself a 2-kill lead. You also have a Jackson, who I thought was going to use that Shroud to maybe disguise the play for Overshield, but with Overshield off the map, still not a bad play whatsoever.
I see Piggy goes down, Breaking Shot onto the open, took a ton of damage there, and we'll have to just wait around this corner, but Precision wastes no time. He cut through the middle of the map there, and he knows that he's just hiding somewhere below him. And I'm surprised Breaking Shot got the trade out there. Patient little play there to get one.
Known for oftentimes getting trades that he really has no business getting, or restarting for him, but Decepticons have a 3-kill advantage. Talik dancing around the pole there, trying to stay alive. Breaking Shot having no part of that as the nades go down. Piggy has the reinforcements as well, but just like that, Team Breaking Shot only down by 1.
That Breaking Shot working alongside Jackson. Precision slow play. Do they check this corner at all? No, they do not. That's going to be optimal position for Precision to take advantage. Jackson, though, making the most out of a tough situation. He's caught dead to rights. He's at least able to find one and doesn't get taken down easily, at least, from that heads-up play by Precision.
The melee fight, Repulse gets involved somehow. Breaking Shot stays alive here, just long enough to run into the BR from the cross map. And another trade comes in for Trippy, holding onto their lead right now with Decepticons, but they want more than that. They want the Overshield.
I'll get it, Jackson. Just able to get over there. Pops it right away because he was down to 1 shot. Just, if anyone was chasing, didn't want to give away that Overshield, so. We have seen a lot of players holding it, but this time Jackson's the most double kill for him, but too many players to deal with there. Take 2 for, I think he'll take 2 every time, but man, 3 players just staying on top of each other, able to melt that Overshield.
21-16 lead. Decepticons have the advantage, and Team Breaking Shot stuck on their third of the map with Trippy holding the line. That's until Breaking Shot himself able to bust through, gets himself a big kill, but is there anybody else that can follow up through that? Action Jackson on the backside with a back smack. Not done just yet, knows his players over towards tower, but does he know you're running into multiple, you ain't just running into one.
I mean, the Master Assassin there, a really great flank made by Jackson, and even now he's just holding tension. Like, Trippy knows that there's supposed to be a player here, but the longer he waits, he's gonna make this more and more uncomfortable, and by then Precision just couldn't stand the how long he was waiting for something to happen. He forces it, and that's a trade out that I think Team Breaking Shot's gonna be really happy with, right? That's gonna open up an opportunity for them to maybe try to get closer to this camouflage to win these fights, and so far it's working out well for them.
Action Jackson, 10-5 right there. That was a big kill from across the map in order to solidify camouflage for himself, but Talik with the eagle eye and also with the headshot to take him down. 27-25, Decepticons advantage.
Dog able to get cross Breaking Shot once again. We're seeing a lot of this play of just hiding patiently. They have both those crosses checked, so he knows he's safe there, and they're trying to goad Talik into making the play, but Talik was setting up something of his own. Just wraps into the corner and takes the player that was staring at him at glass.
29-27 here. Jackson was able to get away with the Overshield. Not sure exactly what happened to the skewer, but I don't know what happened to his melee either. It's big game Trip that not only gets the skewer, but uses it perfectly. What was that nade?
That nade was so clean. I think he caught himself by surprise when he got the stick, because he's like, oh, I can just sit here and hold my angle with the skewer. I think he was praying that someone was going to slide in. That would have been a sick clip.
Check his PC. Because Trippy is just seeing through team breaking shots offense. That was beautifully played. Everything about that was incredible. And Precision's going to follow it up with a headshot from across the map, just barely missing out on that first shot. But don't worry, the BR in the melee does the trick in order to hold on to a 3-kill advantage.
He hit the hard one, missed the easy one. That's how it goes sometimes, but nice reaction, flick down. I mean, it's really hard to hit those long range shots with the skewer sometimes, and just heads up play by him to get that kill. You see so far, I mean, the lead has really been stuck at that 2 to 3 kill range, and finally it's been cut down to nil. It's 38 all. Trades are going to keep it even at 39.
Great job for breaking shot in order to catch himself right back in this game. This ended with a good little trade over him as well, but breaking shot himself over toward the back blue side. He does have some reinforcements, and Trippy's not going to overextend here. In fact, he's taking an entirely different route, distracting them over toward the blue side just to attack over on the A. It ends up with a trade, but also ends up with a 1-kill advantage, make it 2 for Decepticons. I don't know where breaking shot went or team breaking shot, but it looks like Decepticons want a spawn trap.
Dog could find himself a juicy flank here. They're not going to be looking at him at all, and he will get the first. And the big part, right, is Overshield is coming up. I think it's a huge blunder from Breaking Shot's team not to have someone being over in that back C area, letting that flank come in and get that Overshield. I think is going to be a crucial play at the end of the game here.
8 kills ahead, make it 5. And just 2 needed as 2 players drop instantaneously for Team Breaking Shot. Decepticons already with a 1-0 advantage here. And now just looking for the final 2 kills. Will Team Breaking Shot make it easy, or will we see some fight? Because they're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, it's got to be very, very careful, though. I mean, with 3 skewer shots, that's enough to end this game. And with the way Descendant's playing, he's just going to be hunting for an easy kill, and he won't even need to get it, although it does come to his screen. A 2-0 lead now for Decepticons as they're able to just maintain a pretty even lead for most of that game. It was really just consistency from them.
Consistency and firm control of that game, really from what felt like start to finish. And I believe I saw 15 kills, maybe 9 assists out of Precision. I'm about to find out really here soon. I'm sorry, so yeah, 15 kills, 9 assists, and 8.0 KDA. He's playing like he has to make a Walmart trip as well after this game. He's trying to end it soon.
Now, once again, I mean, just big damage output from Precision. Trippy staying up on top, and this team's rolling. It's like I think they had to spend a couple games in that Swiss round to figure out what Team Breaking Shot was going to do, but I feel like they've adapted to them well, and now it seems as if they just have a clear edge as we move into Street Strongholds.
On the other side of things, love what I'm seeing from Breaking Shot and Jackson combining for, I think, 28 kills. Not bad in the performance. Obviously, Slayer is about stacking up the slays, and they did that. Maybe they could do that going into Street Strongholds, because you're going to definitely need those kills if you want to secure those bases. And the one thing I do know about Street Strongholds is, man, when you identify where the enemy team is spawning, I feel like everybody on the map is able to activate on that, and that's somewhere where the snowballs really come from.
It's Street Strongholds, remember, early in year 1, when this was in rotation, it was a very snowbally map. It was probably like the original snowball map that we see in Halo Infinite, and there's been a lot now as we've gone through the years, as just the way that Strongholds plays on Halo Infinite maps, it just creates a lot of snowballs. But I will say, like, the way we see it now, it feels less heavy to one side, right? Where you see like this, just for sure you get these kills, like, you know, you can get the trip cap in. It does feel like you need to put in a little bit more work to get those advantages.
Not only Team Breaking Shot able to break out and take the most important base, but looking for a momentary trip cap are they, as another trade goes down, and still holding on to 2 bases are Team Breaking Shot.
So able to track over here, wants to get that red gun in his hands. Not going to be able to because of Trippy's big play, able to get the 4 shot to land, and with B transferring hands, red gun for the Decepticons. I think Yaxon's almost surprised himself that he got the reset and he gets a kill after that. Yaxon's probably like, how are they letting me get away with this?
Breaking shot, some crazy movement himself, and even has Ezo to cover his back as Ezo continues to fly forward toward the seaside, already guaranteed, holding on to Bravo and Charlie, and along with a 45-0 run is Team Breaking Shot. Trippy having to make some plays, but the shots are coming right back at him.
Be able to close that distance. Finds that trade out. I mean, right now, Team Breaking Shot, I think when you look at how this game has gone, I mean, the Slays are about even, but they find themselves up 56-0, right? Just some crucial moments that went their way. It's a big advantage to take on in such an even game so far. Like, getting a big lead like that to start is a huge benefit.
Decepticons to answer back, not settling for just 2 bases, but immediately going in for the trip cap, and Team Breaking Shot find herself 3 down. This is where things start to snowball out of control here. You can't lose all the bases and go 4 down.
They saw Piggy pick up that Sentinel beam as well, so they know the position of him, and Piggy's trying his best to get away, but just too many players to hunt him down. And even here, if you step on that box, you might be able to get the angle. Oh, they got the reset still. I mean, so much pressure being put down. Look, that 56-0 lead in just a matter of 30 seconds has been completely taken away. The momentum has shifted considerably to one side as Precision gets the triple kill, and they're still putting pressure on the trip cap. Yaxon taking heavy damage off the spawn. He's not going to be able to get A either. The trip cap is locked in, and right now they are putting on pressure. They're saying tap out. Tala gets another 6 kills to his name. The trip cap finally stops, but not before 110 points are put on the board.
We've been talking about it all tournament long, the efficiency out of the Decepticons, as hard as Breaking Shot had worked in order to get that lead. It's down to 0 and now doubling the scoreline of the opposition. Decepticons are here to stay, as Action Yaxon gonna moonwalk his way over toward the seaside, but you have a former teammate with Overshield that's flying in your face, guaranteeing the seaside, and now the out-rotate starts to begin as they have their eyes set on Bravo.
And this is the pacing of Streets. It gets very, very quick when you have an advantage in the respawn, right? When you have that numbers advantage, you can fly across the map. You're gonna start to see players sprinting and trying to keep that pressure on. But a big kill at B, I think that was a massive one to stop B from switching hands. Breaking Shots team needed this game to slow down in whatever way they could to try to gain some sort of control back. But Precision, as soon as the game slowed down, he speeds it right back up. I gave him that 4 shots across the map. Perfect kill in the feed. And look at the situation they're in. Once again, they're pressuring into the trip cap.
Decepticons are greedy. They don't just want 2, they want all of the bases, and they want it all of the time. Bravo changes hands. Tolly makes his way toward the PD side. Shots onto everybody on the map. The thrust like he knows what he's doing. Absolutely breaking ankles as 3 down go Team Breaking Shot. 4 down go Team Breaking Shot. And Decepticons are running house.
I like the way that Tollick plays. That's someone that's just listening and understanding the game state, knowing that it's not important about what I'm actually doing in my one-on-one fight, but how am I impacting the team. He just went and did max damage for the squad to keep that trip cap into effect. And now Team Breaking Shot, I mean, the path is long and treacherous. The comeback needs to start now. This is going to be your last chance. You can't afford to lose the fight, and Trippy puts him down.
Big game. Trip might have put the final kill in order to guarantee it, because that Decepticons not only taking that game, but also taking the series and your tournament.
Woo. Dude, Trippy, well, confident. They had all the confidence in the world. It felt like once momentum shifted, it never went back, and that was the theme of this series from start to finish. The Decepticons are deadly, and I mean, everyone stepped up in that series. It felt like at one point or another. I was like, really, there was something positive to take away from each player. And I think we really saw ourselves maybe solidify the duo to be watching this year. in that Tall Trippy, the TNT, man. Those guys are dangerous. Look at Precision's accuracy, by the way, 72. Woo.
They got the Descendant and the Precision duo we call the Decision, and now you got the Talic and the Trippy duo. So far, we're still workshopping it, but TNT seems pretty damn accurate because that's some explosive gameplay coming out of them. Decepticons, they're the real deal, and I said it before and I'll say it again. The way that they are playing, it looks like they have Shopify Rebellions in their sight. They're going for the throne.
I like that you call Precisions and Descendants Decision because it's like, one, it goes beautifully together, right? But it's also like they made the decision, right? Because like that match is half of Envy, right? They made the decision. I like it. Decision, TNT. We gotta come up with more of these like nicknames for duos. I love it. It's always fun to try to find something over there. Man, what a fun tournament. Hey, hi Tommy.
Wait, now we gotta get Lucid a good nickname too now, man.
I told Lucid. I remember when Lucid back when Lucid was saying, he was like, what should I change my gamer tag to? He didn't take my suggestion. That's all I'm saying, bro. I had a good one.
Wasn't your suggestion just his name?
Bro, it's clean. Why change it?
I will say, Jules, I think I did make a pretty good decision at the time.
I think it worked out. Yeah, it worked out.
It's worked out. Yeah,
it worked out.
But that was a fun tournament. That was a really fun tournament to watch.
That was great. I mean, I will say it felt like we saw some of the things that people would complain about Streets with. I think kind of came to fruition at the end there. I mean, did you see anything where you're like, okay, there's some changes that need to be made? Like anything that you saw that you think you're gonna take to the board?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about it with my chat too again, right before hopping in here, but the alleyways, I think right now I put a couple spawns in the back of the alley with the sentinel beams, so I think I just want to pull all that a bit more forward. I think it's the most noticeable with ball and strongholds, where if you're spawning like deeper into that alley, it's harder to break out of it. In case like a team has a trip cap or if they have some pressure, they have some control. If you're spawning that deep, people can just look. It's literally just like a free range on shooting straight through. So maybe pulling some spawns a little bit more towards the front of the entrances, maybe just slightly in, but towards the front of it, so people can break out kind of quickly, and then kind of adding in that maybe kill zone like we're talking about to kind of stave off the camping that potentially could be there for an entirely different problem. But I think that would help, because at least for strongholds, it seemed like it was pretty hard for the people to even break out of the alleyway to get to like A, for example, because like the A stronghold is actually pretty close near Cafe. But we might need to give people more options that way, so they can spawn still somewhat close and kind of get into that, if anything.
What I love is just like we're brainstorming, right? Like it's like we've seen the whole tournament. It's like we have a bunch of ideas. Now it's like, let's go implement it and let's put it in for the next time, which I believe we haven't 100% finalized it, but put it on the calendar, February 27th, right? That was the next date that we were looking at.
Yep, absolutely. I'm absolutely down for it, and just keep it going. And thank you all again to everyone that participated, watched, and even throwing some crazy donations for it all, just showing your love, showing your appreciation for the work that put into all this. And I'm super happy we were able to have a pretty official tournament, keeping it clean. And I honestly had a lot of fun watching the games, and it seemed like most people even some players coming in saying they enjoyed their time, some people giving some feedback too on top of it, and that's what this is all about.
I want to take a quick moment to shout out everyone that made this happen. That was behind the scenes. We have a phenomenal admin group with the DSA. I mean, they run basically everything in Halo, but if you're ever needing anyone to run a tournament, like there's no one better to do it than Bittersweet and Frag Out. They also had Tanner, aka Xylon, helping them out throughout the day. Callus was our observer here today. I still think he's the best in the game at what he does. I mean, the observing makes a huge difference to how we watch Halo. Give a big shout out to Louis. He's been here since the start, right? He does all the streams. It's honestly incredible, like the work ethic he has to just do the amount of streams. Look at him, yeah. Saying he's got a little Chochless hat on. But I mean, honestly, it's crazy to think like how much work it takes to do a production from start to finish like that, and he does it. Like we haven't missed a stream in forever, so it's really incredible work. Of course, Lucid, once again, big shout out to you and everything you did on your side. I mean, not only you know, you had the idea, but you put up your money. You said, let's do it, right? That's one thing I always respect is like, if you want something to happen, like do it yourself is like what you need to do most of the time. And Lucid came in, said, boom, I want to do this. Here, I'm putting up my own money. We're doing this. And look, I think it went great. This is the first time. We're going to do plenty more. So lots and lots to happen. And then, of course, thank you to Mikowski that came and casted earlier, and Tony, dude, thank you. And you know, if you guys want to say thank you to me in chat, that makes me feel good too. So thank you to everyone that
thank you.
Thank you to everyone that made it happen. And one last shout out to GameSir, because they gave the controllers for third place. Fortunately, that match didn't happen, but we're still gonna get those controllers over to Noobs and let them have those as the prize. One thing, you guys, if you're in the market for a controller, like GameSir should be your option. Use code LVT at checkout at the GameSir website. Everyone uses GameSir in the community, guys. It's a fantastic controller, and I'd stand by it 100%. It's by far my favorite controller I've ever used. If she needs a Valentine's Day gift, there you go. A GameSir controller might be the way. Oh, I also want to say we haven't heard from Common, so I just want to say, like, hope good vibes out there. I know, like, he messaged saying that he was going to be there, and then we haven't heard from him, so hopefully everything's good with that. If you know Common personally, or if you're like in his area, check in. I don't know what happened with him, but I just want to put that out there before we go, because like, it's pretty unusual that we haven't heard from him. Usually that wouldn't be something that happens.
Yep, very, very unfortunate circumstances for that team. Really do hope to hear back from him, hopefully very soon. Hopefully everything's all good. And for the Twins and Little Gators as well, there'll be more tournaments ahead, and for everybody else looking forward to it. Really hope to see you all back in again as well.
Ooh, I think that does it. Thank you everyone for watching, and stay tuned. We're gonna be live again tomorrow, so come watch the DreamHack Open Series.
There you have it. More Halo to be watched.
Double kill. Perfect. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Captured your flag. Double kill.
Oh, it's Zuzi. Zuzi has the snipe. He finds himself a double, but M
Snipe.
heals his face. Could be the touch. The last
Double
shot.
kill.
Just go get the pull, man. Just go get the pull. Oh, with the QT.
Triple
Wait, where is it? Never mind. Wait, look at the flag. Look at the flag. Come in there. Oh my god.
Killing spree.
Oh. Wow.
Double kill.
Wow.
Triple kill.
Made here, honestly. Morgan gets a kill. Lego hits the headshot at 3. Ooh.
Double kill.
Handling might be able to contest. Oh, but he showed too early. It doesn't matter. Zia comes in to swoop in for the second hill. Oh. Wow. 3 dead. Gold, which is the god spots on this map, for that opportunity. And just like that, the OS, huge swing. It actually makes this push possible. Exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, obviously there should be also great positioning and actually be like a favorable position to then lead into, okay, now we take over and we take back. Like, we take back the map, or we push that forward. That window of opportunity that if you just miss it, great ping by Zuzi there. Good grenade, get better or worse, just kind of leads to the gradient being gone of like creative options. But great shot by Morgan.
Oh. Enemy team.
Triple.
Yeah, well, I mean, he literally had the jump on him, he had the damage on him, and it just still took him that extra 2 bursts. So like he himself was missing quite a bit. Yeah.
Double kill.
Great shots.
Team. Triple kill. Killing spree.
Another overkill for the game.
Perfect. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Team nearing victory. Double kill. Reversal. Enemy team took double kill. Killing frenzy. Reversal. Double kill.